He died watching his homeland burn, and fate made him royalty, on the wrong side, in the body of the enemy prince, the third royal heir of the nation that destroyed everything he loved. Now every smile at court is a lie, every banquet hides a dagger, and the only way to save his country is to rise inside the one that ruined it. Here, poison smiles better than swords, and survival is strategy. Let's see how an enemy prince rewrites everything. It was pure hell. If such a thing exists, it was right here. There were countless bloodied and murdered bodies scattered all around. The protagonist was breathing heavily, a frightened expression on his face. A young man, attacked by numerous arrows, approached him and said with a smile, "Burn, his prince," before collapsing to the ground. The protagonist became frightened and turned to Carrie, but he spoke in a trembling voice, saying that, unfortunately, this was the only way he could repay him for everything he had done for him. Burn began screaming his name with incredible fear, when Kyrie suddenly asked him to grip his sword tighter and never give up. After these words, he finally lost consciousness and fell to the ground, motionless. Burn looked ahead and screamed his friend's name with incredible sadness. He grabbed his sword and cried out in grief. One day, a country called Kairis, founded by dragons and humans, demanded treasure from his homeland. This is the time axis. At that moment, he rushed into battle and began attacking the knights one after another with that very sword, with incredible agility and speed, and with incredible anger. But Secretia refused. At that moment, Burn spun around, gritting his teeth and bracing himself for incredible pain as his arm was severed. This was the beginning of the war and the end for his country. He continued to fight with similar intensity alone. The main hero was the younger brother of King Secretia. One of the warriors began to shout that only the last one remained. Glory to Kairis. His hand, shrouded in magic, was raised, and everything around him glowed with a bright, fiery light. Although he understood that it was all over and death was already waiting for him with open arms, he remembered the words of his loved one and decided that he would never give up. They wouldn't stop him so easily. He grabbed his sword and began to swing it. All because he was Secretia's faithful sword. At that moment, several enemies approached him, surrounded by acrid smoke. They were the magical alliance of Kairis Valkan, and the man responsible for the war was the Mad King of Kairis plants. At that moment, Arsene, the Valkan Archmage, approached him, removing his hood and announcing his pleasure at meeting him. What was his name? Warrior? Burn replied that he had consigned his name to oblivion. At that moment, he took a sharp step, leaped into the air, and declared that he was merely a sword serving his king. With these words, he pounced on his opponent. Arsene merely smiled, and using his magical powers, declared that he would remember Prince Secretia. With these words, he directed a magical beam toward the protagonist and destroyed him. Burn looked at his bloodied hands and realized that in that moment, his entire life and the collapse of his homeland flashed before his eyes. And when all the light faded, sometime later, he awoke in an entirely different dimension. The servants addressed him as His Highness and informed him that it was time for him to wake up. Servant Ian, ringing the bell, asked if he had slept well. At that moment, his maid appeared before him with breakfast. He rose from his bed in fear, and his subordinate informed him that he needed to hurry, as Prince Plants had already left. He grabbed his things and began screaming. What? Plants? He began examining his hands, unable to understand what was happening, as they had been cut off. The subordinate began screaming in fear. What? Don't let him say such terrible things. How could his hand have been cut off? Was he perhaps having a nightmare? All the maids were perplexed and watched the scene. The protagonist clutched his face and cried out in anger. The servant asked what was happening to him. He was pondering the name of the man for whom hatred lingered deep in his soul. His hand was intact, and a servant he had never seen before stood next to him, and even memories that had never been his, all of it filled his head. He clutched his head and asked, "Can they tell who he is?" Servant Ian approached him and asked in bewilderment, "What?" He was Kalian Rain Kairis, the third prince of Kairis. He examined his hands carefully and realized that it all resembled his worst nightmare. His hands trembled, and he asked again, "Kairis, but how could this have happened? What was happening to him?" He turned around and shouted, "What date is it today?" The servant replied, "April 28th. Kalian asked again, "Then what year is it?" He replied, 522, Your Highness. Something wrong? He realized this simply couldn't be true. That meant there were still 10 years left before the war began. The war had erupted over the time axis. The time axis was a strange artifact rumored to be able to reverse time, and it had suddenly appeared in Secretia's palace. Word of it quickly spread across the world, and the continent's leading hegemon, the Kairis Empire, also coveted it. One day, while discussing it at their family table, Kairis demanded the axis be handed over. It was simply impossible. No matter how powerful Kairis might be, the time axis belonged to Secretia. Such a powerful artifact must never fall into the hands of their enemy. Ultimately, after receiving a categorical refusal, the Kairis Empire immediately began the war. One day, Chase's brother shouted at Kalian, begging him to stay, as everyone who had gone to war had died, and he didn't want to lose him too. Kalian wouldn't listen. That day, Chase's brother witnessed his death with his own eyes. He screamed in horror, "No, If only they could return to the days before that damned artifact appeared. At that moment, Kalyan thought about the artifact and realized it was possible, but before he could fully consider the thought, he abruptly jumped out of bed, and a servant asked where he was going. He examined his hands again and wondered if Chase had used the axis and turned back time. Then, this would be his last chance to prevent the collapse of his Secretia empire. The servant bowed and said he understood it was difficult for him to attend breakfast, but there was almost no time left. The protagonist apologized for being so long awaited. He was getting ready immediately. Even if he had to live as Prince Kairis, he would definitely take advantage of this opportunity. After a while, the palace doors opened, and it was announced that the third Prince Kairis had arrived. The servant said he was very sorry, but he should have reminded him about breakfast earlier. He hadn't known that Prince Randall would be arriving first. It was the first Prince Kairis. All three princes are free brothers. The first prince is bound by blood to the holy country of Tensel, and by the king's order, the brothers eat breakfast together every morning. But judging by the memories lingering in his head, things aren't quite so. He bowed and asked to be forgiven for his tardiness. Randall didn't answer and continued sipping his hot drink. Kalyan remained invisible at the table. In his opinion, this was a clear sign of disregard, and he believes that for him, there is only one brother. At that moment, a servant shouted loudly, "Your Highness, the second Prince of Plants." He ran in slippers and peeked right in front of the other princes at breakfast. The protagonist was dumbfounded to see him and asked, "What's going on? What kind of prince is he? Why does he allow himself to be present at the table like this? Is this really the same Mad King?" He sat silently at the table, and the servant began pouring him tea. The protagonist thought his appearance clearly indicated he was mentally ill. At that moment, he noticed Randall and reflected that, judging by Kalyan's memories, the first prince didn't dare provoke the second. This was because the current queen was the mother of plants, and her power was so great that no one in the palace dared challenge her. The protagonist continued calmly drinking tea and thought about how he had absolutely no idea how he was supposed to survive in this place. At that moment, the second prince turned his attention to him and said that this was ignorant. The protagonist was stunned by what he heard, after which he turned his attention to the prince, who said that he was as worthless as his mother. He became very angry and gritted his teeth in anger. With a trembling hand, he placed his cup back in the saucer and thought about how he had to endure this and how he couldn't miss the opportunity Chase had given him. But right now, he could hardly express the emotions that were stuck in his throat. Plants Kairis, the man who destroyed his country, is now sitting right in front of him, and he can barely restrain himself from losing his temper and lashing out at him. Rune noticed that strange look and paused. At that moment, he smashed his teacup and threw it on the floor. He asked Kalyan, how dare he look at him like that? At that moment, Randall said enough and looked at Kalyan. Plants noticed his brother's furious glare and grabbed his head, then kicked his chair aside and said he'd had enough. Just looking at that red-eyed brat made him lose his appetite. After those words, he left the office. Suddenly, Randall also stood up and asked Kalyan to be careful. His Majesty's birthday was just around the corner. He understood, right, that they didn't need any extra trouble? He grinned and couldn't answer. Was he really trying to say that it was his fault and not that lunatic who had just left the room? A servant turned to him and asked, "Is he all right? Are you sure he's not hurt?" He hadn't even had a day of rest. He approached his shoe with a napkin and asked if he could wipe it off. Some splashes had gotten on him. Even though everyone around him was ignoring him, he was pleased to know that there was someone nearby who cared for him as if he were himself. At that moment, Kalyan grabbed him by the shoulder and thanked him for his concern. Usually, in such a situation, His Highness's eyes would fill with bitter tears. Why was he smiling now? The ancient dragon Sisphanian was the first queen consort of Kairis. It is known that in human form, she has jet black hair and blood-red eyes in which a sacred fire blazes. But despite the fact that among the princes, Kalyan is the only one to inherit her distinctive features, his power is extremely insignificant. The third prince always tried to hide his eyes. He must not upset his brother. And the culprit of this obsession is that very same Prince Plants. He felt a little awkward about peering into someone else's memories. But how could he hide his face just because he was afraid of his brother? He had led such a miserable life. Ian approached him and asked if something was wrong. Did he have any wishes? Kalyan replied no, and suggested he go back. Ian said that he seemed different today. Perhaps he was so inspired by the chivalric novel he read last night before bed. He replied that it was not so. The third prince, born to an ordinary commoner concubine, was a weak, timid, and fearful youth, possessing neither the power nor the strength to protect himself. This was his current situation. So all this was happening right before the coming-of-age ceremony. The protagonist turned to Ian and asked how old he was now. He replied that in 4 months he would be 15. He realized that he would soon be killed. After a failed attempt to poison Queen Silica, he hanged himself before being punished, but almost no one believed this legend. Soon, an assassin would be sent to kill him. Sometime later, Ian burst into his office and shouted that he was asking him to slow down. It would be no more than 2 months before this happened, and in a situation where he didn't know what was happening to his real body, he couldn't sit idly by. Ian pointed out that he could trip and fall. Kalyan asked him to hand him the scissors, and Ian, surprised, asked, "Do you need scissors?" He placed them on a special pillow and handed them to his master, then asked, Why do you need them? He smiled and replied that he wanted to change something. If fate existed, then he would carve his own path. He began cutting his hair, and Ian began shouting, "What is he doing?" The Prince of Plants would be furious. He replied that he had no intention of obeying his orders for the rest of his life. It's all right. They shouldn't worry. He'll take care of everything. After a while, Prince Plant said he could see he'd completely lost his mind. Ian stood next to his master, frightened, unsure what to do. And this is what he calls taking care of this problem? Plant sat down at the table and addressed him as Red Eyes, but he replied that his name was actually Kalyan, and he was reminding him of that. Plant smiled and said, "Exactly," then frowned and began shouting that he wouldn't call him by his name. At that moment, he swung a sharp knife from the table, and the surrounding servants were dumbfounded, as was Ian. The knife came right at Kalyan, who grabbed it in his hand, cutting himself and bleeding. He held the knife firmly in his hand, and Ian began screaming that his wound needed immediate attention. Plants chuckled and said his hand had simply twitched. His brother was hurt, so what should they do? He continued to mock his brother, but at that moment, Kalyan gripped the knife even tighter in his hand, and rising from his seat, placed it right on the table next to Plants, and told him not to worry, because no matter what happened to him, he would certainly be fine. Plants looked at him in bewilderment, and Kalyan, leaving the knife, left the room. After some time, Ian began treating his wound with all the necessary means, then asked if perhaps he should call a healer. He replied that there was no need to do that. It was just a small cut. Ian was perplexed, and Kalyan asked why he didn't try to dodge. He saw the knife flying straight at him, didn't he? So why was he standing still? He could have easily dodged it. Ian remained silent, then replied that he didn't know how the Prince of Plants would react to this, so he was afraid he would redirect his anger at him. Kalyan rose from his seat and said that, thanks to him, the sight of blood now made him feel unwell. He would go wash up and get his thoughts in order, and Ian shouldn't let anyone in. Ian shouted at him to stop, as he would help him with everything. Kalyan said he wanted to be alone, and shouldn't even think about calling a healer. Ian really wanted to call a healer anyway and thought it would be best. During the attack, he unconsciously tried to use his aura for protection, but at that moment, a sharp pain pierced his heart. He needed to recreate the situation to check Kalyan's physical condition and understand what was wrong. Suddenly, he clutched his heart again and wondered what was going on. He felt 3 magical seals around his heart. So was Kalyan really a wizard? A few days later, 3 days had passed. Ian screamed in fear that the wound still hadn't healed. What should they do? Kalyan replied that it was normal and smiled. Ian was in shock when the royal tailor suddenly approached him and announced that everything was ready. First, let him introduce himself. He was the royal tailor, Set and Slake. Kalyan asked him again, "What's wrong?" He bowed and apologized. He'd simply unconsciously remembered Lady Freya. Ian shouted his name in anger, and Slake said he was very sorry. Kalyan sighed in disappointment, as he was already tired of this kind of reaction. Kalyan, who had long suffered from his resemblance to his mother, whom he had never met, found it so unbearable to see his own face that he removed all the mirrors from his rooms. When he brushed it off, he said it was fine. He looked very much like his mother. Let him just do his thing. Slake replied that he would first take his measurements. After measuring his hand, he advised him to eat better. He apologized for saying this, but young men his age were usually larger. Kalyan replied that he was eating normally, but when he looked in his mirror, he realized that there was indeed cause for concern. The royal family of Kairis descended from dragons, or more precisely, from 8 heroes who once sealed an ancient evil. Descendants of Sisvanian and Hazar, the royal dynasty of Kairis possessed healing powers and magical talent, bestowed upon them by the blessing of Sisvanian. In other words, Kalyan's wound should have healed long ago, but he still felt pain when trying to use mana. He understood he was in a dire situation, unable to use either aura or magic, and if this continued, he would truly be killed. Slake turned to Ian and announced that he had prepared several samples. Would he care to take a look? Kalyan turned, wondering if he needed someone knowledgeable about the properties of mana. Slake continued to say that he had prepared outfits for him that would be perfect for His Majesty's birthday. At that moment, he realized the birthday was very soon. He was sure he would be there too. That same great wizard, Alan Monasil. He had to meet him. He was one of the 3 great wizards on the continent to have reached the 7th circle of power. He was a role model for an entire generation. The story of how Alan was invited to the King of Kairos' birthday party, but for some unknown reason was not allowed to attend. This even reached neighboring countries, including Secretia. And that same humiliated wizard, 10 years later, proved his worth by becoming the only archmage of the 8th circle on the continent. No one knows more about him than he does, and Kalyan hopes that with his help, he can solve his problem. He can only guess at the real reason, but in Kairis, people have a low opinion of mages, so he's not sure if he'll listen to him. In all likelihood, the knights have overrun the Kairis palace under the influence of the Breeson family, to which Plant's mother belongs. And to keep the Breeson family in check in the future, he needs the power of the wizards. If he can win Alan over to his side, he might even be able to prevent the war that Plants will unleash. But for now, he'll turn his attention elsewhere. At that moment, the maid asked with incredible pleasure if the ribbons were too small. She liked these big ones. Slake asked how about adding more lace. The protagonist said he had to somehow cope with this problem, and sharply stated that he did not need any ribbons or frills. Did they seriously think he would wear lace, especially with bells? Who did they think he would look like then? After some time, he sipped tea and, putting the mug on the table, thought about how little by little he was beginning to get used to this life. His wound had almost healed, and from that day on, plants ignored his existence, so everything went without incident. Ian approached him and announced that he would have a riding lesson in the morning and dinner with Her Majesty and Viscount Breezen in the afternoon. He asked if that was really true. Ian replied, yes, he believed he was here to discuss the upcoming banquet with Her Majesty in honor of the king's birthday. Kalyan thought he would run into him sooner or later. At that moment, Ian approached him and asked if he was really going to train today. He replied that he was just going to run a couple of laps around the lake. He shouldn't worry about him so much. What could happen? With a smile on his face, he headed into the garden. A moment later, he began to run quickly, but suddenly felt ill and stopped to catch his breath. He knew he was about to die and tried to hug a tree to keep from falling. Suddenly, a girl ran up to him and asked fearfully if he was okay. It was Merlin, Kalyan's servant, the second daughter of the captain of the outer fortress guard. She explained that he ran 4.5 laps on the first day, 4 on the second, and today was his third. He leaned against the tree and looked at her silently, then realized it was true. His problem was that training only made him lose stamina. Merlin suggested that she could call a healer if he was unwell. Kalyan replied that he was fine, and realized the healer would immediately detect his magic circles. Even Ian didn't know Kalyan was a wizard. His life would be in danger if he acted rashly. At that moment, she hoped everything was okay. The healer was useless, as he was simply exhausted. Merlin tried to argue, but the main character repeated that he had already said he was fine. After a few training sessions, he would be back to normal. His entire body trembled with fatigue, and suddenly, they heard someone shouting. The commander told him that one of the knights needed to keep his gaze fixed, while the other needed to keep his eye on the blade and maintain concentration. The guys turned around and realized that it seemed the knights were training. Indeed, several knights began fighting simultaneously. Their captain shouted at them to watch their blades. In a real fight, they would have already been ripped open. They must act decisively. The protagonist watched the knights training intently and realized he had a lot of memories. This was quite good. Merlin mentioned that this was the training grounds for the Pavel's knights. He replied that it looked fun, but suddenly, Merlin started yelling that he'd never been interested in fencing. He replied that now everything was interesting to him. Merlin asked, he knows what a knight Pavel is, right? He replied, of course they are the royal guards, or more precisely, the knights of the Breezen family, who have filled the palace, restraining the king's power. At that moment, Pavel, the commander of the knights, approached them and asked what was going on. They had no business standing there. He was asking them to leave the training grounds. His men didn't like it when someone stared at them during training. Merlin started to stand up for the prince and shout that he should behave appropriately, because the third prince stood before him. Pavel was dumbfounded and said, is the prince himself really standing before him? He thought a rat had snuck in. He glared at the prince, but Kalyan didn't react to his attitude. Suddenly he smiled and wondered, is this how he behaves? At that moment, Merlin grew even more enraged and began shouting, what is he even doing? The third prince stood before him. Pavel replied, I already said it, that's all he thought. Why was she reacting so strongly to these words? Let her see, even the prince. But before he could finish his sentence, he froze in horror. Kalyan became extremely angry, and his eyes glowed bright red. The knight wondered if this had ever happened before. Suddenly, memories flashed before him of yelling inappropriately at him, and all Kalyan could do was tell him to leave now, since he was just a weak, downtrodden brat. So where did this intimidating aura come from? Kalyan bowed and said, Commander, let me clarify something. What is his purpose? Pavel was terrified, and beads of sweat began to pour down his face. His knights approached him from behind and asked if something had happened. The knights began to discuss among themselves. Isn't that the third prince? Why is he interfering here? He's just the third prince, whom even ordinary knights disdain. At that moment, Pavel blurted out that they were in the middle of training, so he had no time to bother with them. They should rather attend to their own affairs. Merlin was stunned at this point and turned to Kalyan, who said, Commander, he's asking again, what is his purpose? He said this threateningly, and everyone around him froze in fear and began whispering among themselves. Pavel declared that his task was to increase the strength of the royal guard to protect their country and the ruling dynasty. Kalyan grabbed a tree branch and said, that's true. Strength for the sake of protection. But then, why does he perform his duties in this way? As he spoke this, he broke the tree branch and stared intently into Pavel's eyes. He asked irritably, what is he talking about? Kalyan said that he wanted to increase the strength of the royal guard, but let him point out what he had already noticed. First, their training is completely pointless. At that moment, he swung the stick and lunged at the commander, who realized that if he didn't stop him, he would kill him. At that moment, he grabbed his sword and managed to parry the attack. But this attack was so powerful that the knight was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening, as it was only a wooden stick in front of him. Kalyan continued to hold it with incredible strength and released the stick, causing the knight's sword to bounce off. He adjusted his hands and said he'd never held a sword before, and he couldn't even read its movements. How disappointing. Pavel noted that he had an incredible aura, and Kalyan continued to say that, secondly, a man defending the country and the royal family hurls derogatory words at the prince and then maims him with a sword. Could he consider this betrayal? The commander was stunned and wondered if this was really the third prince. He was incredibly frightened and screamed for his highness to forgive him. He wasn't thinking at all. He bowed his head to the ground and continued to shout that he had never even considered betrayal. The surrounding knights gaped in shock as their commander continued to beg for forgiveness. At the same time, he wondered how this insignificant prince dared to disgrace him. He would never forgive him for this humiliation. After a while, Ian said that the protagonist had told him he was just going to stretch his legs by the lake. But then, where did he get the horse? He came with the horse, and Merlin with smiles on their faces, and said that he took it. The horse's name was Raven. Ian shouted that he hadn't asked him about it. Where had he been? Where had he gotten the horse? After the conflict was resolved, Kalyan turned his attention to the horse and asked what was happening to it. The knights replied that Prince Plants had tried to tame it, but to no avail. This horse has a very ferocious temperament. Kalyan grinned and took the horse for himself. Ian began to scream. How could he so easily take something that belonged to Prince Plants? Kalyan replied that the horse was a stray. Whoever tamed it was its owner. He suggests that Merlin keep quiet about where they got it from. Ian continued to ask questions with fear. But what if he found out? Kalyan replied that he had already said that everything was fine, when suddenly his heart began to ache violently and he cried out in pain. Ian and Merlin cried out his name in fear, and Kalyan realized that he had known all along that his body wasn't ready for such stress. Ian asked again if he had overdone it with his training. He replied no, especially since he hadn't had such fun with someone in a long time. He felt rested. Ian asked fearfully, "What? Who did he mean?" Kalyan said that if they stood there any longer, he would be late for the dinner party. Ian came to his senses and suggested that they hurry, but he had absolutely no idea what to do with this horse. Does it bite? The protagonist replied that he knew absolutely nothing. After some time, discussions began in the kingdom. So that's what he said? How interesting. He'd heard that even worms develop when you step on them, so it all fits. The man squeezed the flower in his hands. It broke and the petals fell to the ground. Even if someone like him started kicking, it wouldn't change his essence at all. It wouldn't be interesting to simply crush him and kill him, so everything was fine. They'd observe him for now. Meanwhile, Kalyan looked ahead and grinned. He simply couldn't adapt to this atmosphere, even going through it every day. Everyone around him ignored and hated him, but suddenly he looked at Plants and wondered why he was so quiet today. Was the Queen and Viscount Breezen holding up because of him? He had no control over his expression at all. He was still a child. At that moment, he smelled a familiar scent and smiled when he saw the true ruler of this kingdom. At last, she arrived. Celise Breezen, the second and current Queen of Kairis. After the previous queen died of illness, Celise, who had taken her place, lent her Breezen family's power and assumed control of the Royal Knight Corps. Most of the nobility also supported the Breezen family, so Celise's power only grew with each passing day. Meanwhile, the third prince, Kalyan, with no influence whatsoever, became a laughingstock even to a lowly commander. At that moment, the Viscount announced that he proposed to do the same with Commander Fable. Celise replied yes, they would pay him adequate compensation. He understood, and Celise asked that in the future, he not report such trivial matters to her. Afterwards, she sat down at the table and asked if she really should pay attention to such trivialities. Kalyan carefully examined the queen, who suddenly turned to him and remarked that he had grown so much in recent times. He smiled, noting the reaction, then said it wasn't that much. He'd expected something like this, and said he would definitely grow up in the future. Then took a glass of wine and looked confidently into the queen's eyes. Everyone around him also noticed his gaze, and suddenly a servant cried out. Of course, but whether he'd grown up or not, he almost didn't recognize him. He showed his face, and he was very pleased to see it. He should have gotten a haircut long ago. It was Viscount Raynon Breezen, the second son of the Marquis of Breezen, and since he was still in his growth phase, he was sure to grow even more. But before he could finish the sentence, the queen suddenly slammed a heavy object on the table in anger. He turned around in fear and asked, "What's wrong?" He was terribly hungry, so have them bring him some food quickly. At that moment, Kalyan thought about how the owner of the Breezen shopping center was such a slowpoke. It was just like everyone else said, it was simply charming. The queen noticed something was wrong and stared at him silently. Suddenly, she turned to Plants and asked why he hadn't told her. Plants asked again, what did she mean? She replied that he should have told her about his horse not obeying him. Plant suddenly realized what she was saying and, after a brief silence, chuckled and said nothing. Celise said it would be wonderful to hear about it firsthand. Plants replied that she had already heard about it. Celise added that he hadn't said that it had gotten completely out of hand, at which point Plants became very angry and said that they should start by saying that the horse had been useless to begin with. After these words, he threw his fork on the table and, rising from his seat, announced that he was leaving. At that moment, the queen was dumbfounded by what she saw. 3 weeks later, the king's birthday celebration arrived. Many people were trying to create the perfect celebration, shouting that flowers needed to be brought here. Since it was His Majesty's celebration, they needed to prepare everything flawlessly. A congratulatory delegation from the elves was passing through the city. A horse carried a multitude of chests of various kinds, and those around them wondered if these were all gifts. The festive banquet promised to be exquisite. The princes must be immersed in preparations, right? How they longed to see them. They were so excited. At that moment, the protagonist was in the room with Slake, who was looking at the measurements and wondering what was going on. Hadn't he started eating more? Suddenly, blood began to flow from the protagonist's nose. His entire hand was covered in blood, as was the floor around him. Ian began to scream in fear. "Your Highness, the others must quickly get a handkerchief." He replied that it wasn't so bad. He just hadn't slept well lately. He could see it. The bleeding had already stopped. Ian said that wasn't the issue at all. Slake suddenly apologized for his impudence, but explained that the problem was something else. He'd been losing weight steadily. 3 weeks ago, he hadn't been this thin. The protagonist realized his problems and asked with a smile, "Is it really that bad?" Maybe it was because of his intense exercise. He had been working out hard, but his stamina was only getting worse. Considering the pain he still experienced when trying to use mana, there was something wrong with his heart. Slake advised him not to be so careless about his health. Had he seen a doctor? Kalyan replied that it wasn't that bad. Why would he need a doctor over a simple nosebleed? The conversation in his room started again about the doctor. But why did he have a nosebleed in front of such people? Slake replied that it wasn't just blood, but the protagonist still insisted that he was truly fine. He wouldn't be able to shake this problem off so easily. Suddenly, Ian approached them and said he knew it, because he'd been picking his nose the day before. Kalyan was as stunned as Slake, and Ian continued, saying it must have been hard for him to talk about something so personal. Kalyan asked again, "What's going on?" All the servants were laughing at the idea of Prince Kalyan having such a secret habit. Ian continued, saying that, as he'd already said, Prince Kalyan ate well and exercised, so the nosebleed was probably just a habit, meaning they shouldn't worry. Slake replied that if he said so, then fine. After all, he knew his prince better than anyone. Ian blinked at Kalyan in a friendly gesture, but he was stunned by what was happening, and cursed his servant. He remembered Ian once asking him if he was really okay. He didn't look so well. The worse the condition of this body, the more he felt like he was about to collapse. So after explaining that he could use magic, and that it was all due to mana issues, he decided to ruin his image like that. It was good that he had managed to resolve the situation. Slake said that in that case, he would have his clothes altered to fit his new measurements. However, the problem was the time limit. Ian explained that nothing serious had happened. The prince had other matters to attend to, so there was plenty of time before the event. Slake responded with a happy expression, expressing what a relief. In that case, he would first have his clothes adjusted for the afternoon event. Ian whispered in his ear, "It's today, right?" The protagonist knew that at this rate, the state of his heart would become known throughout the palace. So before that, today, he needed to meet with Alan at any cost. Sometime later, Kalyan approached the dining hall with his servant, but the servant bowed and announced that due to urgent matters, the shared breakfast had been cancelled, so each person would be met individually. He wondered why. They didn't have time to meet together, but they were expecting everyone to meet individually. Wouldn't it be better for them all to gather together? He hadn't expected a private reception, and was even a little nervous about it. The doors opened for him, and he was informed that His Majesty was waiting for him. It was King Kyrie's Romaine rune. The protagonist bowed and said that he greeted His Majesty the King. When he rose, he looked at him in shock, as the man hadn't paid him any attention. He continued to examine papers and books and said nothing. Kalyan thought that, despite his poor knowledge of etiquette, he even realized how rude this was. The king told him to sit down next to him, and Kalyan congratulated him on his birthday. Rune thanked him for this, and asked how he was doing. He looked quite well. Kalyan was stunned by this and remembered the fearful looks everyone around him had given him. Even the servants who didn't interact with him knew how quickly he was fading. Now it became clear to him why he wanted to see each of them separately, despite his busy schedule. If he met all his sons at once, he would have to concentrate on the conversation, so individual meetings were better in his case, because even spending time with his sons, who had come to congratulate him on his birthday, was a waste of time. The more he learned about this family, the more disgusting aspects he discovered. A father who didn't care about his sons, a first prince who was indifferent to everything, and a second prince who knew no rules of decency. At that moment, Celise entered the hall, and Rune angrily said she was late. Celise smiled and said that such things happen. A queen with enough power to look down on even the king. Someone is trying to kill him. The celebration is about to begin. But who is it? Who will send the assassin for his soul? After a while, the people around began shouting that Prince Kalyan had just appeared in the square. He appeared in public completely transformed, right? In comparison, the second prince of plants looked completely drunk. People thought this wouldn't change anything, that the bustling crowd was just making a fuss, but something had changed. Perhaps everyone sensed that, unlike before, something had changed. After a while, people began shouting that Prince Kalyan was entering the hall. Those around were dumbfounded by what they saw, because the rumors were true. The prince with black hair and red eyes, reminiscent of Sisfonian, had cut off his bangs, covering his face, and he even wore that red brooch. Most likely, this was a declaration that he no longer intends to hide. He entered the hall and smiled at everyone. Ian whispered in his ear, asking why everyone was looking at him and his clothes. As he thought, it was because he looked amazing in them, right? The Seton would be glad to see him in person. Kalyan replied that they were looking at him, wondering how someone like the third prince could go out in public wearing such jewelry. Did he even understand how difficult it had been to stop Slake? He should be glad they had agreed on this. If he had pinned on everything they offered, the reaction would have been much worse. Ian replied that he was very happy with it. Those two were the most ignorant people, so they had thoughtlessly chosen this brooch. Kalyan said that Ian had said that his family also lived in Kairos, right? Ian replied that he saw that he remembered this story. His younger sister and father had returned to their hometown, and the rest of the family remained in the capital. He asked when they would arrive at the royal palace. Ian replied that they would come if they received such an invitation. When should he bring the raven to the garden? Kalyan realized he seemed reluctant to answer that question. Everyone has undesirable topics of conversation, so that was normal. For now, he suggested waiting for the right moment. He would like to see someone. Ian asked with incredible surprise, but who? Kalyan raised a finger and asked if he knew why this ballroom was called Siegfried's Hall. He replied that it was obvious, as it was named after the first patriarch and one of the 8 heroes of the two-sided war, Duke Kitros on Siegfried. The only ducal family in Kairos, Siegfried. Despite their considerable influence, they have remained loyal to the royal family for over 500 years, striving to protect Sisfonian territory. The protagonist reflected that, as a baron, he had been quite impressed by this story. Ian turned to him and said that the person he wanted to meet was not by chance, but before he could finish this sentence, Kalyan suddenly replied, "Yes, he wanted to see you," but suddenly a loud laugh erupted in the hall. The man remarked that Siegfried's Midsummer Night is a timeless classic. Ian whispered that it seemed he was right there, the very same Duke Sliman, Hans Siegfried. He smiled and asked again, "Isn't that so?" Kalyan realized that this family had such a long history of loyalty, and that this type of person was to his liking. In that case, should they test his insight? Sliman's gaze suddenly turned fearful, and he abruptly turned toward the protagonist, who was radiating mana. As expected, he found him instantly, and he released a small additional stream of magical power. Ian whispered that it seemed the Duke had taken an interest in him. Kalyan reflected that he was, after all, one of the continent's 5 sword masters, so he couldn't help but notice. This was pleasant, but it was still too early. For now, let him act as if he hadn't noticed. Sliman continued to watch him with surprise. After a while, the king raised his glass and said that he thanked everyone for their congratulations and please let them enjoy this evening. They should drink to their country, Kairos. After a while, the protagonist and Ian began to climb down the rope to enter the garden. At that moment, Kalyan mounted his new horse and spoke joyfully, as one would expect from the intelligent and gentle raven. Ian shouted at him not to be fooled when he wasn't around. Well, as they could see, he caught on so quickly, there was no point in arguing with the first epithet. They just needed to get to the main gate? Kalyan replied, yes, and while they waited, he could enter without an invitation. Suddenly, they heard someone talking near the gate. Alan informed the night guards that he had come quite a long way to participate in the celebration. The knight replied that he couldn't enter and that he should please leave now. Kalyan realized with joy on his face that he was here. The paragon asked again, are you sure he wanted to deny him entry because of some kind of invitation? His name was Alan Manasil. Despite this, the guards continued to block his path, and the captain said that even so, he needed an invitation. The mage smiled and remarked that this was annoying. So, Ceres determines the class of guests by their appearance. Hearing this, Kalyan thought, isn't it strange to differentiate people by how they dress? But Alan Manasil seemed to be deliberately picky, as if he was looking for an excuse not to get into Ceres. Hearing their answer, the mage abruptly turned his horse and MC became worried. He was about to follow him, but Ian understood his intentions and exclaimed that he couldn't. By order of the king, no one was to be allowed out during the celebration. Kalyan glanced at the retreating silhouette of the mage and nervously thought that at this rate they would lose him. He decided to disobey the king's order and rushed to the gate, telling Ian to do everything possible to stop the soldiers. He urged his horse faster to catch up with him, and the guards lined up at the gate and asked him to stop. Leaving the gates was prohibited by order of the king. But MC did not listen to them. He deftly jumped over them and rode outside the palace. The soldiers were already ready to follow him in pursuit, and Ian nervously wondered what he should do. He remembered Kalyan's words. He must do everything possible to stop them. He nervously bit his lip and mentally told himself to focus. He was Prince Kalyan's servant, and he must protect him at any cost because it was his duty. After that, he approached the guards and ordered them to stop. Duke Siegfried allowed the prince to ride away. One of the guards asked who he was to use the duke's name so frivolously, and he, letting down his hair, declared that he was Soroyan Siegfried, the duke's eldest son. After his father found out what had happened, He couldn't stop laughing loudly, which made Ian feel a little ashamed. He said that was no reason to laugh like that, after which he called out to him with embarrassment, and Romain, wiping away tears, asked him for forgiveness. He simply couldn't believe that his son had thought of such a thing. He patted his head and said with a laugh that this was his son, who had left the family as a child, but it was a good decision. Ian answered that something was completely wrong. This would definitely affect his relationship with His Majesty. Slayman said that he wouldn't ask. His son looked at him in surprise, and he repeated that he wouldn't ask about it. Romain was thinking too much. If a child received help from Siegfried, he would be put in a position where he would have to doubt the good intentions of the family, and if they weren't punished in any way for this assistance, it would be tantamount to acknowledging the friendly relationship between them and the prince, which Breezen would undoubtedly see as a problem. So the situation would be hushed up as if nothing had happened, regardless of the reasons for this action. Meanwhile, MC finally caught up with Alan, and he stopped, saying that it didn't seem like he was going to criticize him for not inviting him. He removed his hood and turned to him, asking why the third prince of Syres was pursuing an old man like him. Kalyan glanced at his face and thought that he had heard that upon reaching the 7th circle, age rolls back, and apparently that was true. He noted that it was already so late. Was he really going to go back? He answered him that when he tried to open the closed door, it turned out that the threshold was still too high. His words immediately began to irritate him, and he thought, was he really going to communicate with him in metaphors? But two can play this game. He said with a smile that he was asking because he was banging on a closed door when it was open. By this, he meant the question. Where did he put the invitation kindly left for him? Alan told him that he was busy fighting the wind and forgot to clear the dust from the threshold. He didn't expect the guards to make the mistake of trying to keep people out. After that, he thought that he wasn't apologizing to him, but criticizing. Was this honesty or just shamelessness? He smirked and thought that the third prince was so interesting. At their first meeting, he had the look of an ordinary 14-year-old boy, and then he noticed his hand holding the reins, which immediately surprised him. He abruptly approached him and asked for his forgiveness, after which he grabbed his hand and used magic, which responded with a sharp pain in his heart. He clutched his chest, feeling Alan's mana pouring into his body, and then bright flashes began to emanate from the point of contact. The horse became agitated and reared, breaking contact and finally subsiding with the pain. Alan noted that even the doors closed completely. The wind was no barrier, and MC realized he had already noticed the state of his body. He pulled himself together and realized he was right. He had been unable to use mana for some time. Alan thought that wasn't the problem at all. He really didn't know that the problem was something else. His gaze fell on his hand again, and he frowned, thinking that the series treated mages poorly, even though they were the descendants of dragons. The great mage had come to such a family himself, intending to make them look foolish for letting him slip away. However, could he really call this meeting with the young prince on his way destiny? He wondered why he wanted to see him, and he fell silent, carefully considering his words. He would understand if he were lying. After that, he dismounted from his horse and spoke his name, saying that he would like to possess it. He feels like his life will soon be in danger. It's not that Alan didn't know about the situation the third prince found himself in, hated by everyone, surrounded by enemies. He moved his finger slightly, erecting a sound-blocking dome over them, and jumped off his horse. Seeing the barrier, Kalyan wondered in surprise. Did he use magic without even saying a word? Was he really a 7th circle mage? Alan asked. Was his goal simply to prevent this from happening, or to try to get rid of the root of the problem? He smiled and answered him that for now he just wanted to prevent it from happening. Alan was surprised that he said only for now, and he continued, saying that he also wanted to eliminate the source of the problem, even if it meant taking the throne. The mage grinned and thought, is the throne just a tool for him to achieve his ultimate goal? And this is said by a prince with a dying body? A prince who so resembles Hispanian. A prince who needs him to achieve his goals. This is so interesting. In that case, he will see what he is capable of. He asked Kalyan to give him another invitation, and he smiled triumphantly and knelt before him, joyfully saying that he, Kalyan Rain Syres, greets his mentor. The magician responded that he, Alan Manasil, accepts His Highness's invitation. Thus, he promised him to save him. Meanwhile, Ian asked his father if he was sure that no one in the royal palace knew who he was. He answered that he had taken care of everything. He did not need to worry so much. The guy thoughtfully touched his chin and said that perhaps if he were recognized, he would not be able to stay close to His Highness. The Duke smiled and confirmed this, said that although he was his son, he was not very loyal. His words immediately made Ian uneasy. He asked how Leah was doing. His father answered him that she was doing an excellent job of leading the family he left behind. After that, he got up from the bench and stretched, saying that, whatever the case, if he wanted to quit playing some guy's servant, they would be waiting for him at home with open arms. But he supposed it would be a long wait until the next meeting. Ian asked what he was talking about. They would see each other in 3 months. Sleeman asked, so he was really thinking about leaving the role of a servant? Ian nervously interlaced his fingers and said that he would soon be 15. His father looked at him in bewilderment, then told him to listen to him carefully. Does he know what their family nickname is? They are the Syres Elephants. They may not have even looked towards the throne for a long time, but they are strong, and they are called the Kings of the Beasts, because even predators do not dare touch them. Ian asked why he suddenly brought this up, after which his father grabbed him and exclaimed with enthusiasm. He asks why. He says that his family name, which he devalued, is very strong, so let him do what he wants. Ian pursed his lips and almost burst into tears, and his father squeezed him tighter and said that he was such a scoundrel for making him worry about him. He squeezed him so hard that the boy felt pain, and he exclaimed that he was really going to die now. When his father finally let go, he stood up and straightened his clothes, calling him Duke. Slimane waved and told him to go quickly, and he bowed to him and said goodbye. Watching him go, Slimane thought, what kind of useless stubbornness is this? He really is Siegfried. He remembered what happened earlier and wondered when that boy managed to grow up so much. He really wondered what he was planning. A new day dawned, and a carriage with the 7 red flowers and a silver wand pulled up to the palace. The nobles who saw it were surprised. The woman said she heard his contract with Reborns had expired. The man next to her asked, but how did he end up in Ceres? She said it was an obvious decision after such an experience. If it weren't for his relationship with King Reborn, he would have left already. It must be all about that rumor. The nobles started talking about Alan's son, but at that very moment the carriage door opened and the mage climbed out and looked around. He smiled slightly nervously and thought that his new apprentice had done something extremely sweet. Yesterday he had told him to arrive at exactly 9:30 in the morning, at which time he needed to enter the open door. He was biding his time to show him to the nobles and shake up the game. His appearance caused the nobles to talk about His Highness's confrontation with the Breezen family, and finally a butler emerged from the palace. He approached the magician and said he was surprised by his sudden visit. His Majesty was expecting him. When they met and the king learned of the intentions of his visit, he was surprised. Roman asked in surprise, does he want to be reinstated in Ceres? He confirmed this, and he became thoughtful. He had already thought that to confront Solis, he needed power similar to that of Alan Manisol, but who could have known that he would be the first to offer to stay here? What was he planning? Noticing his confusion, the magician said he would be frank. Last night, he saw a black cat with red eyes in the square. It was quite smart, so he thought it would be worth teaching it a few tricks, but he had nowhere to stay. Roman understood who he was talking about and asked what he wanted to teach him. He answered that, of course, he wanted to teach him magic and more. He also plans to create a comfortable environment for himself, so he needs the owner of the house's help with some cleaning. Roman was slightly surprised at first, and then asked doubtfully, can he handle this? He replied that since he had decided to make Prince Kalian his apprentice, Breezen would not be able to stop him. Besides, it was impossible to practice magic alone all day, so if a bored teacher wanted to help His Highness with something, it would not be able to interfere. All these thoughts were Prince Kalian's true invitation. Roman clenched his fist, having made his decision, then rose from the sofa and said that he would make room for him. It was already a complete mess here. It couldn't get any worse. He approached his desk and said that for some reason he was interested in something. He had heard that there was nothing special about this child. The mage thought in confusion. Nothing special? His state of health alone was already a peculiarity, so much so that it was hardly possible to find anything within the norm. The king continued, saying that he had also been told that he was full of fear. Therefore, he found it hard to believe that this child, who was afraid even of horses, was chasing him. If there had been anything remarkable about him, he would have known about it by now. The magician was surprised that he was only speaking about what he had heard from others, and asked if he even knew His Highness's height. Roman turned to him. He could not answer his question, and the magician only became convinced that he knew nothing about his son. He stood up and declared that at times attention can be poison, and indifference a cure. However, he knew very well that being busy in this case was just an excuse. The king did not like his tone and said that he would attribute his inappropriate behavior to concern for his student. It was ridiculous that he had to explain this, but he valued princes enough, especially Kalian. He was already his favorite. He decided to end the conversation there and was about to leave, but Alan snapped his fingers, creating a barrier preventing him from leaving, and said that enough of this idle chatter was enough. Roman asked with displeasure, how dare he use magic in the royal palace? Alan ignored him and said that the prince's lips were dry, his breathing was ragged, his skin had a bluish tint, and his nails were purple. His clothes had obviously been hemmed in a hurry. Considering that the attire for the ceremony had been ready a month ago, Kalian must have lost a significant amount of weight in that time. He couldn't get out of bed without opening his eyes and felt weak. The king began to realize that he had neglected his son, and the mage said that if he continued to remain on the sidelines, he would lose him forever. Meanwhile, a maid approached Ian and worriedly told him that it was almost noon, and the prince still hadn't drunk his morning tea. He smiled and asked her to tell him this. He would make sure he didn't choke. After that, he took the tray and entered his chambers. Seeing him wincing in his sleep, he worriedly thought that he was still asleep. Yesterday had taken too much of a toll on him. And suddenly someone's voice was heard behind him, asking if the prince had still not woken up. Ian turned around in shock and then screamed loudly in fright, almost dropping the tray of tea, and whispered, how did he get here? Alan, as if nothing had happened, wandered toward the prince's bed, and Ian stood in his way, telling him that he was behaving inappropriately. He told him that he was told that one cannot enter the Chermol Palace without permission, and he asked if he teleported because he did not have permission. He answered that it was a deformation, a more complex spell. As he can see, he is very good at magic. Ian indignantly said that it is not important at the moment. He needs to leave the room. The prince's health is still bad. The magician did not let him finish and asked, he knows him, right? He was in Reborn a few years ago. Did he think he would not recognize him just because he grew up? He called him a baby elephant, and he remembered his father's words. He told him not to worry. His son does not look massive, so no one will suspect him. But he was identified, and very quickly. The noise woke MC. He got up and asked how long he slept, and Ian, awkwardly pointing at Alan, said that he had a guest. Colleen scratched his head in confusion, as he hadn't expected him to come here. After he had more or less recovered from his sleep, they began talking. Alan gave him a bag of pills and told him to take one every day. He asked, "Is this medicine?" His teacher confirmed it, saying that he currently had two problems. First, he couldn't handle his mana, and second, his body was rapidly depleting. MC closed his eyes tiredly and noted that he hadn't said anything, but it was as if he could see right through what was happening to him. Alan frowned slightly and asked, "He has the power of blessing, right?" He confirmed it, adding that it gave him healing abilities and an affinity for magic. Although he had a feeling that this healing power had disappeared somewhere. And maybe he had heart problems? Alan asked. Has it ever occurred to him that it was a strange combination, a mixture of healing powers and magic? Callian replied that he'd considered the possibility that the blessing strengthened his heart. After all, the source of both mana and life is the heart. The mage smiled and confirmed this. The power of the blessing strengthens the heart. But this power hasn't disappeared. He has no heart problems, and his mana isn't blocked. MC inquired about what was wrong with him, and he asked if he'd ever considered that Sisvanian's blessing hadn't disappeared, but simply reached its limit. His eyes widened. Understanding dawned. Something had affected the blessing's power, so it was no longer able to heal even the slightest wound. He asked apprehensively, "So it's poison?" The mage replied that if it weren't for the blessing, he would have been dead long ago. Treating such a deadly poison puts a strain on his heart, straining his healing powers, and any attempts to use mana would be rejected by his body. MC thoughtfully rolled the pill between his fingers, and thought that Callian had originally been killed, but he had been poisoned before it had entered his body. Such things are not spontaneously planned. Then why did they kill a child who would have died anyway? A different aura began to emanate from his anger. Alan immediately noticed it and stared at him in shock, thinking that such bloodlust was unusual for a 14-year-old boy. Who was he really? MC asked. So these pills were an antidote? The mage confirmed this. He had acted in a hurry, but he was confident it would work. Callian looked down at the pill, lost in thought, then asked what if he took the poison and the antidote at the same time. The mage immediately became worried and exclaimed that if he continued drinking the poison, the antidote would only delay the effect. He noted that this was already enough, and he worriedly exclaimed, "Is he really going to take both at the same time? Maybe he has suspicions?" He replied that he did indeed have one theory. He thinks the source of the poison is the tea he drinks every morning. He drinks it in front of everyone, so it's easy to tell that the poison has been taken. And since no one else drinks it, they figured it was the safest option. Most likely, old Callian noticed changes in his body, and one day refused to drink tea full of poison. Perhaps this is why it all ended with strangulation. The situation changed when it got into his body, so now he doesn't know how they will decide to eliminate him. Therefore, at least until he finds out who is behind all this, he needs to keep it all a secret. He told the teacher about this, and he asked if this is really the only reason. He answered him that if it turns out that the problem was in the morning tea, then Ian and the other servants will be at risk. The criminal probably does this regularly, therefore he believes that he will not be caught. The magician thoughtfully looked away and quietly said that the baby elephant will be fine. After which he grabbed his head and said that he understood everything. What is he going to do now? MC immediately remembered his father. He once told him that to lure someone else's trump card, you first need to throw away your own. At such moments, he always remembers him. He asked the teacher to escort him outside the palace tomorrow evening, and at the same time, the servants began urgently waking Prince Plants because the queen was coming to see him. She walked quickly along the corridor. They managed to wake him but did not have time to dress him. Having dispersed them, the queen approached his bed and abruptly pulled back the curtain, saying that it looked like he was already late for preparing for his afternoon plans. He doesn't think so? Her son tiredly touched his face, and she exclaimed in displeasure that he reeked of alcohol. He didn't learn his lesson even after being forbidden to drink at an open ceremony. He took a glass of water from the nightstand and asked what she was doing here. Let her just answer and leave. She bit her lower lip in irritation, after which she said that Callian had taken a mentor and that he was a mage of the 7th circle, Alan Manassel. The nobles were already hesitating. Plants asked, "So what?" The queen abruptly approached him and threateningly ordered him to ensure that all her efforts invested in him would not go to waste. Let him get dressed immediately. She waved her hand at the servants, telling them to get to work, and told her son that many eyes would be on him today. so he better not disappoint her. After that, she left, her words greatly angering Plants. He jumped out of bed and smashed a glass of water on the floor, but this injured him, and the servants immediately ran to him out of concern. Ignoring the wound, he waved his hand in anger and ordered them all to leave, and as soon as Kalian's face popped into his head, he clenched his teeth until they creaked. Soon, a solemn procession led by the king rode through the city streets. All the townspeople sincerely congratulated him on his birthday and wished prosperity and glory to Ceres. Seeing the princes, the child sitting on his father's shoulders joyfully pointed at them, and he told him that the one with dark hair, the one he most wanted to see, was Prince Kalian. MC waved to the townspeople, causing them to cheer, and Ian, walking next to him, worriedly asked how his body was. It was good that he looked better than yesterday. He answered with a smile that this was expected. He had rested well yesterday. Perhaps it was the antidote, but he really did breathe easier, and the chest pain had subsided. Ian said discontentedly that there were so many events today. After the parade, there would be a horse riding show, and then the ball. What if his nose bleeds again? This was too much. MC laughed nervously and remarked that he was worrying about him too much. Still, he could participate in all the events in good condition, and that was enough for him. He glanced at the townspeople waving at them with smiles and noticed two suspicious people, a girl and a guy, in the alley. Looking at the guy, he immediately remembered his old friend Kyrie. That day, he had protected him with his life, and when he looked at his face, he was only convinced that it was definitely him. But what was he doing in Ceres? Raven immediately sensed his master's emotions. It glanced at the alley and started to go there, but Ian stopped the horse by the reins and asked why it was suddenly acting up. He pulled the reins back, returning Raven to the road, and asked if it was because there was someone there. Kalian looked sadly at the two people who were already leaving the alley and patted his horse, asking if it felt it too, but they couldn't go there now. He mentally told Kyrie to just wait. He would definitely find him. When they arrived at the show venue, they were met by Melfir Polin, the owner of the Polin shopping center. He greeted His Majesty and said that they had prepared performances that he would definitely like. MC thought that it was he who had prepared the horse riding show instead of the Breezen family. Thanks to this, he avoided pointless hassle. However, he was worried about something else. If his memory serves him correctly, Randall will suffer during this show, and afterward, Baron Polin will be hanged. Melfir invited them inside. He had prepared special seats for them. 3 chandeliers hung above their seats. Kalian immediately looked up at them and noticed the one that would fall. This is all quite strange. Shouldn't they have checked everything thoroughly, given the nature of the event which the king himself would be attending, and within the framework of which the Fable Knight Corps would be posted as security? As soon as he remembers this corps, that annoying commander immediately comes to mind. He smiled and thought, maybe he should give him a chance to survive. Melfir led him to his seat, and as he passed, he whispered that the chandelier above his head was bothering him, and that he should check it out. The Baron looked after him in confusion, then looked up at the chandelier and fell into thought. Finally, the show began. The riders circled on the platform below to enthusiastic applause, and Melfir clenched his fists in excitement. Finally, the day had come, and he was lucky enough to sit next to His Majesty. He wanted to talk to the king about something, but his gaze fell on Kalian, who was sitting behind them with a bored look. He immediately remembered the chandelier and wondered if he had checked the ceiling. This thought bothered him, so he decided to double-check everything, and it turned out that the rope holding the chandelier was almost broken. If not for the prince's advice, the chandelier would have fallen right on Prince Randall. The result would have been disastrous. He glanced at Kalian and wondered how he'd realized there was a problem. He smiled, thinking that Baron Polin hadn't stayed close to the king and had come to a useful conclusion. He was also decisive and knew he needed to look ahead, rather than chase immediate gain. But why had the Breezen family turned against Polin to the point of preparing such a fuss? And then he noticed Plance's gaze, which surprised him slightly. He looked at him thoughtfully for a few seconds and then told him to know his place. He felt so disgusted that his filthy, pathetic blood was making his throat ache. Despite the cheers below, everyone around him heard the prince's words. Randall, the king, and the queen immediately turned to him in shock, and MC covered his face with his hand to hide his expression, thinking, pitiful, pathetic blood? He doesn't know what he's up to, but he never thought he'd be of any use. Celeste must be angry now. How much longer will she sink to the bottom? The queen, meanwhile, nervously covered her face with her fan and glared at her son, thinking he was an idiot, even though she'd warned him so many times. But when she saw his expression, she was surprised. He was smiling, pleased with her reaction. She immediately realized he'd said it on purpose. But why? Why today? The aristocrats immediately started discussing it. How could he say such a thing in the presence of His Majesty Romain? After that, they can't support Prince Plants anymore. Wouldn't Prince Kalian, who receives support from Alan Manisil, be the best candidate for the role of Crown Prince? They can't stand aside any longer. A decision needs to be made. The performance soon ended. Randall avoided an unpleasant incident, and Romain didn't pay due attention to the incident involving Plants. MC thought that despite everything going as he wanted, the queen was too calm, assuming that the plan to frame Polin was hers. He glanced at her face and wondered if today's incident had taken her by surprise. He remembered how he used to play chess with his brother, and during another game he asked if he thought the accident in series was just an attack on the royal family. He asked if he thought someone from outside was behind the attempt to harm the prince. His brother answered that it was possible. If everything were that simple, it would be boring. He offered him a bet, and he said that he was losing now. Does he at least remember how much money he already owes him? His brother laughed and answered that he remembered everything. He had it all calculated. In that case, he would give him a hint. This accident, wasn't it too obvious? As if the instigators wanted to be caught attacking the royal family. If the owner of the second most powerful trading house in series is eliminated, the person who will benefit most from it will obviously be Renan Breezen, the owner of the most influential trading house in series. While Ian was preparing his horse for departure from the show, Kalyan asked him what House Pollen's most profitable business was. He thought for a moment and answered that it was most likely the diamond mine. MC thought that was correct. If Pollen disappeared from the picture, Trading House Breezen would gain a huge sphere of influence over the diamond markets. Renan had done his homework. He wanted to understand the situation as much as he wanted to protect Pollen, but he needed to collect payment from him for saving his life. He mounted his horse and asked Ian to cancel all his plans after the show. Ian was very surprised by this and worriedly said that most of the nobles would be at the ball after the show. Kalyan pretended to clutch his head, pretending to be too upset by what he had heard earlier, so he won't be able to attend the ball. After that, he left and some time passed. When Roman returned to the palace, he immediately met with someone, and now he sat alone and pondered what exactly was happening. Alan's words about how, if he continued to stand aside, he would irrevocably lose him, and Plant's words today. He remembered Kalyan's mother, how she was dying, and asked him to protect their son. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and the butler, who had been unable to stop the queen from visiting the king without permission, excitedly warned him of her arrival. Celise walked to the center of the room and measured the king with her gaze, and the maid removed 2 cups of unfinished tea from the table and said that she would serve fresh. Celise looked at her in surprise and wondered if anyone else had been here before her. She hadn't heard anything about it. Ramon waved his hand to the maid and told her that everything was fine. She would leave soon anyway. These words offended the queen, and he asked what brought her to him. She sat down opposite him and, barely containing her emotions, declared that House Breezen would take full responsibility for today's incident. She bit her lip nervously, and Roman, noticing this, wondered if she had decided to stoop to this level because of Plant's mistake. Apparently, her son's reputation was above all else. At the same time, she hadn't lost any of her audacity. She said that today's spectacle was quite impressive, and Baron Pollen deserved a reward for organizing such a wonderful celebration. Doesn't he think so? Ramon remarked that it seemed she had already thought of exactly how she wanted to reward him. She opened her fan and answered him with a smile that he was right. She planned to transfer to him House Breezen's exclusive right to supply the royal stables. The king's hand trembled, and he grinned and wondered if she was going to lose such a profitable niche. Everything was just as Alan had predicted. He had met with him shortly before, and he had said that the queen knew that something would have to be sacrificed to mitigate the damage caused by Prince Plants. But she was not yet desperate enough to recall the knights she had stationed in the palace. Therefore, she would come to him with an offer that she believed would ensure an equal exchange. And once that happened, let him show her that he was willing to overlook the matter. At this moment, Roman wondered if this was a mentor strategy or a student strategy. He told the queen that he and Plants would enter the ballroom together that evening, which pleased her greatly. She said that he would be incredibly pleased. As stipulated by the agreement, Roman and Plants entered the ballroom side by side, and Baron Pollen was granted the agreed-upon exclusive right to supply. Everyone in the ballroom knew that this was Celise's maneuver to save her son. To think that House Breezen had taken such a blow, now they figured out how the queen paid for the prince's liberties. It turns out Prince Kalyan has enough power to pressure the queen into action. It's time to see his worth. After that, Kalyan's room filled with gifts, and he, scratching his head in confusion, looked at everything and noted that they were ready to change sides without shame or conscience. Ian wondered what they should do with all these gifts, and he reflected that while he was pleased to see Plants and House Breezen losing their influence, he preferred not to gather defectors to his side. He asked Ian to send everything back except for the gifts from the Mage Association and Baron Pollen, and that he should remember to make a list of senders. Ian pointed to a small box and said that this gift must be from the Baron. MC immediately turned around with interest, and Ian pulled a huge necklace out of the box. However, it wasn't meant for him, but for his horse. He looked dumbfounded as he settled for it, then noted that it was a rather specific gift, and it was probably his doing. What did he tell him? Ian replied that he had asked him for a lead, and he had told him how much His Highness loved his horse. Kalyan looked at it more closely and thought, is this decoration for the horse, not its owner? He was testing it. If he accepts this gift, he will sign a document agreeing to receive gold for its rescue, and then next time he will receive jewelry, which will finally pay him off. But it's not that simple. He is mistaken if he thinks that he can buy him off with simple jewelry. He asked Ian to find out how much this necklace is worth and send the required amount to the Baron. The guy put the necklace back in the box and asked, are they buying this? It is, of course, a unique item, But MC interrupted him and said he wasn't buying it for its uniqueness, and in fact, the award for uniqueness definitely went to this gift. He pointed to a potted carnivorous plant, and Ian, glancing cautiously at the tag, said it was from the Mage Association. Kalyan remarked that they definitely had a unique aesthetic. So, this creature was being sold as a gift? Ian said there was a note with the plant. It seemed quite rare, and there were also care instructions. It was a magical flower that spreads bioluminescent pollen before dying, popular among herbologists. MC immediately looked at the plant in surprise and smiled, an idea having occurred to him. Ian asked if they would send it back, and Ian said they would keep it. He had an idea. Time passed, they brought him tea, and suddenly there was a clink, the cup broke, and the maid who brought it immediately turned around. Ian immediately rushed to the prince, asking if he was okay, and he answered that he was fine. His hand just slipped, but it was such a pity that the tea had spilled. Ian ordered the servants to clean up the place and noted with annoyance that the tea had spilled so much that it even got on the flower. And it was a gift. Does he think everything will be okay? He answered him that everything will be fine. The tea is not poisoned. At this time, the maid picking up the shards became very nervous, and Kalyan told her to leave the flower where it was. He liked it. Due to the effect of the poison, the leaf immediately began to wither. In the evening, MC left the palace with the teacher and thanked him for taking the time out of his busy schedule. Alan said that he did not need to thank him. Moreover, how could he refuse when the prince was putting his life on the line? He laughed awkwardly and noted that he seemed to be much happier outside the palace. He confirmed this and, smiling, wanted to say something, but almost misspoke. He nervously told the teacher that this was his lovely, long-awaited walk, and thought that he almost said that it was his first time outside. He needed to remember that he was Kalyan. After that, he said that he really hadn't walked outside the palace for a long time, and asked the teacher if His Majesty had actually approved of his departure. He thought for a second and told him that he thought he would find out about it right now. MC wondered why he wasn't surprised, but it didn't matter. He was no less to blame. He told him how he ran away from Ian, saying that he would be back by dawn, although he promised by midnight. And Alan noted that he really was his student. Kalyan smiled and told him he'd take it as a compliment, his face turning serious. He asked if he took the antidote regularly. He told him he'd taken one this morning and was feeling much better. So much so that the person who'd slipped the poison was now in a panic. All the pieces of the puzzle would fall into place once they took the bait. Alan smiled and said he applauded his resourcefulness. Maybe he didn't need it after all. He told him that wasn't true. None of this would have worked out if it weren't for the gift he'd sent. Alan turned his horse, and sighing heavily, said he'd be leaving him there. However, he thought he should have let him stay. MC pulled his hood up and laughed, saying he knew he'd understand. Alan said the Magicians Association office was on Tina Street. He should find it there as soon as he was done with his business. Kalyan said goodbye to him and wished him luck, after which they ran off in different directions. MC wandered into a shopping street and purchased a sword from a blacksmith. He examined his dagger more closely and thought it would suit him. He would use this sword until his order was ready. After that, he approached the entrance to the alley and peered into the darkness, thinking that now all he had to do was get information. Secretia maintains a spy network across the continent to gather information from other countries. However, these spies do more than simply gather information. Each agent undergoes years of rigorous training to become elite assassins, and the people who created this network of assassins were none other than his father, King Deblon, and Byrne, his former self. He dismounted from his horse. Now he was on Tana Street, near the Dovecot. He looked at the sign and thought that he knew firsthand how dangerous they could be, since he was the one who personally trained them. Not to mention that he was now the Prince of Syres. Two drunks passed him, and he immediately pulled his hood up, thinking that once they realized someone like him was near their base, he could forget about a safe return. His black hair and red eyes were too noticeable, so he better stay hidden. He entered the Dovecote and immediately noticed that it was much more spacious than it looked from the outside. The shopkeeper asked if he was looking for a pigeon, and he replied that he wasn't. Those birds had yet to wake up. The man immediately responded to his words and said that they simply liked to sleep. Kalyan approached him and smiled, saying that maybe they were tired. They had covered quite a distance, after all. The man remarked that that was precisely why they were still sleeping, and he, noticing the dummy birds with keyholes on the backs of their heads, said that tired birds could rest their wings here. The man looked at him suspiciously and asked why he was there, to which he replied that he had come for bird food. He noted that he had come to the right place, then swung the knife sharply, cutting his hood and saying that he didn't remember him selling pigeons recently. MC thought that this was definitely not an ordinary person. It would be difficult to figure out Kalyan's body with him. He pulled the knife away from his face and said with a smile that the bird had obviously simply left its nest and gone in search of food, so of course he couldn't sell it. Here, birds are called secret agents who collect information. Secretia keeps the identities of agents secret, even from each other. This way, even if one of them is exposed, nothing will point to Secretia. The man asked whose bird he was, and he thought that even if he used his father's name and pretended to be a secret agent for Secretia, no one would know. He replied that he was a Nebulad bird, and his gaze immediately became surprised. MC said that now let him provide some food to this bird that had just left its nest. Now, he would become the first Prince of Syres, who would use the secret agent Secretia to steal information about Ceres. After that, the man opened a secret passage to the second floor and asked him to follow him. As they walked, Kalyan looked around and thought, so there was a hidden place like this? The man said that he must be new, so let him remember his name, because they would meet again. He is a white eagle. MC introduced himself to him in response, saying that he was a red swan, after which they went up to the room and he asked what kind of food he needed. He crouched down and said that he needed one item, one piece of information, and the man immediately extended his hand to him, saying that it would cost 8 plorin, payment in advance. Kalyan looked at him in confusion and wondered if he'd named the price before he'd even mentioned the specific item and information he needed. Was he deliberately trying to trick him, to make him lower his guard? Noticing his reaction, the white eagle shrugged and said it was a fixed price. After that, MC handed him the payment and he handed him the scroll with the information. He read it all carefully and asked if everything was correct. The white eagle replied that, given the size of the requested area, this was the only suitable location. Kalyan thanked him, noting that it was useful information, and as he was about to leave, the white eagle warned him to be careful. He turned to him, and with a smile he explained that the rules there were harsh. He smiled back, then left, thinking that no matter how harsh the place was, a white eagle, ready to attack at any second, was far more dangerous. Having saddled his horse, MC headed to the place. His path led across a bridge, but there was a crowd of people in robes there. He wondered what was going on here in the middle of the night. Attracting attention wouldn't be the best idea. According to the map, he needed to cross the bridge, so he would act quickly. But when he approached the bridge, one of those people blocked his path, and he asked angrily, "What do you mean? Why wasn't he letting him pass?" The man apologized and explained that the deceased were setting out on their final journey, so if he wasn't in a hurry, he should wait a bit. Kalyan didn't understand what they were talking about at first, but seeing lotus flowers with candles floating under the bridge, he realized it was a funeral procession. He immediately dismounted, saying there was no need to obstruct the path of the deceased. He would wait. The man thanked him, and he, watching the moving lights on the water, thought that every country has its own traditions for saying goodbye to the dead. In Ceres, there's a legend that if a living person crosses a bridge while red flowers are floating down the river, the dead will lose their way. In his homeland, Secretia, they plant a special flower called a sinistar over the grave. It blooms white during the day and blue at night. This flower symbolizes the impossibility of two people meeting, and this tradition is meant to show that the paths of the living and the dead should not cross. He looked away and wondered if his brother had planted this flower on his grave, or if time had turned back before that. Perhaps he was the deceased who had lost his way. A man approached him, thanking him for waiting, and pointed to the bridge, saying that he could now cross. MC looked at him with slight sadness and thought that, whatever the case, he was now only the third prince of Ceres. Having nimbly jumped onto the horse, he wished for them to rest in peace quickly. He would pray for their souls. His hood flew off his head from the jump, and the man, seeing his face, was slightly surprised. After that, Kalyan left, and he watched him go. One of his friends called out to him by the name Arsene and said that they needed to get started. Was he listening to him? Arsene, the same magician who killed Prince Secretia, said that he just thought he was a good person. Meanwhile, MC arrived at that place. On the way here, he came across many signs with the name Sisphanian, but this one clearly went too far with the name. The deep smell of Sisphanian alcohol. He looked at the sign with puzzlement, and thought that therefore all the stories of secret agents when he was burned were not fiction. He approached the building, and the man at the entrance said that he would take him to a free seat. But he refused. He needed to go to the 4th floor of this establishment. The man immediately understood and asked him to follow him. They passed through the tavern, where he led him into an empty room and wished him a pleasant stay. Kalyan looked around. He noticed a coat rack on the wall, but one of the hooks stood out. He had requested only a small piece of information from the White Eagle concerning the locations of illegal activities in Ceres. He slid the hook aside, and a secret passage opened. The code phrase about going to the 4th floor of a 2-story building meant that the events were taking place not above, but below. There was a hidden space in the basement, and the information he needed wasn't something simple like underground gambling, but something hidden even deeper and further. Passing through the gaming room into room number 4, he found himself in a ring used for illegal betting. The patrons cheered for the fighter they had bet on, and the ring filled with shouts. Finally, the fight came to an end, and Bloody Gerard was the winner again today. Those who bet on white will soon receive their winnings. The beaten man was dragged out of the ring, and those who bet on him began to insult him in every possible way. Looking at this, the MC thought that the smell of blood, which did not subside for a second, and the scene, devoid of a trace of humanity, were horribly disgusting. The man at the entrance called out to him and demanded an entrance fee, and as soon as he paid, he called over a girl named Hina and told her to take him to room 27. An innocent-looking girl immediately ran up to Kalyan, grabbed his hand, and started pointing to her mouth. And he thought, does she want him to follow her? Can't she speak? She led him to his seat, and he noticed that her ears were oddly shaped. They were cropped, and it didn't look like she was wearing those clothes of her own free will. All the girls even have a tracking device around their necks, which means they can't escape. The girl pointed her finger at him, getting his attention, and then pointed to the tray. He immediately realized she was telling him to place a bet, so he tossed her a few gold coins and thought he needed to play along to get what he wanted. You can't call these rules, because they're simple. You bet money, people fight, and when the one you bet on wins, you get double the amount. 3 plorin becomes 6, and 6 becomes 12 plorin. By repeating the cycle over and over, you can make a lot of money. All this time, MC had been making winning bets and had accumulated quite a few chips on the table, and that's how 3 plorin turned into 1,536. The ring workers started whispering, glancing at him, and he thought with a smile that he hadn't come here just to make money. The final match with a quadruple win began. White is the bloody hammer of Seong, and his opponent today will be the undefeated guy. As soon as he entered the market, Kalyan excitedly leaned forward. It was him, Carey. When he was still Burn, he told him that in the past he was kept in a place where they made money from fights, until his sister died, and now Carey was right next to him. He remembered how he asked him if he wanted to become a knight, and then Kyrie answered him that he would like to become His Highness's sword, and he died being his sword. In the ring, they called him Monster-Eyed Kyrie because of his heterochromia. MC immediately bet on black. He put everything on Kyrie. Hina, looking at this huge number of chips on her tray, was very surprised, and the other spectators were perplexed and thought that he knew something, or perhaps he was just crazy. The man entertaining the spectators said that his current win rate is 0%. And although he has never won before, will he be able to atone for his mistakes in this rematch? The man who had previously demanded his entrance fee called out to him and said that this was a very large bet. Such extravagance was unnecessary. He said this out of pity. He should bet on the other guy. That idiot has never won a single fight. Hina was slightly upset by his words, but Kalyan distracted her, asking if she had checked everything. He meant the chips he had bet on black. Let her check them carefully. The man said that if he lost all the chips he had worked so hard to earn, it was not his responsibility. Bloody Hammer Sion is truly cruel. Meanwhile, preparations were underway for the fight. Someone from the spectators called out to Sion and told him to deal with him properly today. If he finished him off, the bet would increase tenfold. And how is he even alive after being beaten so badly? Kyrie ignored a certain crowd, glanced briefly at Kalyan, and then his opponent said the new player would lose all his money, blinded by his greed. And all thanks to one idiot who was somehow still alive. His shackles were removed, and the final match began. Song immediately launched an attack, disappearing from the spot and throwing a punch that Kyrie managed to dodge, and then he saw his opponent's fist approaching from the right. He immediately blocked the punch with his forearm, but it damaged his forearm. His opponent swung, exclaimed that he was too slow, and then kicked him with all his might, sending him flying backwards. Kyrie hit his back against the ring fence, blood spurting from his mouth, and the players told Song to finish it all in one go, to use his fists instead of his legs. Song began throwing more punches, while the MC grew nervous. Without a sword, he's getting beat up like that. Why is he doing this? He's capable of defeating him. Meanwhile, Kyrie was about to strike, but his opponent dodged and smirked, noting that he told him he was too slow. After that, he struck again, calling him a cockroach that was too tenacious, causing blood to spurt from his mouth once again. Sion, delivering a series of quick and powerful blows, shouted that this time he would finish him off. The time had come for the finishing blow. Kalyan realized that at this rate, Kyrie would lose, so he jumped up from his seat and called out loudly to him, telling him to keep his shoulders covered before he attacked. Kyrie heeded his advice, and then his opponent's fist appeared in front of his face, and he instinctively dodged, then crouched down and pulled his arms close to his body. MC smiled, the situation immediately turning in Kyrie's favor. He punched his opponent in the chest, causing him to lose his balance, and then immediately delivered a second punch, right in his face. Having lost his tooth, Sion fell unconscious to the floor, and everyone present stared at him in shock, not understanding what had just happened. A man shouted that Monster-Eyed Kyrie had defeated Bloody Hammer, Sion, and earned his first victory. The players began to curse Sion, and Kyrie turned to Kalyan and lingered his gaze on him. He smiled widely, rejoicing at his victory, and at that moment, a tall man approached him and said that a person was looking for him, and that he should follow him. He was led into the ringmaster's office, and he remarked that he was quite talented, having earned almost 6,000 from 3. His subordinates placed their hands on their weapons, and he said that he was nervous about giving such a huge sum to such a young guy. MC chuckled and said that he still thought that he would at least try to make a deal with him, but he turned out to be much stupider than he looked. These words angered him, and he asked who he thought he was to behave like this. Let him take off his hood and show them his face. Kalyan asked if he was sure he could handle it. If he took off his hood, a lot of problems could fall on him. He chuckled, saying that he was very curious about what could happen, then waved his hand to his subordinate, and he approached Kalyan, saying that he needed to look at his precious face. How cool is he to continue hiding it? As soon as his hand reached for his hood, MC immediately stabbed him with a dagger, causing him to scream loudly. The men stared at him in shock, and he said that he thought the only thing they had was common sense. At that moment, the man became very nervous, realizing they'd invited a psychopath who wasn't afraid to use a knife. He said it was too much to give away all at once. If he waited a little, they'd hand him the money. Kalyan deftly twirled the dagger in his hand and said he wouldn't take the money, telling him to give him the monster-eyed Kairi instead. The man became nervous and exclaimed that this idiot had only just started bringing them money, and their master wouldn't allow it. He wanted to say that, but quickly realized it was complete nonsense. If he said that, he'd immediately lose his head. No matter how good he was with a blade, he was alone here, and there were significantly more of them. He wanted to refuse, but MC immediately realized his intentions and attacked with his aura, causing the man to immediately feel a chill in his pants. Kalyan ripped his pants, revealing his pink underwear, and asked if he'd take his 6,000 plorin and his life, and if he could negotiate. The man became very nervous. The guy had used aura right before his eyes. He immediately ordered his subordinates to drag Kairi here immediately, while MC covered his mouth, where a trickle of blood had flowed, and thought that he couldn't repeat this trick twice. This body couldn't take it anymore, so he had to hold out until the end. His subordinate soon returned, but alone, and said there was one problem. Kairi said he wouldn't leave without Hina. Kalyan wondered who it could be, and immediately remembered how he told him about his sister. She chose death, after which he left the fighting ring, feeling anguished at not being able to protect her. He lazily waved his hand at the man, showing that he didn't care, and ordered his subordinate to simply drag them here. MC said that he would bring her himself, and this guy was about to go and prepare everything so that they could leave without any problems, but he forgot something. Kalyan extended his hand and said that he needed to collect his entry fee and winnings. After that, he easily led Kairi and Hina out of the structure. It was clear that they were confused and scared. Hugging his sister so that she would not be so worried, Kairi thanked Kalyan for helping them. He wanted to ask about his intentions, but MC interrupted him, saying that there was no need for unnecessary suspicion. He took off his cloak and threw it over the girl, adding that he had no evil intentions. Seeing his face, Kairi was very surprised. The third prince stood in front of him. He immediately bowed his head to him and apologized, saying he hadn't acknowledged him and dared to mistrust him. Kalyan touched his shoulder and asked him not to bow his head. He was the one who shouldn't do that. Brother and sister, half-elves, penniless. It was obvious what kind of life they had led. In his past life, Kairi had failed to protect his younger sister, Hina. He pointed at the boy and said that the habit of exposing his shoulders during battle was very typical of all novices practicing fencing. Would he like to become a knight? Kairi looked at his sister and declared that he wanted to become a sword that would protect everything in the world, not just a knight. His answer made him smile. He threw the sword into his hands and said that he couldn't just become a knight right away. First, let it act as his shield. If he still wanted to learn the art of the sword, then let him find one. He headed back to his horse, and Kairi asked in surprise why he was giving them such a valuable thing. He smiled and told him that because he needed a good sword. He remembered the fun they used to have and thought that this was all he could do to repay him. Meanwhile, at the Mage Association, in Alan's office, he burned the letter and thought that the mage who was sent to the riding show said that Prince Kalyan told Melfir Paulin that the chandelier above his head made him uncomfortable and asked him to check it out, and the Baron, who couldn't hide his anxiety, went and found a torn rope there. But how did the prince know all this? Finally, MC arrived. He walked awkwardly into the office and smiled, and the mage immediately noticed his appearance and frowned. He asked, did he get into a fight? What happened to his clothes? He answered that in fact, he didn't fight. Something just happened. The mage decided to make some tea and said that judging by his tone, he guessed that today's affairs had been quite complicated. He told him that it had been a long day, after which he thought that he had received Kairi, and also set a trap to catch the one behind the poisoned tea. Everything is going according to plan, but why is he so uncomfortable? Maybe because he has done so much in a short time? Alan looked at him suspiciously, then used magic to pour tea, and Kalyan noted that this place finally looked like a mage's office. Alan turned to him and asked if he expected to see strange eyeballs and a boiling brew of unknown ingredients, or something like that. He smiled and confirmed it, then looked around and noticed that everything here was more ordinary than he thought. But this dagger without a sheath lying on the table was quite out of place, and then he realized that it was the same dagger he had, which made him nervous. Alan asked what he thought this blade was doing here. He didn't think it belonged here. After that, he used magic, and the dagger immediately rose into the air and aimed its sharp side at Kalyan. He panicked because it was too late to dodge, and then the dagger pierced something. Blood sprayed from the prince's mouth. Alan watched him with a detached look, then noted that even with such a badly damaged body, he was quite fast. MC used his aura to defend himself from the dagger, but his health couldn't withstand it. Alan pulled the blade toward himself and said it was a magical item created by Sisfanian. It replicated the enemy's hidden weapon. He should consider it a warning. Kalyan caught his breath and realized he hadn't intended to attack. He was impatient and even activated his aura. Alan approached him and told him he had an aura, even though he himself hadn't held a sword. He touched his shoulder and used magic, saying that the day of their meeting had already been marked by some curious details, but you never know what happens in life. However, later, more and more striking oddities appeared. His Majesty mentioned that the prince was afraid of horses, and the nobles unanimously claimed that the prince seemed to have become a different person. When he learned he had received poison, Instead of fear of death, he expressed a thirst for blood. Such energy could only come from someone with blood on their hands. Not to mention that he knew about the accident that would happen at the horse riding show, and he prevented it. Can he explain all of the above to his teacher? MC immediately felt a surge of strength. The mage used healing magic, but this confused him. He suspected him. But when he looked into his eyes, he realized that Alan was trying to believe him. He nervously clenched his fist, collecting his thoughts, and then declared that he was not Kalian. His real name was Bern Secretia. When he told him everything in detail, silence reigned in the room for a few seconds. Alan sighed heavily and grabbed his head, asking, "So this is the axis of time? But something else is important now. Does this mean that the real Prince Kalian is dead?" He shook his head and answered that he did not think so. At first he did not understand it, but he is here. He feels the faint presence of this child. Alan stared at him for a second, then grabbed his head and said that when he first saw him, he said that he did not wish to obtain the throne. Could he ask what he really wants? He answered that he wants to stop the war. So far, he does not know the reason why plants would want to obtain the time axis. If the source of the problem remains, history will repeat itself, so he needs to find out what the reason is and confirm it. Alan paused for a moment, and then asked if he wanted this for himself, the prince, or for Bern's brother, Chase. He asked in surprise what he meant, and he said that first he needed to know something. In Secretia, there is only one prince, Chase. He is the only son of the king's concubine, and the queen has no children. There is no person named Bern. This news sounded like thunder to MC. He tried to comprehend it all. He does not exist in Secretia or anywhere else. But why? Because he went back in time? What went wrong? Did something happen to time and space? Was it because the time axis was used, and that's why he ended up in Kalian's body? He looked at his hand and thought it was the body of Prince Kalian, who had lived perfectly well. He clenched his fist and said that he could feel his faint presence. It seemed to him that since he was in someone else's body, someone else could have ended up in his. But as long as he was here, another Bern could not exist. He closed his eyes with regret and thought that he had essentially stolen someone else's life. Alan said that the current Chase was already cementing his position as the crown prince of Secretia. Since the past and present were different from what he remembered, the future could also have changed. Therefore, he, the third prince of Ceres, whose life was constantly under threat, should not worry about the crown prince of Secretia, who was managing perfectly well on his own. MC looked at his confident eyes in surprise, then smiled and noted that this meant he was offering him to live without looking back at the past. He understood his worries, but he wanted to clarify something. What he was worried about won't happen. On the day he first opened his eyes, here in Ceres, he had already gotten rid of the desire to live like Bern. The mage was surprised by his words and asked if he really didn't mind, even though he wasn't the real prince of Ceres. Alan stared at him in shock, then chuckled and said that he had been wondering what he was so puzzled about. Now he would clarify something. From the very beginning, he had formed an alliance with only one person. He smiled, genuinely happy with his words, after which they went back to the palace and he asked if he knew about the existence of the time axis. Judging by his reaction, he knew. Did he know anything about it? Alan answered him that last year around this time, Prince Chase asked him about the time axis. Even though he secretly visited Secretia, he couldn't find out anything except the fact that it wasn't created by humans. And a month ago, he received news that the time axis had disappeared from Secretia. He said he went back in time 10 years just a month ago, right? Kalian looked at him in surprise and thought, was it because of him that the time axis disappeared? He asked him why he thought he went back in time and why the time axis had disappeared. But Alan immediately refused to answer and said that they wouldn't find answers to these questions even if they thought about it. But they could ask someone who knew more than him and whom he would soon meet. That was Sisvanian. MC glanced at the majestic statue in the middle of the square and remembered that he would soon have his coming-of-age ceremony. The coming-of-age ceremony for the Prince of Ceres, Rosalita. It's a ritual meant to demonstrate becoming a true descendant of the royal line by finding an empty Sisvanian nest. And in that place, the Sisvanian will can be found. The magician said that staying alive was crucial to successfully passing the coming-of-age ceremony, so let him deal with the problem regarding the poisoned tea as quickly as possible. He agreed with him and said that the seed he planted should have sprouted by now. When he returned to the palace, he immediately checked the carnivorous plant, and Ian asked, "Do you know how worried he was?" He promised to be back by midnight, but returned only at dawn. He ignored him and carefully examined the leaves. They were still green. He thought that this was expected, after which he called out to Ian, who warily said that if he was going to sleep, he would help him get ready. But he didn't let him speak and with a smile suggested that he look at something cool. After that, he ran out onto the terrace and Ian ran after him worriedly, asking why he did that. "It's just getting light now, so it's cold here." Kalian began to peer around, as if searching for something, and realized that the flower pot he'd received as a gift from the magical association was shedding glowing pollen after it died. Due to its rarity, not much is known about the flower's properties. He accidentally spilled poisoned tea on the plant for everyone to see, and observed the reactions of the servants present. It's a potent poison, enough to kill many people in a week, so if the plant absorbed it, it would definitely not survive. However, the flower didn't wither at all, and was perfectly functional. as if someone had deliberately switched it. And then the glowing pollen appeared. Ian's eyes sparkled with delight, and a beautifully shining trail appeared across the palace grounds. After the switch, the suspected culprit couldn't simply dispose of the flower, so he must have hidden it in a safe place. And that's how the flower pot led MC to the culprit. The trail of pollen led straight to the owner of the Hysia Palace, Queen Celise. Morning came, this time cloudy and rainy. Kalyan went to the window, watching the rain, and the doors to his room quietly swung open. Ian entered. He greeted him and asked if he slept well. Ian stared at him in surprise and replied that the night had been good. After that, he put the tray of tea on the table and said that he felt a little awkward hearing the morning greeting from him, which he usually said. MC smiled and told him that he simply got up early, and he, handing him a cup of tea, noted that this was the first time it was so unexpected. He took the poisoned tea and Ian glanced towards the window, asking if the sound of the rain woke him. At that moment, Kalyan took the first sip. The taste was slightly different than usual. This means that Celise increased the dose of poison. He asked the guy if there were any events planned for this week that all the nobles would be attending, and he replied that there would be a conference that the king would also attend next week. MC thoughtfully took another sip. After the noble conference, there would be an evening banquet, and this day would be perfect for drinking his fill of poisoned tea. He glanced out the window and silently told the queen to try her best. After that, he took the antidote, and Ian happily asked what he had been taking lately. He answered sharply that it was vitamins. He knew himself, his body was weak. Shouldn't he have breakfast early today? He immediately tied the bag with the pills tighter and put it away. And Ian, a little worried about his reaction, decided to help him get dressed. After he left his chambers, he stared at the empty cup and wondered why it bothered him so much. Having finished getting ready, Kalyan went to breakfast and, glancing at the empty seat, thought that after the incident during the equestrian performance, plants no longer came down to breakfast. Well, that only made him feel better. It would be bad if he disrupted his plans. He looked at Randall and said that the roses would soon bloom, to which the prince immediately responded and turned his gaze to him. After looking at him thoughtfully for a few seconds, he silently got up and left, after which Ian whispered to Kalyan why he suddenly mentioned the roses. He answered that he saw them when he was walking. They reminded him of how he saw Randall's brother growing roses, and nothing more. The rain still did not subside. But despite this, after breakfast, he went to train. After running some distance, he stopped by a tree to rest, and his teacher approached him and asked why his condition was only getting worse day by day. Was torturing himself his hobby? He told him that if he skipped endurance training, then everything would really get out of control. Where had he been all this time? Alan told him that he had a short conversation with Romain, and MC asked in surprise, is he so close to him that he calls him by his first name? He shrugged and told him that it's not that they are close, he just calls him that one-sidedly. He's old enough to be his grandson anyway. Anyway, why did he call him? The prince told him that he wanted to ask him for two things. First, he needed to know the identities of two people. Alan noted that it was not difficult. And the second, he told him that he wanted to conduct an investigation into suspicious cases involving nobles, especially cases involving the Brisson family. His teacher also thought about it and said with a smile that it was not difficult, but he really was ordering him around too much. To do two things at once, he must be in a hurry. Kalyan told him that she had increased the amount of poison, and he remarked that it looked like he had found the culprit, and he felt he knew this man. He said that soon she would begin to take a closer look at him. It would be difficult for her to do anything to a great mage from the outside, but now was an important time to gain strength. The mage raised an eyebrow in confusion, noting that he wanted to use him as a shield, and he replied that he was using it not as a shield, but as a weapon. He knew the power of proven mages better than anyone. The White Demon's army, consisting of signs, took his life and homeland, and that's why he wants to create a squad of mages. When Alan heard about this, he reminded him that mages are not knights. He understands that they belong to a group of people who cannot be raised by training alone, right? He answered that, in fact, it is possible. The teacher looked at him in surprise, then let out a nervous laugh. MC said that when Romain said he was creating a squad of mages, everyone looked at him condescendingly, including the Brisson family. It wasn't even worth their attention, so no one interfered with Romain, and he eventually succeeded. But after the squad was finally formed, he died under mysterious circumstances. Thus, the squad of mages fell into the hands of plants who inherited the throne, and he already knows what happened. But this time, everything will not be so simple, because they will have to work with the constant interference of the Brisson family. Therefore, he plans to conduct negotiations using tea poisoned by the queen. Alan did not quite understand his plan and inquired about what method he intended to use. He smiled and told him that it was a secret. He can only say that everything will begin soon. The mage clutched his head and sighed heavily, noting that this is truly a trustworthy answer. Kalyan advised him to ask Romain's opinion. He was sure he had a lot on his mind. They needed to take advantage of Celeste's mistake and succeed in the negotiations. Meanwhile, the same maid came to the queen to report that they had increased the dosage, as she had ordered. Celeste, dissatisfied, put her cup of tea on the table and said that she must deal with everything properly. She kept receiving disturbing news. Didn't she think that nothing should bother her anymore? The maid nervously replied that she would keep that in mind, and Plant's voice was heard. He asked his mother if that meant she was up to something bad. She told him that the one who should do something was doing nothing, so she had no choice but to suffer like this. He approached her and angrily said that he didn't care. He had come just to say that. She said that it was not for him, who could do nothing to make decisions. But what was to be done? This suffering was her inevitable fate. He clenched his fist in rage, then ran away, and she mockingly called after him that he was weak. She would do everything so that no one and nothing stood in her way. The day of the trip to the palace arrived. Hina was preparing clothes and humming something joyfully, and her brother remarked that she seemed to be in a good mood today. Was she that excited? She told him with a smile and gestures that they would finally get to the palace and be able to meet the prince. He stroked her head and asked if she liked him that much. She confirmed this and said that she wanted the night to come quickly. Meanwhile, the servants were helping Kalyan get ready for the upcoming dinner. Ian, straightening his clothes, said that a meeting of the nobles was currently underway, so he needed to attend dinner in an hour. MC pulled something out from under his clothes and said with a smile that he needed to do something for him. After that, he went to the queen and thought that it was finally time to stop this. Poisoned tea, which is given exclusively to the weakest prince. The moment when this stops will be a turning point. The doors to the queen's office swung open. He walked inside with a confident smile and met her gaze. Meanwhile, Ian was riding a horse to carry out his order. Before leaving, the prince handed him 2 letters. One he should give to the magical association, and the other to his teacher. First, he should go to the association, and only then to his teacher. He exclaimed in shock, so he decided to go to the banquet alone. Preventing further questions, MC said that he could handle the rest himself, so he should not worry. But Ian was still worried. Something similar had happened before. He must be worried for nothing. He is confident that nothing will happen to the prince. But it still happened. At the banquet, Kalyan drank something and fell right in front of the queen, blood flowing from his mouth. At this time Alan was at the association, and Yuria Siren, the head of the Syres Mage Association, told him that everything was ready. Quite a few documents had been collected, although she had only looked at official cases. But wasn't the fact that this hadn't been made public suspicious? Alan replied that he didn't think so, since weak nobles wouldn't have been able to interrogate the Breezen family. She agreed with him. Otherwise, they could have become the next unsolved case. But how was the prince going to take advantage of this? Alan remained silent, and at that moment, the doors swung open, and Ian appeared on the threshold. He worriedly called out to the head of the association, and seeing Alan, said it was good that he was there. The prince sent letters to both of them. As soon as Alan read the letter, his face darkened, and he grabbed his things, cursed, and rushed to the exit, asking where this banquet was supposed to be held. Ian answered him that if he didn't have an invitation, he wouldn't be able to get there. And then Alan turned sharply to him and shouted that now was not the time to worry about that. His master could die. His words made Ian very worried. In his letter to the teacher, Kalyan wrote that today he was going to make a deal with Celise, putting his life on the line. If something went wrong, then let him save him. An hour ago, MC entered the queen's office. A servant poured them tea, and when they were alone, Kalyan said that there were only 2 of them, so he suggested they be honest with each other. She abruptly folded her fan and loudly put it on the table, saying that she didn't mind, although she wondered what difference it would make. He took a sip of tea and said that he suggested that they be honest with each other and not forget about decency. She crossed her arms over her chest and said that she had been wondering what he wanted to tell her. But in the end, he had only decided to argue with her. She already regretted that she had shown interest for a moment. As befits someone of such low origin, he was rude. When he mentioned the poisoned tea, she immediately fell silent and turned her gaze to him. He smiled and suggested that she get it over with. He was patient, but his throat was already tightening with disgust. She smiled nervously and pretended not to understand what he was talking about, then laughed. He asked, did that mean she didn't know anything? He assumed that would be the case, so he was prepared. He took the sugar cubes he had received from the White Eagle from his pocket and said that he needed to take a risk if he wanted to prevent her from doing anything like that in the future. But right now, he only has a strong heart, so he will try and risk it. It is a poison that stops the heart for a long time. The queen's hand trembled. He threw all the poison into the tea and said that it does not react with silver and is not detected by magical tests. Of course, since he has the power of blessing, his heart will continue to beat, but this power can only affect one thing at a time. So while the blessing neutralizes this poison, the other poison that he drank until today will spread throughout his body. And then who will people suspect first? The queen burst out laughing. She could not hold back and laughed loudly. After which, she exclaimed, does he think everything will be as he wants? Does he think this is her first time doing this? Who here does not know that she was the one who sent his mother to the next world? These words hurt him, but he did not show it and asked, so what should he do with this tea? She mockingly told him to just try to drink as much as he could, and he said he would take that as a refusal. He took a few sips. The queen waited until he drank it all down, and with a smile said he was an idiot. Who would even dare blame her? Even Roman should be wary of her. There was nothing she couldn't have in Ceres, including the queen's throne. She just needed to get rid of the obstacles in the way of what she wanted, so she was able to get everything, step by step, except one. Remain, there was still something she hadn't gotten. As soon as the evening banquet began, Kalyan became ill and began coughing up blood. The queen looked at him with a smirk which she covered with her fan, and then worried cries of the nobles were heard. Completely exhausted from the poison, MC fell, and the princes and the king immediately jumped up from their seats. Everyone started calling for the guards and the priest, and the queen glanced at Kalyan and thought that he should simply consider himself a stepping stone on the path to her greatness, just like everyone else. The nobles crowded around the prince, and someone asked if there was poison in the drink. Someone said that even his majesty hadn't touched the drink yet, so it was unlikely. Could the prince have been poisoned before the banquet? Who had been with him before? One of the nobles immediately ordered the others to be silent, or they would have their heads cut off. Their gazes fell on the queen. They all knew it was her doing. Hearing the whispers behind her back, she smiled and thought that no one dared accuse her. And once again, an unconditional victory was hers. Roman anxiously rushed to his son. He raised him and asked him to wake up, then asked the guards where the priest was. He panicked and ordered his son not to close his eyes, and he quietly called out to him, holding out his hand. Roman immediately remembered his mother's death. That day, she had also extended her hand to him and asked him to protect their son. And now, seeing Kalyan in exactly the same position as her, he became very angry. The queen said that she never thought such a misfortune would happen within the castle walls. She could not stay here for a minute longer, so she would return to her palace. She headed for the exit, and he hissed through his teeth, asking, "Is she trying to kill his son too?" He shouted her name loudly, and all the nobles stared at her in fear, and she turned to the king in shock. This time, he did not remain silent. The nobles immediately plucked up their courage and began to discuss the situation. After all, they had been together before the banquet. Had she really been planning to poison him all this time? If this was her doing, then everything fits. In fact, everyone was simply silent, but she was openly poisoning the prince like this. Celise nervously clutched her fan, then quickly opened it and covered her face with it, saying that she had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. As she had heard, Kalyan was a sick child. Romain furiously said that even when Freya was ill, she, surrounded by the Breezen Knights, said the same thing, all because of the illness. Even now, she had exactly the same expression on her face. The queen thought that even acting like this, he would not be able to make her out to be a criminal, since no one would agree with his accusations. After that, she asked, was the child healthy? The princes who gathered for breakfast every morning should be aware of Kalyan's health. Randall became worried, and she turned to them, asking if she should check with them about this too. Roman said that was enough, and she exclaimed that she was simply worried about the fuss he had made, worried that Kalyan, or rather their children's condition, would worsen. He drew his sword, angered by her words, and Plants told her that she could call anyone her child, but definitely not Kalyan. The queen turned to him in surprise, and he said that Kalyan was fine. He had never noticed anything wrong with his health. He even told them not to worry. She hissed his name through her teeth in rage, not expecting such a setup from him. And at that very moment, a priest ran into the banquet hall. The queen fled to her palace amid the noise, and the priest approached Kalyan, and the king asked him to quickly use his divine power. As soon as he reached out to him, he was repelled by a magical barrier erected by Alan. He ran into the banquet hall and anxiously exclaimed that this would only kill him. The king shouted in rage, "What is he doing?" Kalyan needed urgent treatment. He didn't let him finish and said that the prince had a circle in his heart. They immediately fell silent, understanding why he did it, and he said that if a magic circle clashed with holy power, then, as they well knew, the owner's heart would explode and he would die. Romain asked in a panic what they should do then. And when his son began to cough again, he turned to the magician in fear and exclaimed, "If holy power is powerless, then what should they do? Use magic? Can they help him with this?" Alan answered him that if we are talking about a healer with the power of nature, then it is possible, but magic will not help. Romain, in a panic, ordered him to come up with something then. Doesn't he see how he is suffering? At that moment, Alan remembered his son, who was dying from poisoned wine right before his eyes, and asked what was wrong with him. And now the same thing was happening to his student. He placed his head on his lap and stroked his face. MC immediately opened his eyes and looked at him, wondering why he had that expression. Alan used magic and said that he had no idea that he would use this spell again in this life. When his son was suffering from poison, he also placed his head on his lap and used magic, saying that thanks to this, he would not feel pain. He cast the spell, and everything went dark. After this incident, thousands of leaflets with accusations against the Breezen family were scattered over the city. Screams that can be heard from the graves call for the truth from the butchers of human bodies, the Breezen family, who killed 37 people. They faced a storm. Suspicions that the queen poisoned Prince Kalyan, coupled with all the Breezen atrocities, caused public outrage. The nobles no longer wanted to deal with them. If they made this mistake, they too would be caught up in this storm. The people were angry with the queen. The king himself pointed out that she committed the poisoning. Who would have thought she was a malicious murderer? Down with Queen Celise. Alan came to another meeting with the king and said that Prince Callion said that in order to create a detachment of mages, they needed to create a hopeless situation for Celise. Hearing this, Romain was surprised. This is exactly what he wanted to create. He stared at the documents in shock and asked if he was really thinking the same thing as he was. After the queen found out about this, she came to Callion in his chambers, who was still recovering from the incident, and said that organizing a squad of magicians must be very difficult. When did he have time to prepare such a thing? He answered her with a smile that he had no idea what she was talking about. Now, thanks to her efforts, he needs a long time to recover. She smiled nervously and thought that she heard that he was on the verge of death for a week, but his voice sounded better than ever. In fact, MC put a lot of effort into it. He told her that he almost passed away, so it would be difficult for him to talk to her for long. If she had nothing more to say, then she should leave. He wants to rest. She nervously squeezed her knee and then asked what he thought about a one-for-one exchange. He told her that she should have offered it to him a week ago. Now the situation has changed a bit, so shouldn't he at least hear what she has in mind? She bit her lower lip nervously and said that if he said the information he had gathered was unreliable, she would not object to his plans. He chuckled, then couldn't help but laugh out loud, noticing that it seemed she had misunderstood something. Did he even need the queen's permission? Did she have nothing else to offer him? She squeezed her fan so hard that it broke and said that he could tell her whatever he wants. He chuckled and thought that he needed there to be no room left in the palace for the Bryson family. He asked, in a land ruled by the descendants of Sisfanian, how could the clash of swords resound so loudly? Let her recall the Fable Knight Corps. She was immediately indignant at his request, and he thought that the fables were the royal knights that Marquise Bryson had given to Celise to counter the king's knightly guard. The loss of the knights meant the loss of power for Celise. He said that she should disband the Knight Corps and replace it with a squad of mages. No compromise. She remained silent and nervously clenched her teeth, realizing that she was in a hopeless situation. And then MC waved his hand to his servant, and he presented her with a pledge under the seal of an oath. She looked at the document in shock and exclaimed, "Is that what the oath seal means?" MC confirmed it. It is magic that seals the contents of the contract onto the heart of each party, and if the oath is broken, the heart will be torn apart, leading to immediate death. What choice will she make? When the third prince woke up, Queen Celise visited him. This was reported to Randell, who was pruning roses in the garden at the time. He looked at the flowers with sadness and sorrow, and thought of how he was sure they had met eyes just before he fell. He said the roses would soon bloom. He had planned to drag him into this game all along. He was curious about how this rose would bloom, so he was considering giving him what he wanted. When Plants was in the room with him, he abruptly turned around and reported that Callian was fine. Randall was pruning the roses and thought he never thought Plants would back down like that. There is definitely something different here. At that moment, Celise began to get angry and shouted at him to wait a minute. If this is an oath, then, but before she could finish her furious sentence, Callian suddenly pointed to his heart and said, "That's right, this is the magic that cements a promise in people's hearts. If she violated this, her heart would stop, leading to death." Celise was incredibly angry and bit her lip in anger. This was inevitable, because his trust in her was not that strong. What would she do now? Celise leaned against the table and looked at the paper. She was in incredible shock and remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, she took the pen from Ian's hands and signed the document with her signature, which glowed with a bright magical light and enveloped her entire body. Her hands glowed with a bright flame, and Callian smiled and said that this was just perfect. Now everything is ready. Celise, in great tension, threw the pen on the floor in anger and walked towards the exit. At that moment, Callian decided to say something after her. Incidentally, he says this because he is afraid she will misunderstand everything. He never had a good relationship with his brothers. That day, Plants did not do this for him. If she'd said another word, the king's sword would have slit her throat right there. She froze, remembering her son's form. She bowed her head in sadness, but suddenly straightened up and walked even faster toward the exit. Callian watched her with bewilderment. At that moment, Alan said he was surprised to hear Celise had come. Meanwhile, the protagonist was eating several bananas and stacking the peels one after the other. Alan smiled and asked if he really had a great appetite. He was delighted and replied with a smile that the banana was indeed delicious. Alan asked again, "Anyway, it's not as delicious as returning to life and normal nutrition?" He replied, shedding the last banana peel that he had done his part. Alan asked again, was he laughing at him? He nearly lost his legs along with him. If not for Hina, the healer girl who harnesses the power of nature, he would have left forever. He replied that he was surprised that Hina was a healer. Alan asked again, hadn't he known about this in his past life? He replied that at that moment he had no connection with Carrie. When he met him, she was already gone. Alan replied that in that case, He was saying that he had blindly gotten rid of the poison in his body, just believing in a blessing, just so the poisonous tea would work. He had gotten poison from somewhere and taken it. He really was sick. He'd been in bed for a whole week and couldn't do anything. What kind of nonsense was this? Kalyan grinned and replied that he was wrong. Did he want a banana? Alan got angry and shouted that that was enough. Let him take the document in his own hands. He took the package and, opening it, smiled. Alan said that it was the ID of the guys he had asked for. He smiled and replied that he had already forgotten about it. It was easy for him to make a fake ID. Suddenly, he read something and froze. These were the names of his close friends. Alan had said they needed a last name for identification, so he'd given them the prince's old name. It didn't look like he'd just met these children and brought them here. He froze, then smiled and thanked his teacher. This wasn't even a fake. It was legitimate identification. They were plebeians who lived on his land. From the very beginning, he'd been concerned about him, as if he were his subject. Alan replied that Romain had done it. Suddenly, the protagonist looked questioningly at the teacher, and Alan asked him again, what was it like to be the king's favorite son? He asked again, were such rumors really circulating? Alan said he'd caused such a scandal in front of the nobility that it couldn't have been avoided. Kalyan wondered, what? And how was he supposed to feel after that? This was something a person should savor to the fullest. After a while, he continued sitting on the sofa in his room, pondering the pressing matter. He turned to Ian and asked him to remove the banana peel. The servant approached him and addressed him by name. Kalyan asked again, what happened? Ian had something to tell him. He was going to stop serving him. At that moment, the protagonist was dumbfounded by what he heard, and his mouth fell open in shock. Ian had flashbacks to his childhood, walking through his house and suddenly quickening his pace. It was the far right room on the second floor of their mansion. He was hiding behind a pillar and shouting that he was here. He found himself near his brother, who was lying wrapped in bandages on his bed. He was happy and greeted him. In that room, he felt a deep sense of guilt. His brother asked if he had heard the chirping of cicadas today. Ian confidently answered, yes, they are black, ugly, and very noisy. They can be found in the summer. Cicadas make a strange chirping sound. They also have very funny wings. It seems like their whirring comes from the belly. His brother confirmed that they were so strange, and Ian replied that they were indeed so. Did he want to see them? In that case, Ian would catch some for him. But his brother replied that he didn't want that. He found them incredibly frightening. He would rather listen to his violin playing. His condition worsened with each passing day. When he overheard a conversation between his father and his subordinate, the latter mentioned that the son of Lord Manisil was an expert in medicine, and he thought they could try to contact him again. But wasn't the problem something else? How could he ask for such a thing? Sleeman lowered his gaze and said that it wasn't easy for him either, and there had to be another way. He didn't know then that a person who can't get something shouldn't even offer it. Suddenly, he was stunned by what he heard when his brother grabbed him by the shoulders and shouted his name. He mustn't even think of turning away from him. He must look straight at him and never forget that he was dying. How terrifying it had been for him then. When a huge fire started in their house, people were shouting that they had to leave. They had to run away with Mr. Ian as far as possible because the fire was getting stronger. And so, on the day before his 15th birthday ceremony, his brother chose to end everything himself. After that day, summer passed, and then autumn, after which winter came. And until the chirping of cicadas filled the air, he withdrew into himself. His father, who could no longer bear to see him in such a state, forcibly pulled him from the captivity of the walls. He picked him up in his arms and took him outside. And suddenly, Ian asked his father, pointing to the side, who was this child? His father turned and realized he meant this guy. This is the third prince of their kingdom. They locked eyes, and in that moment, he made the decision to serve him. Now he resigns as his assistant. Kalyan was stunned by what he heard, then began to ask in fear, wait, what is he talking about? He replied that even though he was closest to the prince, he had no idea about many things, especially about what had happened to him. After all, he had personally administered the poison. At that moment, the protagonist grew even stronger and widened his eyes in shock. Ian explained that it was his fault. He had turned a blind eye to all the details that troubled him. Besides, he hadn't been there when he was in danger, and once again, he understood nothing of what was happening. That day, he could have died, and he hadn't seen the obvious. At that moment, he again recalled the outline of his brother, who had asked him not to forget that he was dying. At that moment, Kalyan began screaming his name, demanding that he look at him immediately. Ian began to sob bitterly and suddenly looked at the protagonist. He asked him to answer right now. Who stands before him? After these words, he silently looked into Ian's eyes, who replied that he was Prince Kalyan. Kalyan came closer to him, touched his chest, and said, that's right, let him know he's not dead. Only when he opened his eyes in an unfamiliar place did he realize he'd always been there. And the fact that he'd been able to endure all of fate's trials was thanks to him. He hadn't turned away from him, and that's why he'd survived. When Ian heard these words, his tears grew even more intense. and Kalyan continued to say that he felt like he, too, still didn't know much about him. But he was certain of one thing: he would continue to protect him. Was that true? Ian backed away in disbelief, then suddenly began crying even harder and blushed with grief. He suddenly fell to his knees and continued sobbing. The protagonist asked him why he was crying so much. He should stop crying and get up right now. He began to think that he wouldn't return home after all. At that moment, Kalyan extended his hand and told him to hold on. Ian continued to think that he would never return home because he had found someone who needed his help. They grabbed each other's hands and held on for a while. After a while, Ian announced that he would kill everyone who did this to him. Kalyan turned and looked at him in bewilderment, when suddenly, Ian continued to look at him with a confident expression and collect banana peels. Kalyan asked again, what was he talking about? Was he planning revenge? Ian replied that nothing was impossible. He had suffered greatly because of them. Kalyan asked him to stop saying that, because elephants shouldn't do anything, otherwise a war would start. Ian started shouting that he didn't care about this war, and no matter what blood he had, he wasn't a son of House Sleeman anymore. At that moment, he was dumbfounded by what he heard and asked again, elephants? So he knew everything? The protagonist spread his hands and, with a smile on his face, didn't answer. Ian continued shouting, when did he learn this information? He replied that it just happened. Ian continued shouting, how did he know this? After these words, Kalyan grinned and said that once he threw away the banana peels, he should make him some coffee. At that moment, the protagonist wondered, Ian, will he become taller than him? Suddenly, Kalyan was dumbfounded by the copy he saw in front of him and didn't understand what was happening. This copy came closer to him and smiled at him, then passed through him. He remained watching from afar, and turning around, this copy smiled at him. Kalyan was stunned, clenched his fist, and held it out in front of him. Kalyan looked at it in surprise, then turned his gaze to his face, but began to evaporate into thin air. He was stunned by what was happening and saw a smile on the face of his copy, which attacked him with its magical light. It was a dream, and when Kalyan woke up, he examined his hands and rose from the bed. His window was open and a breeze was blowing through, so he had completely disappeared. He went out into the garden, picked up a flower, and said, yes. One might assume that he couldn't leave after receiving what he so desired, but instead, he suddenly and successfully disappeared. He looked at the sky and remembered Kalyan's appearance. This is life. It will give him this, what he wants. And drawing a smiley face in space, he asked, please make it happen. Kalyan closed his eyes and spoke. But if this life was shackles for this child, he too envies this complete freedom. Alan tried to add something, but Kalyan suddenly replied that he wouldn't pretend not to know. He had a lot to prepare for this to happen. He also needed to ask him for a favor. At that moment, he turned around and said he wanted to live his second life properly. With these words, he released the flower into the water. Pavel's knightly corps was quickly disbanded and returned to the Marquis de Brisson. Romain warned against trusting baseless rumors about the royal family. Alan announced that he would create an order of mages, and thus, 3 months later, the protagonist was able to gain weight. His clothes became too tight, and Ian, surprised, shared with Merlin that he thought he should call Slake, as he needed a lot of hemming. Kalyan adjusted his hair, and Ian asked him to tell him that his clothes were now very tight. He began to look much better and more attractive. After a while, Romain greeted him and said that he had grown in that time. Now he looks bigger than plants. He's put on weight and looks just great. Kalyan replied, yes, he's grown a little. When they sat down at the table, they began to wonder, is Rosalita ready? Everything was ready because her birthday was coming up. Alan announced that he really needed to provide him with someone, so he arranged a meeting for the prince. This is the mage who will escort the prince to Rosalita. It's an honor to meet him, Prince. His name is Arsene Hertz. Kalyan was stunned when he saw him and couldn't say anything. Roman said that this man was capable of becoming a member of the Order of Mages, and that they would get to know each other better along the way. Arsene smiled at him, but Kalyan suddenly turned away and said nothing. He said that it was just talent. Suddenly he smiled, clutched his chest with his hand, and said that this was very unexpected, a great birthday present. So when does he expect the Order of Mages to begin its work? Alan said it wouldn't be anytime soon. They don't even have a name yet. They don't even have dedicated staff, and nothing's been approved yet, so they have a lot to do. This is just the beginning. Arsene smiled and looked at the protagonist, who looked at him silently and with hatred. Alan continued, saying that if you think about it, they are magicians, so why doesn't His Majesty choose the name? Romain asked again. Him. It seemed like he was thinking a lot about it. He had an idea for a name. He scratched his knee and replied that the name was Valkan. At that moment, Kalyan smiled and looked away. Alan smirked and said that it looked like he was expecting this. If he hadn't asked him about it, he would have been in big trouble. Romain blushed and started shouting that he was the one who asked him first. Suddenly, Kalyan turned to Mr. Arsene and asked what he thought about it. He turned around, bewildered, and asked again, but what does he mean by that? The protagonist asked if he liked the name or if it seemed familiar. At that moment, Alan pretended to be busy drinking tea, but suddenly he himself was dumbfounded. Arsene, after some indignation, replied that he thought it was a great name and placed his hand on his chest. Kalyan smiled and replied that everything was clear. Sometime later, when Alan and Kalyan found themselves outside, they began discussing under the protective barrier what he had just said. He never imagined they had such a relationship in the past. Did he want him to do something? Kalyan replied no, there was no need. but according to the prince, Arsene was the one who killed him. Of course, Arsene was different from him in the past, since the situation was changing, and he knew that the future he knew might not happen. But before he could finish his sentence, Alan asked him again what he meant. He replied that he was a little upset, with a furious expression, recalling Arsene's appearance. Suddenly, a servant entered their office and asked to greet the third prince. Kalyan smiled and said they hadn't seen each other for a while, and that he, Baron Melfier, would like him to make himself comfortable. He apologized for coming without warning and hiding his name. It was quite difficult for him to speak openly about such things. Melfier declared that it was a great honor for him to allow him to see him. At that moment, the protagonist reflected on the fact that Prince Kalyan had never met any aristocrats before, and the reason he came to him in secret was to attract attention, and the reason he sought him out was obvious. He decided to abandon idle chatter and speak frankly. He had come to pay the price for his life. What was Melfier's trade union selling? Melfier was dumbfounded by what he heard and didn't know what to say. Some time ago, they began a serious trade in diamonds and tinsel, and many treaties were also concluded with the imperial family, but this is probably not the answer the prince wants. His hands sweated with fear, and he said that they didn't have a treaty yet. Prince Kalyan smiled at these words and asked again, could the Baron lead something larger than the trade union? Melfier replied that if there were people and money, there would be no problem. Kalyan replied that there were people and money, but there was also brazen. After these words, Melfier froze, his mouth hanging open in astonishment, and then asked again, wouldn't the prince be involved in this too? An awkward silence fell between them, after which Kalyan began shouting and laughing loudly, claiming he'd asked a stupid question. He was right. Kalyan would be there too. Melfier replied that there were people and money, and the prince would lead the brazen. That wouldn't be difficult either. Kalyan announced that they planned to create an order of mages. They had enough money and people to lead them, but the problem was management. Melfier asked again, is this the price of his life? The protagonist smiled, and then announced that he had already received the price. These words greatly frightened Melfier, who was dumbfounded. He then placed his hand on his heart and declared that in that case, he would be happy to serve him. Kalyan realized that his scheme had worked. The coming-of-age ceremony at 15, which would otherwise have led to death, had changed his fate right before him, and he had people he could trust. All that remained was to swear the oath of allegiance to the Sisfanians in Roselith. Everyone wondered why all this had happened. After some time, the protagonist emerged from the gates into a huge hall in the palace, and was greeted by the people who shouted, Prince Kalyan! They congratulate him on his birthday. He emerged dressed in respectable clothes and looked ahead with a smile. All preparations were complete. After a while, Plants stood alone in the hallway, lost in thought. Kalyan approached him and said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Plants didn't respond, and Kalyan passed by. Suddenly, Plants decided to call out to him, addressing him as Blood Eyes. Kalyan turned and said he shouldn't say that again, brother. His name is Kalyan. Plants mockingly asked, Kalyan? He's no Kalyan. At that moment, the protagonist was dumbfounded by what he heard, and Plants continued mockingly, saying that he rides a horse and even knows how to use a sword. He even became cruel. That's why he doesn't know who he is, and asked him this question directly. Kalyan frowned and stared ahead, frightened. He mustn't forget that here he wasn't the Prince of Secretia, who had lost his kingdom, nor was this man a mad king who had destroyed his homeland. Everything would become clear soon when he learned the truth from Sisfanian's will. He relaxed his hand and, with a smile on his face, said he didn't understand what he was talking about. His expression suggested he didn't care at all, and Plants grew angry, continuing to examine him. After a while, Alan reported that the Plants were very receptive, and perhaps he had noticed something. He was playing the role of an outcast quite convincingly, but it was much more subtle than it seemed. Kalyan turned and wondered if this attitude was just for show. Alan replied that it was true, which was why his concerns didn't surprise him. Kalyan thought for a moment and replied that he understood everything. While he was busy with nonsense, he hadn't realized it, and he hadn't expected to understand anything. Alan asked again, what was he expecting him to believe? After all, they only had one name. He chose to be Kalyan, didn't he? After a brief silence, Kalyan replied affirmatively, for he did. Alan looked at him seriously, and thought that giving up his name was easy enough, but giving up who he was a whole other matter. Suddenly, Alan turned to him and tossed a ring into his hand, saying it was for him. Kalyan caught it and examined it in his hands. Alan asked him to use it when he needed the old man's help to think things through. Kalyan realized the ring was enchanted and asked about it. Alan replied that it was indeed so, for it was his doing. It wouldn't work in the castle, as Sisfanian magic was too strong there, but outside the palace, he could call at any time, and he would answer immediately. Kalyan thanked him for this, for he was pleased to have the master's help always at his side. He was the one who said he had nothing to worry about. The people around him were devoted to him. He recalled the outlines of Ian's faces, as well as Hina and Kyrie's. Kalyan smiled and said he'd see about that. After a while, the commander of the knights, Juran, greeted him and said he was honored, his prince. He was at his service. His men would accompany him to Sisfanian's chambers. The protagonist realized that everything was as expected of the Siegfried Knights. It sounded impressive. Incidentally, he remembered that sometimes it even sounded too impressive. So that's who had turned their young lord into such an errand boy. Ian approached him and said they had to go. Ian was that same young lord. He asked if he needed anything else before leaving. Kalyan turned around and realized what he needed, then touched Ian's shoulder and asked him to bring him something to drink. The knight was dumbfounded by what he heard, and Ian asked again, "Do you want water, or perhaps a cup of warm tea?" He replied that he was enjoying everything. Ian immediately replied that he'd be right back, and Kalyan said he was a good boy. He then turned to the knights and saw their horrified expressions. Alan wondered if he was serious. For him, making enemies was a simple matter. This was his only chance to partake of the will of Sigmund Khan's Hispanian. After a while, a crowd gathered near the palace, shouting loudly with delight. The knights arrived at the palace, led by Arsene, followed by Ian and Kyrie. Plants stood nearby, observing the proceedings from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Celeste took a mug of tea and drank alone. She stared thoughtfully ahead. Kalyan rode his horse with ease and stopped next to Alan, who smiled back. Thus began the Rosalita. It was the prince's coming-of-age ceremony. Kalyan barely survived the recent incident, and he simply couldn't help but worry about him. Shouldn't he have gone with him? Alan replied that no one knew what might happen, but then he suddenly announced that he was worried about the wrong person. He was in far more danger within these walls than the prince ever could be. Rahman put down his mug of tea and said that he hadn't changed at all, had he? And that was not a compliment at all. Didn't he worry about this guy himself? Alan grinned and realized that he was such a worried father. It even irritated him, and he found it very hard to believe that he had managed to act detached before. He replied that every word he said was the absolute truth, after which the king replied that everything was correct. That was exactly what he was talking about. After some time, the protagonist turned his attention to his ring and realized that it seemed he was now in the palace, so it wasn't working. Ian asked again, but why? Was he not answering? He replied that he had heard that ambassadors from the Tencel Empire had arrived, and it turned out that was why the court was so lively. Ian replied that he could talk to him. He would try to entertain him. Kalyan replied that he was already bored with him. All he had done for the past few days was stare at his face. The knights openly expressed their hatred for Kalyan, and Ian spoke in a trembling voice, as if he were trying his best. He issued orders to everyone around him that this concerned only the prince. Lord Alan said that His Highness had no talent for magic at all. In fact, possessed only basic fencing skills. In other words, he was a gentle fellow, like a flower. They should be extremely careful when accompanying him. Did they understand? The knights were shocked by these words, and disgust was expressed on their faces. Their young master is the firstborn of House Siegfried, and he gave up his birthright for this? Could this really be true? They should reach Latron in a couple of hours. The protagonist, hearing this, became thoughtful. Ian suggested they stop here, but he asked him to wait. Suddenly, many knights began swinging their swords, and Kalyan, looking ahead, realized that whatever it was, it didn't pose any threat. It looked more like... But before he could finish his sentence, someone's hand appeared from the bushes, and a girl jumped out and started screaming for help. He realized those ears were special. Could she really be an elf? The girl introduced herself as Shia. The people around began to inquire about what was happening, and Shia said she was hungry. They asked if she was looking for food. She replied that she was only hiding. Kalyan said that the fact that she was there was already good. Shia said she should have told him about it right away and apologized to him. Kalyan considered the strange way she spoke, and something was clearly wrong. Juran asked what he was supposed to do with her. The protagonist replied that they should first give her something to fill her stomach. Suddenly, he froze and asked them to stop, as she should have told him she had brought someone with her. Another man on horseback appeared before them. Kyrie covered the girl with a cloak, and Kalyan asked them to keep a close eye on their surroundings. Juran asked who he was. The man replied that he was a simple man tracking a thief. Had they by any chance seen a strange child wandering around? Juran replied that there were no children here and that he should be on his way. Suddenly, Carrie froze, and the man blurted out that he hadn't come here to cross swords with knights. Kalyan, too, became wary and continued listening to the man, who said that he had only come to find what he needed and that they should give him just a minute. Juran said there was no one there. When Kalyan suddenly asked who exactly he was looking for, he replied that he needed the little elf. At that moment, Kalyan asked again, but was this the elf he needed? He pointed towards Shia, who turned around in fear and looked ahead. The man approached them and passed Kalyan, when he suddenly whispered to him to listen carefully, but not to turn around. Were those people in the trees his friends? He should learn to choose more reliable allies. After all, they were here to kill him and the child. He was dumbfounded by what he heard, and Kalyan continued to say that as soon as they saw the girl, they would immediately shoot. He froze and turned to see a glow in the distance. At that moment, numerous arrows were aimed directly at him, but the protagonist managed to repel all of them to save the man. He repeated the phrase he'd already told him not to turn around. The knights began shouting that an ambush had appeared and that they must protect the prince. At that moment, Arsene used his magic to place the protagonist under a barrier, fully protected. Juran saw a bright flash nearby and began shouting that they should follow him but not go deeper into the forest. The volleys stopped, and it seemed they had decided to retreat. The man frowned and looked around. Arsene asked to leave the child with him and follow the prince. Carrie approached him and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, he froze and saw a man behind him trying to destroy him. He shouted at him from behind. The surrounding knights also looked on in fear, but the protagonist managed to repel the attack. The man froze, and beads of sweat began to roll down his face in fear. The protagonist used his magic and attacked his opponent in the chest. He was in great pain and fell to the ground, screaming loudly in pain as his blood spilled. The surrounding knights gaped even wider in surprise, asking, "What's going on? Was this magic? Was their prince really a sorcerer?" Ian started screaming, "Your Highness!" He too hadn't expected what was happening and continued screaming. He wasn't acting on his own anymore. It was a miracle he wasn't hurt. Why did he rush forward? After all, there were dozens of knights behind him. He only knew the basics of swordsmanship, and he was only a beginner sorcerer. But anyway, he was asking for trouble again. The surrounding knights thought his words were meaningless. Was he as delicate as a flower? How could such a flower do this to its opponent? After a while, Shia stood behind a tree, trembling slightly, and Kalyan approached her, removed her hood, and said they needed to talk. She was dumbfounded by what she saw and began screaming that it was all Luca's doing and that she knew nothing. He asked again, "So she's a thief, right?" She screamed that she knew nothing, and Kalyan asked her again, "What do you mean she doesn't know?" But that's exactly what they said. Shia screamed that it wasn't her, and Kalyan clutched his head in confusion. Then he turned to Arsene, who shouted back, "What happened?" Kalyan asked him to speak with the elf and report back. After all, the child somehow answered questions even before he asked them. Arsene replied that he would do everything in his power and smiled, then suddenly said in a trembling voice that he would report back to His Highness when Shia appeared behind him and spoke faster. This name was given to her by her mother tree, which means spirit who rejoices in a horse. The elf lives in the Cerisi forest and his name is Ciaris Tian Evriha, something like that. He turned to Shea and mentioned that she had a friend, Luca, also an elf, who had stolen something from the bandits they'd just seen. As they fled, Luca separated, and Shay ran toward them, and he had no idea why she was answering questions ahead of time. Shay retorted that she wouldn't say that, prompting the protagonist to ask if this was a prophetic gift. In that case, Arsene can go about his business. Ian turned to him and asked what he intended to do with her. He replied that they'd drop her off somewhere near the forest, otherwise she'd be caught as soon as they left. They were on the same route anyway. Ian asked, so they were going to investigate this matter? Kalyan said they had a long journey ahead of them, so they wouldn't. They couldn't get involved in this mess or linger here. He had to send a message to the nearest lord to take care of it. Ian said they would be at the Latron estate that evening, and the lord would be informed of everything. Jiran asked permission to say that they had searched it and found something unusual. Would he like to see it? Kalyan asked again. What was it? Jiran brought him a package, and when Kalyan opened it, he asked again, was it really among his things? Jiran replied, yes, he knows what it is. Of course he wouldn't know, because he'd already tried it. Where is he now? After some time, Norton was tied to a tree and muttering that he thought he was a pathetic lord, but it seemed there was more to him than met the eye. Kalyan approached him and replied that indeed he was. He was far nobler than he could imagine. Now, they should get to the matter at hand. He took the cube in his hands and asked, does he know what it is? Norton was dumbfounded, then asked, is it useful? He'd like to know, and had grabbed one for each of them, just in case. Kalyan wondered in confusion, what are they trying to achieve? Norton replied that he didn't know, and the protagonist asked, does he know who they are? He replied that they were hiding their faces. Kalyan asked if there was anything else he could say, to which Norton replied sharply, no. Kalyan was surprised and thoughtful. He sat down next to Norton and replied, okay, can he say anything? He said he didn't care about them. So what does he want? If he helped them, he would try to solve his problem. He could trust him with this. As he said, he was not like the other lords. But how could he know? What if his power was enough to give him what he wanted? At that moment, Norton froze and blurted out that his wife was currently in Hanson Village, and he knew it. Kalyan confidently replied, fine, he'll provide her with protection. And now let him tell you their purpose. Norton explained that they were looking for a small sphere, the size of a fingernail. They didn't elaborate, but he'd heard that only Tansil priests could recognize it. Kalyan wondered if they really needed this divine artifact. Villagers could draw magic from divine artifacts as an alternative to divine power. This is one of the reasons the Tansil shrines scours the continent for these items. If the artifact was stolen, then it's only natural that they would send hunters after it. But something remains in question. What did they need this poison for? This poison, in cubes, is used by Secretum spies if their missions fail. He went to the White Hawk because he knew no one else could have gotten it. Norton continued to say that he had no idea who these people were, but they called their leader by a very strange code name. Kalyan asked curiously, what kind of name is that? He replied, Blue Songbird. At that moment, Kalyan was stunned and clutched his face, then asked again, is this really true? After all, this was one of his father's birds, the bird he always keeps locked up. What was this bird doing here? After a while, it began to rain, and they found themselves at the Latron estate. The evening downpour forced them to stop. At first he thought it was a blessing, but then Hale loudly placed the wineglass on the table and began to shout with joy. He was finally welcomed into his estates. What an honor it was. This rain came at the perfect time. It must be a sign from above for him to look after him. Kalyan didn't like how talkative he was. Suddenly, he remembered a conversation with Ian, who had asked if he remembered Count Hale. He was one of those who sent him gifts. Kalyan replied that he saw his name on the list, But didn't they send it back? Ian replied that everything was correct. He had previously supported Prince Randall's faction, but 6 years ago, after the war between the Great Dunes and the Tanzil Shrine, he defected to Prince Plants, and now he wanted to win him over. It seemed they were dealing with a hypocrite. Hale continued shouting that he had been awaiting His Highness's arrival with bated breath. The news of his arrival haunted him. Cullion reflected on how he had also been fawning over Prince Plants last year, so he could already see how he treated his servants. They were simply poor wretches. Malcolm Kethish was Hale's butler, who stood nearby, deeply saddened by his master's inappropriate behavior. At that moment, Arsini entered, announcing that he apologized for the intrusion, but that he would come over to deliver the news if he could. He approached Kalyan and whispered in his ear that they had caught a bird. He knew the Count would certainly try to tell the blue warbler his whereabouts. People usually don't send birds out in such weather, and he was undoubtedly a master of his craft. Hale asked for a drink, as that was exactly what he needed in such foul weather. He'd been wanting to ask him something for a while. Kalyan asked, "Does he by any chance know what the Tensel priests are doing in these parts?" At that moment, Hale dropped the bottle and apologized for having too much to drink, after which he asked again, "So where were they staying?" He asked about Tensel, those self-made charlatans. When Kalyan heard this, he and Arsene were dumbfounded, and Hale continued shouting, "What business could his shameless ones have in such a backwater village like this?" Maybe he was mistaken? At this point, Kalyan got angry and called him by name, but Hale continued to shout that they were heartless villains. All these people were corrupted to the core, and they should surround them. But before he could finish this sentence, he suddenly fell to the floor and fell asleep, thanks to Kalyan snapping his fingers and ordering him to sleep. He's completely lacking in manners, his dear Count, and that sounds highly insulting. After a while, they continued on their journey. Duran rode alongside Lord Kalyan. Kalyan began communicating with Alan through the ring, and he asked if he'd been dragged into the situation with the stolen artifact and the secretion spy, exposing him to unnecessary risk. Kalyan replied that it was exactly so, and he was still alive. Alan said that was fine, he could do whatever he wanted, and they'd see where it led. The old man would stop caring about his apprentice and leave for the warm south. The protagonist explained that he was worried about nothing, because if the blue singer was who he thought she was, then he was in no danger. Alan remarked that he had too many acquaintances. Kalyan reported that in her past life, the blue singer had never failed a single mission, and she must have recognized him as Prince Kairis the moment she saw him. This didn't stop her from emerging from cover and firing, but there was something else behind it, and that's where the master would come to his aid. He needed to find out exactly where this priest was. After some time, too much blood and dead people appeared in the room. They wanted to know what the blue singer wanted from meeting the priest. These people had been eliminated by a secret blue-haired girl. Sometime later, in one of the cafe's rooms, the employees were minding their own business. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Kalyan entered. He greeted her and asked them to ignore the people outside, as they had come with him. The girl replied that he shouldn't worry, as she had no intention of sending someone to kill someone who wasn't involved in anything. He asked her again, "Is that true?" He thought she knew him and had ordered an ambush on his man. She replied that she knew who he was, and that was why she had warned them not to be reckless. Suddenly, he noticed one of the boys collapse unconscious on the table next to him. The people around him felt ill, and the girl remarked that, unfortunately, they had done the opposite. Kalyan asked again, "So did he now interfere in this matter himself?" She replied that she believed that was indeed the case. Ella looked at his dangerous aura and grabbed her dagger, then said that she didn't think he would make her job easier. Kalyan smiled and asked if the elf she was pursuing was dead. She replied that he had disappeared into the forest. If she had known things would turn out this way, she would never have followed him. She also had to say that it hadn't been the most pleasant meeting, but since they hadn't harmed each other, she believed they should part peacefully. The child was in no danger, and she gave him her word. Kalyan asked again, did she think he'd come all this way and leave empty-handed? He wouldn't leave until he got the answers he needed. Why would she need divine artifacts? She wasn't a priestess and didn't know how to use them. Her reflection was visible in Kalyan's glass, and she frowned deeply and grew angry. Then she snatched the glass from his hands and said it cost her a pretty penny. Kalyan asked again, so she's a supplier? Ella replied that it was a part-time job, so to speak. People in her profession rarely have a stable income. Kalyan looked at her carefully and then asked, does her client live in Latron? He simply couldn't see any other reason why she would do this in such a small village when she could always find clients among the Cirrus priests. Layla replied that her client always paid a fair price and that generous people were hard to find these days. Kalyan thought they hadn't known each other long, and only one thing could attract the attention of a secretion spy. This information. The Blue Singer must be offering divine artifacts in exchange for Cirrus's state secrets. She grabbed a bottle of wine, and Kalyan noticed, then said he'd like to know something. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, Alan approached the king, who asked in bewilderment, did he come at such a late hour? Just to ask a question? Departing before rumors spread? Does he enjoy humiliating his king? Alan replied that his majesty is usually awake at this hour, and besides, he has the answer he needs, and he prefers not to waste time. He wants to get to the point right now. How many Tensilla priests are in Cirrus, and where are they? Romain asked again. Does he know anything, or is he just curious? He thinks it doesn't matter. He's sure he's heard about Tensilla envoys. There are currently 14 dwellers in Cirrus, and he's not recalling them all except one, who remains to serve at court. They also made it clear that any requests for additional priests would be denied. It's ironic, because they were the ones who sent their tenants away under the guise of performing sacred rituals, but now they're making it seem like they've forced them into their service. If they're recalling their priests, it could mean they're facing an internal crisis. In his opinion, it looks like they're trying their best to recruit as many people as possible, hiding the emergency from the public. How did His Majesty react to this? The king replied that he told them they could take the priests home. Cirrus doesn't oversee the priesthood, but why was he asking? Alan reported that Prince Kalyan wanted to know where they were. Romain looked at him questioningly, and Alan asked again, was something wrong? He wondered why he was asking if the answer was so simple. Did he suppose he already knew, and that's why he left for Latron? Meanwhile, he was still with Ella and asked if Count Hale was still her client. He watched her reaction carefully, when Ella suddenly poured herself some wine and brought it to her lips, then announced that he didn't need to know that at all. At that moment, Alan announced that the sneak had deceived him. He must have had a priest under his wing all this time, and was selling state secrets to Sirius's spies for divine artifacts. Kalyan told him that everything was correct. They needed to return to the palace. And Alan asked again, why did he need to go to the palace? Were there any problems there? Kalyan replied that there could be problems, since the Count had drunk too much and had set a price during dinner, so he had to use spells to put him to sleep. But now he wondered if he wasn't drunk at all. After a while, he returned to the palace, and Ian started shouting, how disrespectful is this? How many times must he repeat that the prince was out for an evening stroll, so no one is allowed near him? Katesh said it wouldn't take long. The thing is that the Count wants to apologize for his inappropriate behavior at dinner, and if he could just tell them which way the prince had gone, they could resolve the issue. Ian asked, they understand, right, that this was a very poor attempt at an apology? He then blurted out that since when had it become common for butlers to inquire about the whereabouts of royalty? Katesh froze, his voice shaking as he tried to explain that nothing was as it seemed. Ian realized they were in trouble, and wondered where Kalyan had disappeared to. Katesh asked if he could find out when the prince would return. Ian already hated this stubborn old man, and began shouting at him. How was he supposed to know that? He should go back to his chambers. Where were his manners? Katish assumed he could at least estimate the time, when suddenly Kalyan emerged from his room, annoyed that he wasn't being given a moment's peace. No one expected to see him there, and Ian and Katish were stunned by his appearance. Katish's mouth dropped open in surprise and fear, and Kalyan said, what a fool he is. All he had to do was send him away. Was it really that hard? Ian, confused, apologized to the prince with a wink at Kalyan, saying that the gentleman had been reluctant to leave and would now take care of everything. At that moment, Kalyan slammed his door, and Katish realized the terrible situation he'd found himself in. He began to beg for forgiveness, unaware that the prince was resting and would leave immediately. Kalyan, hiding behind the door, tried to catch his breath from the emotions he'd just experienced. He'd just behaved just like that idiot Plants, and it left him with a bad taste in his mouth. Ian entered his room and reported that he had returned earlier than expected, and through the window, no less. Ian demanded an explanation, but Kalyan replied that it was a long story, then asked if anyone suspicious had shown up while he was gone. He replied that it was only the butler, and that suspicious people usually entered through windows as he had just done. After all, this was the 3rd floor. Kalyan chuckled and said he would keep that in mind. Then he asked why he was so angry. He didn't remember ever snapping back in the palace. Ian replied that it was because he never listened to him. As requested, he immediately told the butler that he was going out for a walk, but he continued to ask for the exact time of his return. Kalyan wondered if that was really true. Ian confirmed that he hadn't let up, and seemed far more interested in the exact time than his location. He contacted his mentor, and mentioned that the Count seemed to be starting to worry about him snooping around in his affairs. So they were right, he wasn't drunk when he staged the scene. Alan asked, but why was he even putting on such a show? The protagonist replied that it was a common ruse to distract them from his deal with Ella, which was supposed to take place that night. This, in turn, also explained why she had shown up in the first place. The wine was supposed to give the Count a good excuse to slip away unnoticed, but his plan had been foiled when he'd put him to sleep with a spell. Upon awakening and learning he'd left the palace, he sent his butler to verify his intentions. Alan replied that it sounded convincing enough, but one question remained. Why was he so desperate to get his hands on divine artifacts? The protagonist assumed this was the perfect gift to win over the sacred kingdom of Tencel, specifically Randel's mother's homeland. So to sum it up, the Count maintains close ties with the Randel faction, while simultaneously playing with the Blanche faction. Furthermore, he showered him with gifts behind their backs, even handing state secrets like Kyrie's to Secretia spies. It was as if fate itself had brought him together with that boy to lead him to the necessary clues. The man he was hunting pointed him to Ella. From her, he could learn that Hale was sending divine artifacts to the Sacred Kingdom in an attempt to win over Randel. Could this really be just a coincidence? The downpour would continue tomorrow, and since he'd already left and was stuck here, he'd try to expose this mole. Meanwhile, Hale was incredibly angry and smashed the dishes in anger, shouting that he was an insolent brat. He should have known he'd be in trouble when he sent the gifts back. He must have used some kind of spell on him. Only a spell could have caused such a deathly deep sleep. All his plans had collapsed because of this idiot. He revels in his feigned arrogance just because the Archmage is on his side. He's just a dirty freak who doesn't deserve a place among the prince. And Celine, that stupid woman, why didn't she kill him before all this mess started? He spent a fortune trying to win over the Marquis of Bryson, and now all his connections with the aristocracy will go to hell? He was promised rich estates near the capital, but this scandal over Celine had ruined everything. Suddenly, Katish knocked on his door and entered the room. Hale announced that he had finally arrived. He asked sarcastically, "Have you managed to contact their friend?" Katish replied that he was afraid that wasn't the case yet, and that they should receive an answer a little later. At that moment, Hale struck his servant square in the face with a glass, causing him to fall and clutch his head in pain. Hale screamed, "Can he even do anything right?" It was pouring rain outside, which meant this lowborn mongrel would be spending another night here. Kefish clutched his head and asked, should he postpone the deal then? Hale screamed even louder. What other choice do they have? They couldn't risk this with the prince and his men here. He had to send a message and reschedule the arrangements. And why was this maid standing here waiting? She should bring him clothes quickly, and he would teach this bastard a lesson that would thoroughly humble him. After a while, the protagonist brought the meat to his mouth and then tasted the treat. At that moment, Hale looked at him, holding a glass with a drink in his hands. He frowned and thought, this mask of calm does not suit him at all. Here, in Ceres, the title of Count commands respect. The nobles will immediately rise up in arms if they learn that magic was used against him. His royal blood will not save him, foolish prince. He smiled maliciously and thought that soon he will be begging for forgiveness. Then he said, His Highness, he should apologize for his behavior last night. MC looked at him and then, returning to the meal, replied, no problem. He said, if he allows me to ask, is it a spell? Before he could finish, the protagonist answered, he put him to sleep with a spell because his behavior was starting to get out of hand. He looked at him in bewilderment and shouted, what? The protagonist extended his hand and said that all this was the work of the past day. He suggested not to dwell on it. He is the lord of the provincial lands. He can assume that this is the first time a member of the royal family has visited him, right? He smiled and, placing his hand on his chest, added, he must have been overexcited. Hale smiled and said, yes, overexcited, a spell. He thought irritably, what a sneak. Now he looks in a bad light. Then MC added, did he see? He was completely exhausted dealing with the ambusher. He was surprised. The ambusher? Was he, by any chance, talking about the dying man who was brought here? He replied, yes, he managed to find out the most interesting information. Hale thought, he should find out more about this. Then the protagonist folded his arms across his chest and said, the name of a certain species of bird. The next second, Hale spat out his wine, and Malcolm said anxiously, my lord. His clothes. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and held it out to Hale, but he shouted, don't disturb them. They're talking with the prince. The next second, the protagonist said, of course, they still have to go into detail. But he thought it would be interesting to hear about what was happening on his lands. Hale then rose from his seat and, placing his hand on his chest, shouted that he would do everything in his power to help His Highness, and he would never allow him to suffer any harm on his territory. He thought, he won't let him snoop around here, the damn prince. He would find out everything and get to the bottom of his weaknesses. Then Jiran, turning to the protagonist, said that he must allow him to report. At that moment, Hale looked at him and thought, the mere sight of this creature that ruined the performance is unbearable. What is the best way to erase him from his castle? Then MC said, he's incredibly lucky, Count. He was surprised. What? And he smiled and said, it seems this man has finally decided to speak. After some time in the dungeon, Hale walked forward, stepping in a puddle. He thought indignantly, disgusting. This place is beneath his dignity. Did he have to drag him here? At that moment, the protagonist thought, yes, he knows what he's thinking, Count Hale. No matter how hard he tried, he's already checkmated him. Last night, prisoner Norton held onto the bars and shouted, him again. What did he do to his wife? MC stood opposite, leaning his back against the wall. He folded his arms across his chest and said that his family would not be harmed. After all, he gave him his word. Does he remember? He asked. Then what is he doing here? He replied. As he could have guessed, he was facing execution. He made an attempt on the prince's life. As soon as the investigation is completed, he will be transported to Ceres, where a public execution by hanging will take place. Norton lowered his gaze. The protagonist added, even if he's imprisoned without proper treatment, his time will be limited. After all, the wound has already begun to fester. He asked, what is he trying to say? He replied that he could help him escape. Norton, surprised, asked, what? He said, give him a life away from this estate, a plot of land to live in, and a modest home where he could live with his wife in peace and quiet. He moved closer to his face and added, but only in exchange for helping him. He must do this, and his punishment will be limited to the loss of his infected arm, which he would only be better off without. Norton looked at him silently and then replied, okay, what do you require of him? In the present tense, he said, they need to know something. The one known to them as Blue Warbler is a secret spy. She came here to sell some things to her client. It turned out they had known each other for a long time. At that moment, Malcolm looked at him in bewilderment, and Norton asked, "Food for thought. Don't they think so? Friendship with spies is hardly acceptable." MC smiled and said, "Yes, but only if we're not talking about double agents. Otherwise, the laws of Syria consider it treason, don't you think, his dear Count?" He smiled and looked at Hale, who awkwardly replied, "Yes." He began to laugh, and the protagonist thought, "He's desperate, right? Come on. He must make his move and provide the evidence he so desperately needs." After a while, Malcolm knelt and bowed his head, shouting that he begged His Highness for mercy. All he did was follow his master's orders. He's not without guilt. He begs for mercy. At that moment, MC sat on the throne opposite him and thought he knew Count Hale would break under the pressure. He hadn't expected such an event. Then he asked, "He's a priest of Tencel, isn't he?" He looked surprised and added, "Only priests are trusted to acquire sacred relics." Count Hale, in turn, gained the upper hand because he discovered a secret he shouldn't have. Malcolm said the temple would have his head if they found out he was selling the sacred relics. The protagonist thought in surprise, he was selling them? Wasn't it all about collecting relics for Tencel to gain their trust? Then he asked, who was buying them? He desperately replied that he would tell everything. It was Queen Salice's brother, Viscount Renan. He was offering the temple relics. Renan had been courting Tencel's favor all along. He had betrayed the plants and joined the Randall faction. To put it simply, he didn't just betray Salice, who wouldn't stop by anything to ensure her son took the throne. He betrayed the entire clan. The trap he had set for the rats had caught someone even bigger. At that moment, the protagonist drew a smiley face on his knee with his fingers, then heard a voice ask, "What now, Your Highness?" This will inevitably cause a stir. He needs to speak with the king first. He replied that it would be best. But before that, master, could he ask him to write a letter in his name to Count Hale? After a while, MC sat in a chair and told his subordinate to go and take care of the prisoner's wound in the dungeon. The injury was very serious. He then held out the package and added that without proper treatment, he risked losing his arm, and therefore he should let him take this. Juron bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Then the protagonist turned his gaze to Kyrie and told him to go to the village and find his wife. He should escort her to a safe place nearby, as soon as he took the medicine. The next second, Shia ran into the room and said hello. She said that Hina had come to clean the room. She had come to look at the bird. Then she walked forward and added, "No, but still here." She ran forward and said that she knew. She just didn't want him to punish her. The protagonist spoke, but he didn't even ask. Then he clutched his head and thought, this is Arsene's concern, not his. Then Shia pointed her finger at the cage, and at that moment, Ian leaned over to the protagonist and asked what they should do with the bird. Was he considering keeping it? He replied no. He was just waiting for the right moment to return it to its owner. They watched the girls admiring it, and MC said he'd buy her another one as soon as they got home. Hina stopped in surprise. The protagonist added, "This Miss Bird will fly away this evening," and she replied, "It's okay, Your Highness. Merlin might not like having a bird in their room." The protagonist smiled and asked, "Is that so? Then wouldn't she help him free the bird after dinner?" After a while, the sky darkened. The protagonist sat in a chair, and then he looked away, and closing the book, said earlier than he thought. Ayla, hiding behind her hood, appeared on the balcony and said that the letter was so poetic that it touched her deeply. It said she should come to him if she didn't want the dovecote on Tainash Street to find out what she had done. She said she believed he had a good reason for blackmailing her. With that, she removed her hood, and MC, holding the notes in his hand, said he needed proof that Hale was involved in the sale of sacred relics, and then their secret would remain just that. They locked eyes, then she lowered her head. He asked, "Is this her answer?" She answered, "Unfortunately." It turned out that she hated complexity. With these words, she reached into her inner pocket and then fired several projectiles forward. The protagonist thought in surprise, magic projectiles? He needed to catch his breath. The blue warbler he knew was trying to use a sword, not a hidden weapon. The next second, he held up a magic symbol in front of himself, creating a barrier, protecting himself from the magic projectiles. The next second, an explosion thundered, and alarmed people shouted, "Intruder, is he alright, His Highness?" The next second, MC slammed the door with magic and shouted that no one would enter here. Then he looked ahead and asked, did she really want him dead? So what else was she hiding up her sleeve? Ayla ran forward and shouted, "Nothing more." Their weapons crossed. She clenched her teeth in tension. The protagonist blocked her attack and thought that the sword in his hands was made of ordinary steel. It wouldn't withstand his aura. He needed to end this quickly without using it. At that moment, Ayla looked at his hand in surprise, and then they separated their swords, after which they crossed them again in battle. But the next moment, MC knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands and thought, "What?" She said she wasn't hiding anything anymore. The next second, he noticed a small sphere between her fingers. She threw it forward, and the protagonist thought, too fast, without an aura, injuries are inevitable. The next second, he swung his sword, cutting the sphere in two, but then his sword cracked, and part of the sword flew to the side. At that moment, Ayla said in surprise, "Impossible. A sword master?" She was holding her wounded hand. MC, pursing his lip, thought about what he should do now. Then he said, "Ayla." She screamed in surprise. How did he know her name? But the next second, he grabbed her face, and she screamed. "Who does he think he is?" he asked. Doesn't she have it? A cube of poison. With these words, he pried her mouth open and asked if Secretia's spies weren't required to keep this in their mouths at all times. And now she had to spill everything she knew. He released her head. She put her hand to her face and asked if he would let her go if she told him. He said irritably that Secretia were known for their endurance, but she seemed to be an exception. He wondered if this version of her was completely different from the one he knew, or if something had changed her. Then she smiled and said it would be best if he let her go in peace. That sword of his was far more crudely crafted than a simple guard's. Despite his skill as a swordsman, it was as if he couldn't allow anyone to discover his true abilities. He had to let her go if he wanted to keep his secret, or she would walk out and tell the knights what she had just witnessed. Then the protagonist thought, in her previous life, Blue Warbler had been loyal to Secretia, a skilled swordswoman who dedicated herself to the blade. She was not the same person he knew, not her. Then he grabbed her by the shirt and shouted that if she valued her skin so much, clinging so desperately to life, there was no point in provoking him. He approached her, then let go of her clothes and told her not to think she could deceive him. His secrets were not so valuable that they could serve as bargaining chips for her. He closed his eyes and added that she should tell him what she knew, and he would spare her unnecessary questions. She looked at him in surprise, and he said that someone else would ask those questions. A white hawk, for example. After a while, Hale shouted indignantly, "To hell with it all. Damn it all. Where did that brainless old man Malcolm go?" He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "First those damned mercenaries, and now this letter." It said, "Dear Count," that to convince everyone of his innocence, he needed to develop a defense strategy. He had personally explained to Her Majesty what he had encountered and what had led him to this predicament. He must rest assured, there was no cause for concern, Alan. Hale frowned and shouted, "What did he encounter then? Did he really find out about his dealings with the divine artifacts?" He strode forward, clasping his hands behind his back, adding, "You vile serpent. He sent the letter, which means he surely already knows everything. He shouldn't even hope to intimidate him with pathetic blackmail. Well, to hell with him. He would no longer grovel before this low-born scum posing as a prince. He would not whine and bow like a cowardly puppy. He would not give in so easily." Then he placed his hand on the wall clock and asked, did they think he would get involved in this without an escape plan? The next second, the secret door in front of him opened, revealing a room filled with gold. He stepped forward and said, all this effort was wasted because of some scum. Well, at least he still had this, his most prized treasure. With these words, he opened the nightstand and reached his hands towards the box, then opened it, and, looking at the contents, said that with so many divine artifacts he could start over and amass a vast fortune. He had hoped that the deal with Renan would make him rich, but he was more trouble than he was worth. The next second, Arsene slammed the box shut in his hands, and said that he was grateful to him, my lord, for making his job easier. Then he snatched the box, and Hale turned sharply in surprise and shouted, "What? Is this an invisibility spell?" "He's one of the henchmen." Then Arsene smiled, and said he was a mage of His Majesty Prince Callian, at his service. He held out the box, and added that he couldn't thank him enough for having obtained such convincing evidence with his own hands. "He shouldn't worry, my lord. The vile snake and lowborn scum will definitely find out how actively he contributed to this investigation." After a while, Arsene said that these were the artifacts that Hale had hidden. He also received a full list of his transactions with Blue Warbler and a list of the state secrets he had sold. The protagonist looked at the box's contents, then closed it and said, well. He smiled and added, "Excellent work. This will save them from unnecessary chaos." The next second, Ian ran into the room and shouted in alarm, "Your Highness, there are people outside." At that moment, several knights were approaching the building. The protagonist approached the window and, looking ahead, asked, "Is this the king's personal guard, the Kyra? They're supposed to be protecting the king in Syres, so what could have brought them here?" Meanwhile, Alan shouted indignantly, "They sent elite guards to Latlan?" He thought they'd send ordinary knights. When he wrote to His Majesty, this was not what he expected. He put his hand to his head and added, "He was gone for a minute," and he was gone. At that moment, Romain took a cup of drink and said, "This is too dangerous for the knightly order." He couldn't take such a risk. He knew there were brazen agents among them. Those who wield someone else's sword do not deserve his trust. Alan shouted, "Your Majesty, he must understand the entire situation. Such concern will not help Callian. If anything happens, it will lead to ruin. Every gesture of love cuts off another path in Callian's life. His competitors will make noise and quarrel. Is that why he was so cautious?" Romain set his cup down and said he understood it wouldn't happen again, so the brothers would join him for breakfast. He wanted to see them joke around. Then Alan smiled and said, "The happiest event for his house, Your Majesty." After a while, Malcolm asked anxiously, "Is His Highness leaving already?" MC looked down at him, holding the reins, and said, "Duty calls. Kyra will take care of the rest." The criminals would be brought to the capital to await justice, where a decision would be made. Unfortunately, one of them had already died, never making it here. Norton, the man trapped by the Blue Warbler, was allowed to return home. Of course, the papers listed him as dead. Right now, he was on his way to the Kvituran estate with his beloved wife. Malcolm hesitantly asked if he could ask what would happen to him. The protagonist explained that his debts had forced him to serve Count Hale, But that didn't change the fact that he was trading divine artifacts. He frowned in response and admitted his guilt. He had committed a grave crime. The protagonist added, however, that it shouldn't be overlooked that he had played a vital role in capturing a traitor to the kingdom. Thus, the throne would show him mercy in exchange for his loyalty. From now on, he would be his butler at the Latlan estate. He cried joyfully, tears in his eyes. His Highness, of course he will serve. He apologizes here. MC smiled, pointing at him, and he said, no way, why him? They ventured back down the path to Sisfanian's chambers. Word of the consequences reached him en route. Hale had been stripped of his titles and privileges and sentenced to life imprisonment. And Ayla, the blue warbler, met her death on the scaffold. Then he said that today, all the streets are covered with Renisita leaves. Renisita, commonly called leaves because of their similar shape, but actually thorns, are the Renisita cacti, adapted to absorbing moisture from their surroundings. They cover the capital's square with them, to prevent the white tiles from turning red from traces of blood. At that moment, Randall was busy eating, and thought he was testing him, his way of asking him if his mother had anything to do with the woman who tried to kill Callian. Then Plant said, his suspicions are unfounded, brother. Randall took a sip of water, then closed his eyes and said he'd heard that since Callian's departure, he'd given up wine. Plants asked, what, does he miss his drunken breath? He silently wiped his mouth with a napkin, then placed it on the table and said, of course not. He rose to his feet, placing a hand on his chest, adding, now that his drunken days are over, it's time to learn to be quiet. Then Plants's fork fell out of his hand, and he asked, wasn't it quiet enough? Meanwhile, Jiran said, my prince, this is too risky. The protagonist dismounted and asked, a landslide? Damn rain. He put his hands on his waist and asked how long it would take to clear the road. He said he was sorry, but it was best to make a detour. He thought they'd spent enough time in Latlan, and now their road was blocked by a landslide. This journey would take a long time. So when he returned to Ceres, he would set up a portal. At that moment, Shia took his hand and told him to come with her. She offered to go to her village. Yes, a village. The protagonist was surprised. A village? She smiled and said, an elven village. She lives there. And Luca too. And the elder. She continued to smile and offered to stay the night, Commander, and he would leave in the morning. The protagonist smiled, looking at her, and said, I see, that's the most sensible thing he'd heard her say. Then they were heading to the elf village. He then asked, but since when did he become the commander? He picked up Shia, and she replied, he always has been. After a while, they entered the village, and looking around, the MC said in surprise, wow. What a place. The elf village is truly a unique place. He never would have thought he'd be here. The next second, Cher appeared before him and asked which of them was the human king. The protagonist thought, what's wrong with him? He then said, what a grandiose title, but there's no one here who holds such a high position. He assured him, if he's looking for a representative of their small group, then he is. Cher then said that he is the elder of this village, and he would like to ask a favor, the human king. The protagonist then introduced himself and said that he needed more details before he could give an answer. Cher said that recently 3 elves from the village went on a journey to visit the nearby human settlements. When they did not return after 10 days, they sent 2 scouts to search for them, and now these scouts have also gone missing. He asks him to help in the search. The elves living here have only superficial knowledge of the human kingdom. With these words, he extended his hand forward. MC thought, pushy and demanding. Are all elves like this? Then he asked, so he lost 5 elves, and now he wants him to find them? Why would he do that? Cher answered, because he is the king of humans. Then the protagonist put his hand to his head and thought that he kept repeating the same thing. He said, no, he is not a king, but a prince, the prince of Ceres. He said that it hardly matters. Before he could finish, but the protagonist extended his hand forward and said, no, it does matter. The king and the prince exist in different worlds. Cher replied, okay, a prince, then a prince. He wouldn't have asked him such a thing if he couldn't offer something in return. He's heading to the Siegfried estate, right? MC confirmed this, saying that it would take a long time to get there on human roads. While they were familiar with forest paths, this could cut his travel time by a quarter. At that moment, the protagonist thought, forest paths. The journey would take 2 months, minus the time already lost. If these paths of theirs were real, the journey to Siegfried's lands would be reduced to 2 weeks. Then he smiled joyfully and giving a thumbs up shouted, 5 elves, he says. My God, the poor souls. Of course he'll help. The prince is at his disposal. At that moment, Cher smiled joyfully. After a while, Jiran, looking at the map, looked away and said that they hadn't found any traces of the slave trade his prince had mentioned. These forests border 2 cities, Nerica and Steen. They discovered a large number of mercenaries, but none of them seemed to be involved in criminal activity. The protagonist remarked that this was good news. At that moment, Kiri reflected that he had suspected the elves' disappearance was the work of merchants, but that didn't seem to be the case. MC then said that in that case, they would start with the nearest towns as planned. Steen was located directly along the route. Both towns were similar in size, so it would be best to start with the closer one. Duran then mentioned that, as far as he understood, there was some rivalry between them. The protagonist asked, is that so? He said that their lords were about the same age, so perhaps that was the reason. The protagonist smiled and said, Well, healthy competition often promotes development. He would see if he could get a new sword in one of those towns. After that, they set off, and after a while, the blacksmith folded his arms and said that they didn't have any swords. The MC looked at him in confusion and, holding his hands out in front of him, said, "But he's selling weapons. How could he possibly have no swords? Are they all sold out?" The blacksmith remarked that he seemed a bit small for a mercenary. The protagonist replied that he was a mage, while he was a swordsman. With these words, he pointed at Kairi and added that mercenaries weren't the only ones who needed swords. Then the blacksmith pointed to the side and said that he would say it straight out. He was wasting his time. He should know that all the weapons were secretly being used by mercenaries in the city's castle. Their weapons stockpiles had already been confiscated. If he was looking for a good deal, the castle was probably his best option. The protagonist replied that he wasn't looking for deals or rewards. He needed the sword for personal use. There was also Nerika beyond the forest, right? He'd see what he could find there. But the blacksmith remarked that it was pointless. The situation there was the same. At that moment, the protagonist put his hand to his face and said, "This elf." Kairi asked, "His Highness?" He said, "The lords of the two cities are gathering mercenaries and weapons. It's obvious there's a war going on here." As for the elder of the elven village, located right between these warring cities, he was now beginning to understand his motives. After a while, he looked at the letter in his hands and ordered Chair to send these letters to the lords of the cities of Steen and Nerika. This would temporarily disrupt their plans and give the missing elves a chance to return home. After that, he turned and added, "He and his men will leave at first light. He must work hard to honor their agreement and lead them to the forest paths." Then Chair shouted, "He must wait." What does he mean? He covered his face with his hands and added, "About the war." Before he could finish, MC said that he really was ready to turn a blind eye, since he was an elf, but he had deceived him, even though he knew about the impending war. With these words, he smiled, looking at him. While the elf looked at him in surprise, he added that it turned out that the 5 missing elves had headed to the castle in Steen to work as merchants. Even its inhabitants suspected the outbreak of war. It was impossible that the leader didn't know about it. He took advantage of it. He knew the prince should leave the war in his kingdom. Then Chair sighed. The protagonist said that they didn't need their forest roads. The deal was off. With these words, he headed for the exit again, and Chair extended his hand forward and shouted that he must wait. He was simply going to stand by and watch as war raged in his kingdom. The protagonist opened the door slightly and said that people fight for a reason. They won't bicker forever. If this village was so dear to him, then he must do everything to protect it, not rely on stupid deception. After that, he left the office. After some time, Kairi said that the blame lay with the Breezen merchants. Only Breezen caravans dare travel this far, but they're currently stalled due to the events at the Latlan estate. MC rested his head on his hand and said, "It's him again, Lannan Breezen." He thought about Steen and Nerika, because the soil in those towns makes it impossible to grow wheat, leaving citizens with no choice but to buy it from Breezen merchants. When Breezen suddenly refused the deal, the residents of Steen headed to Nerika to buy wheat and survive the winter. However, Nerika demanded an exorbitant price, leading to a conflict. Then he folded his arms and said, "First they completely take over the food market, then they shut it down with impunity. Do they seriously expect this to boost their pride? Don't they understand that this will ultimately lead to starvation for the people, not the Lord?" After a while, Chair, head bowed, begged for his apology. He knew perfectly well that Luca had dragged him into all this. It was because of this that the war between the cities had started, but he couldn't tell the truth because he didn't know how he would react. The blame lies entirely with him. He understood that Luca was his son. The lost elves were somehow connected to him, and he was afraid that learning the truth would turn him away from them. He hoped that he could forgive him and his son. The protagonist looked at him silently, and Cher added that he knew it was too much to ask, but they needed his help. They didn't have enough equipment to handle the situation themselves. He begged him. Before he could finish speaking, MC told him to go to the city and give them these letters. He looked at him in surprise. He said they would see if he could find out what they needed beyond the wheat. He would meet them after he brought him the information. Chair cried out in surprise, so he would help? The protagonist held out his hand in front of him, telling him to calm down. He was not doing this to help. Then the elf extended his hand to him and said that he should accept his gratitude. They, elves, keep their promises. They will never forget his kindness. At that moment, MC thought, Lannan Breezen, he is becoming a constant nuisance. At that moment, he brought his finger with the ring closer and said, "Master, it is time to cleanse the house." Sometime later, the Breezen estate in Syres, the subordinate bowed and said, "My lord." Before him stood Marquis Evan, the head of the Breezen house. The subordinate asked, "Will he return home immediately after the meeting? If so, then he must. They can wait for the carriage." Evan replied, "No need, he will stay." The subordinate looked at him in surprise. Then the Marquis entered the building and ordered a subordinate to show the guests to his office. He replied, "Yes, my lord." He thought he said guests, but they weren't expecting anyone. He seemed different today. He never missed a council meeting and always preferred to receive visitors in the drawing room. Who could this be? After a while, Alan extended his hand and asked, "Haven't they met in person yet?" And Evan replied, "Indeed, if this hadn't been the way he'd arranged the meeting with the captain, he would have arranged a more suitable reception." He replied that he'd arrived unannounced to spare him unnecessary trouble. It wouldn't take long. just something he thought might interest him. Then his second son started looking at the king's son with uneasy eyes. At that moment, Evan, who had taken the mug, looked at him in surprise, and their gazes met. Then Evan closed his eyes and asked, "Renan? That brat wouldn't have the courage to dare something like that." Alan folded his arms and said, "He doesn't seem to have the highest opinion of his son, but he has something that might prove far more convincing than his verdict." With these words, he pulled out the letters, and Evan looked at him in surprise. After a while, he slammed his hand down on the documents on the table and said, "What does he mean by that?" Alan extended his hand and suggested they be honest. After all, he had long ago decided to get rid of Renan. He said that these were not matters in which a mere court magician should pry. Alan put his hand to his chin and remarked that it was amusing to hear this from a common thug. Evan glared at him indignantly and shouted, "How dare he insult him in his own home?" He concentrated his energy and slammed his fist on the table. At that moment, Alan thought, those who perfect the art of the sword transform their words into weapons like a sharp blade, and those who have mastered the secrets of magic. At that moment, he began to concentrate the energy within his body and asked, "Have you decided?" He said he had decided he posed no threat. Well, he could hold on if he dared. The next second, his entire body was covered in powerful energy. He thought, "I've turned to fear as my greatest weapon. The primal fear of death, inherent in every living being, is what they bring with them wherever they go." Then he placed his hand on his chest and said that he wasn't as willing to fight as his student. However, for his own good, he shouldn't forget his manners. Then Evan looked at him with irritation, and Alan smiled and said, "So who's better?" He thought, "I've been able to withstand the pressure emanating from the 8th Circle Mage's aura. He didn't become a sword master out of nowhere. He shouldn't have underestimated him." Then he raised his index finger and said that he had no doubt he was capable of taking care of his son himself. But what if he could suggest a different, more effective approach? There's a way to quietly distance him from his inner circle. Not long before, the protagonist had said he should say he wanted to acquire his merchant guild. When the truth was revealed that Celeste was behind his rise, it was the Breezen Merchant Guild that suffered the greatest losses. The guild only survives because Renan defends its profitability. But Breezen is, first and foremost, a knightly house. The Merchant Guild was founded by the second son, who showed no talent for swordsmanship. His father is probably already considering how to get rid of the guild, which not only has ceased to be profitable, but has also set its sights on the honor of the entire family. Then Alan replied, "Perhaps, but what's the point of doing something that won't benefit him?" By now, Evan had asked, playing into his prince's hands, right? Why should he give him such an advantage? Alan replied that he knew he would say that. He assures him the buyer won't be his highness. Not long before, the protagonist had said he wasn't going to buy it himself. They already had the right person. In the present tense, Evan asked, "Is that so? So who's going to take it then?" Alan replied, "The head of the second largest merchant guild in Ceres. He has good reason to target his rival, don't you think? All he needs to do is find a compelling reason to sell and he won't give him a less favorable offer." Meanwhile, Renan was watering the plant and said, "It's a beauty." He stroked the plant's leaves and, smiling, said, "Daddy's been really busy lately, but that shouldn't be a cause for concern. He's here now." He thought Hale's arrest had pissed him off, but so far it hadn't affected him in any way. Maybe he wasn't so stupid as to babble on about everything he heard. For a moment, he even considered selling all his assets and fleeing to Tencel before anyone discovered their connection. But what a nightmare place it was. Luckily, he cut all ties with Hale in time. The next second, he looked in fear at the broken leaf of the plant and screamed, "His poor little thing!" He was so sorry. Then he thought, there were other lords who also traded with Tencel, but he didn't have to worry about them. So, then he felt a presence behind him, turned around and asked, "What? Why had he come here?" The next second, he was attacked and knocked to the floor. Soon, rumors were spreading throughout the capital. The Holy Kingdom of Tencel had acquired an impressive collection of divine artifacts, and none of this would have been possible without Renan's help. Currently, he sat behind bars, screaming, "Do they even know who he is? His father will make them pay for this." Shortly afterward, he went missing, and his father, Marquis Breezen, scoured every corner of the kingdom in a futile attempt to find him. At first, the Marquis's suspicions fell on Alan and Melfier, but it soon became clear they had absolutely nothing to do with the incident. In the present, MC looked at the ring, and a voice from within said that the guild acquisition process was in full swing, with Melfier handling the details. As they had agreed, the items he requested had already been sent to him, his prince. He should let him know if he needed anything else. The protagonist replied that he was grateful, mentor. At that moment, Cher approached him and asked if he was ready. The mother tree had answered his prayer. Soon he would be able to set foot on the forest paths. The protagonist smiled and said, "Excellent, time to go." Cher then added that his son, Luca, would be his guide. MC raised his hand and said that he was grateful, but he preferred the company of Shiaris. Then he shouted, "Hey Shia, can she lead them through the forest paths?" She looked at him in surprise, then smiled and said, "Of course." He leaned toward her and asked, "Are you sure? No one would be accompanying her on the way back." She replied that he shouldn't worry. She could find her way even with her eyes closed. He replied, "Okay, then they should go." The next second he thought, wait a minute, she's talking quite normally now. He looked at Shia and she looked at him and asked, "What's the matter, Commander? Is something wrong?" At that moment she was holding the stone in her hand. The protagonist then took the stone in his hand and asked in surprise, "What is it? Did he steal it along with the holy relics?" With this question, he looked at Luca, who nervously looked away and replied that he didn't know, he didn't remember. Then Arsene approached the protagonist and said, "Your Highness, perhaps this is also a holy relic." MC thought, the item found on Luca when he returned to the village, a black stone lying next to other relics. There's a possibility that this is one of them, or rather. Then Jiran said, "It seems too dangerous for a holy relic. The smell of blood is too strong." The protagonist, continuing to stare at the stone, thought, yes, as Jiran said, Arsene apparently doesn't sense it, but he senses an ominous feeling emanating from it. A strong life force that was forcibly taken, and blood energy. In other words, he said, "The owner of this stone was killed by someone, we need to investigate." Then he tossed the stone into Shia's hands, and said that while she was using it, they needed to somehow communicate along the way. She asked, "Isn't this Luca's stone?" He replied that it wasn't so, it was his now. She replied, "I see, she understood, Chief." After that she smiled and said that she would keep it to herself. She would return it as soon as they reached the other end of the path. At that moment, Jiran leaned towards the protagonist and said, "Your Highness, about this child. Did what she said before he asked mean she could foresee the future?" He replied that she had said it wasn't foresight, but he thought so too. He thought the future was coming a little faster for this child. He thought, the future, and the distortion of time, and the stone that neutralized the skills associated with it. Perhaps it had something to do with the time axis. In the present, Randall was in the garden. He looked at a plant branch, and then remembered the protagonist's words about the roses blooming soon. He thought, Kalyan, this time he got rid of Vernon. After that, he took out the pendant from his sleeve and, concentrating, closed his eyes. The pearls in the pendant began to glow, and flowers began to bloom on the branch of the plant in front of him. Randall touched this and said that it was still pleasant to watch, so it should stay like this for a little while. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat near the tree, concentrating energy in his chest, his eyes closed. The next second, he heard a voice congratulating him. His Highness, he had received not an additional circle, but a stronger aura. He clutched his head and desperately said, "There's no need to mock him for this. He should just scold him, Master." He asked, "Why should he?" He was the one who was most upset here. It's not so easy to break the habit of holding a sword, even if it was only for a moment, so his mana doesn't become a new circle, but transforms into aura. He said he knew, but it's not like aura and mana have completely different principles. He has plenty of mana, so why is this subconsciously turning into aura? Damn it. The teacher said he didn't say he didn't understand. He simply had to prepare himself, not to return to Ceres until he figured out the answer. After that, he looked up at the night sky and asked if he could find the answer. He replied that he was following this path. He knew better, but all paths lead somewhere. After a while, Shia waved her arms and shouted, "Chief, it's here, hurry! This is the end of the forest path." The protagonist walked forward, shielding himself from the bright sun. He said in surprise, "So this is the land of elephants, the Duchy of Siegfried." Shia called him again and, smiling, said it was time to say goodbye. She held out the stone and said, "Here, he should take it back." MC looked at her in surprise and said she should let him ask something, just in case. Did she really need to return to the village? The elder wasn't thrilled that she would be their only guide, and even he, an outsider, noticed how the villagers were keeping their distance from her. He could imagine things were even worse without guests. If her condition was a problem, he could submit her case to the Sisphanian will. Shia clenched her fist, and the protagonist added, "For now, she can go." Before he could finish, she said he was right. The villagers here disliked her, but the world tree said that's just how she is. Just because she's different doesn't mean she needs to be fixed. Even if she says otherwise, it doesn't change the fact that she's an elf. MC looked at her in surprise, then smiled, thinking, it looks like he still has a long way to go. After that, Shia handed him the stone and told him not to worry about her. Leader, she understood everything. He replied, "Okay." After that, he ruffled her hair and said they'll see each other again, and she smiled and said she'll look forward to it. She's grateful for saving her. These massive castle walls rise to protect the Sisphanian domain. The protagonist rode his horse forward and, looking at the gate, thought, every Syrian prince standing before this must be thanking fate that the Siegfried family never laid claim to the throne. Then he turned to Ian and asked, "Yes, His Highness?" He said that as long as they were here, he didn't have to be at his beck and call. Being the object of the hatred of 20 evil men was hard enough, and inside he bet there were many more. Here, his role as a servant ends. Ian looked at him in surprise, then said, "Your Highness, he can handle everyone just fine." With these words, he smiled and placed his hand on his chest. MC thought as he caught the blades flying at him with his bare hands when he fainted from poisoning. He looked at him in surprise, then smiled and said that he was very sorry, Ian. Sometime later, the protagonist emerged from the shower, drying his wet hair with a towel. He then placed the towel over his shoulders and, sighing, said he thought their journey was over. He remembered Ian, pointing to the map, saying they were only at the entrance gate. Then the protagonist remarked, "But the inner gate of the castle is still 2 days away." He didn't expect the castle to be the size of a city. Afterwards, he sat down on the bed and said he thought he'd see the head of the family today. He'd have to accept it. His complaints wouldn't change anything. Then, he looked at the magic stone and remembered Shia's words. He thought, exactly. His mana may have changed to aura, but the essence of it remained the same. He'd always thought they were two completely different energies, but that's not true. Since he can't break the habit of converting mana into aura, it's simple. He simply uses aura as fuel for his magic. With these thoughts, he began to concentrate the energy in his chest, and at that moment, Arsene, standing outside his door, saw a bright glow of light and thought, the mana, barely leaving the light, is now gushing like a river. It no longer radiates that warmth and tenderness. Now the mana radiates a chill that penetrates to the bones. But the prince's skills are endless. Where's the limit of his power? Then MC looked at the magic circles in front of him and joyfully said, finally, fourth circle magic. He thought the magic issue was resolved, but that wasn't the end of the problems. After a while, Ian shouted, this way, your majesty. The protagonist thought at the moment, including his sleeping self, there are currently 6 swordsmen on the continent, and in the world of swordsmen, those with a stronger aura can sense a weaker one. After a while, Sleeman rode forward on his horse and shouted, welcome, your highness. What a long way he'd come. He must have been very tired from the journey. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist thought, the Duke, Ian's father, the second most powerful swordsman, his level is much higher than his. In response, he smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The Duke. Sleeman said, the prince. The protagonist thought that one glance would be enough. Then he said how. MC thought to realize that this was a swordsman in front of him. Then Sleeman asked in surprise, how was that possible? He had grown so much since their last meeting. Wow, now a real man stands before him. The protagonist laughed in response and said, is that so? He replied, he was practically unrecognizable. He can see that a lot has changed in him. MC smiled and said, indeed, just a small transformation, nothing drastic. He smiled, and Sleeman laughed even harder and said, well, he certainly wouldn't call it just a small transformation. Then he walked forward and said that they should go. He should let him accompany him to the castle. After a while, they mounted their horses, and Sleeman said he had to give this apprentice mage his due. He'd singled out an exceptional one, a talented magic user, and the 6th most powerful swordsman on the continent to boot. The protagonist said he'd known he'd be hard-pressed to keep anything from him. He replied that, regardless of his status, all these years hadn't been wasted. He might not be able to see his aura, but he could easily discern it. What great progress! His prince. His mentor must be enjoying every moment, watching his brilliant development. The protagonist replied that he wouldn't be so sure. He was now immersed in his work. Sleeman remarked that he fully deserved it. After a while, he bowed and said he would be happy to stay and talk with him, but he was afraid he couldn't postpone his inspection duties. He hoped he would be understanding. The protagonist waved his hand and replied that everything was fine. After all, he was the one who had arrived earlier than expected. After that, Sleeman asked, he's leaving early in the morning, right? Bon voyage, His Highness. He would look forward to hearing stories of his journey. After a while, Alan looked at his reflection in his drink and said he hadn't expected His Majesty to be so in need of a drink. It seemed Prince Kalyan had safely reached the land of elephants. At that moment, Romain took a sip of the drink, and Alan asked if he was worried about his offspring or if something else was bothering him. In response, he closed his eyes and looked ahead, saying he wasn't sure when the right time would be to rekindle the flame of Kalyan. Alan said he meant who should be declared his rightful heir. He replied that Kalyan would be the last of his sons to complete the rite of passage upon his return. All 3 would be considered old enough to claim the position. Randall is a reserved and cautious man, but his secretive nature has left him unable to fathom what's going on in his head. Plants is perhaps the strongest of the 3, but his stubbornness and rebelliousness know no bounds. As for Kalyan, he's just beginning his journey to maturity, and how could he not be concerned about that? Alan suggested that in that case, he should declare the most undesirable heir. The remaining 2 would simply eliminate him in the struggle for the throne, and problem solved. Then, he added, well, he can say for sure that Randall, at the very least, will continue to keep a low profile until Prince Kalyan decides to leave the palace. The time will come when His Majesty will be able to peer into his secret thoughts. However, until then, he must remain silent, regardless of whose side he chooses. He must not allow the worries of the future to deprive him of peace in the present. When the flame of Kalyan blazes forth, it will be reserved only for those who have proven their worth. In the present, MC entered the cave and thought, the path never ends. He thought he couldn't see the exit, even though he had been walking for quite some time. How deep was this cave? The next moment, he saw a very bright light. He squinted, then looked ahead, shielding himself with his hands. He found himself in a flower field and asked, what is this place? Then he looked to the side in surprise and thought, pure magical power, surpassing all imaginable limits, and a penetrating aura that strikes terror into anyone who dares to look upon it. He clenched his fist and thought, this is something more than just willpower. Then he bowed and said that he paid his deepest respects, O almighty Sisfanian. He thought that this was Sisfanian herself in the flesh. Meanwhile, in the village, people stared in amazement at the bright beam of light that shot into the sky. The protagonist offered his deepest respects. O all-powerful Sisfanian, He wondered if a simple act of her will would have been enough to bring about this meeting. What had compelled her to reveal her true form? Then she extended her hand forward, and the MC thought in surprise. The oppressive magic and suffocating pressure had ceased. Sisfanian then said that a child had come to her, a stranger to this place. This child carried within him the memory of another, distant reality. He had accepted her blessing and transformed it into a deadly weapon. She watched, wondering what had driven him to do this, and that was why. She suddenly appeared next to him and added, he had been summoned here. Meanwhile, the people watching the powerful pillar of energy that shot into the sky were surprised. What was this? Arsene said, just when it was time for the prince to undergo the rite of passage. What on earth was going on? Ian thought, this has never happened before. He said, Prince Kalyan. At that moment, Slyman put his hand on his head and told him to just look at himself. Was he really that worried about this brat? Ian turned around in surprise and shouted, Father? Wasn't he supposed to be inspecting the property? He smiled and replied, but he just got back. His son shouted, he thinks he'll believe this? He left only last night. How did he manage to get back so quickly? The others watched in amazement. At that moment, Veronica Manisil, Alan's granddaughter, walked forward and greeted everyone present. She approached Sleeman and introduced herself. Behind her sat Rachel Grace, Kalyan's daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Sisfanian extended her hand forward and offered to take a look. She placed her hand on the protagonist's face and saw everything that had happened up to this point. After that, she said that everything was clear now. He looked at her, and then she uttered something unintelligible. The MC looked at her in surprise and thought, what's going on? She was speaking, but he couldn't make out a single word. She folded her arms and asked if he hadn't heard what she said, right? The reason was that she didn't want him to. He asked, her? Could Sorrenti be involved in this? She asked, Sorrenti? Yes, that's her name. The protagonist looked at her in confusion and thought, Sorrenti, the Queen of the Gods. She had fought the Voidbringer face to face during the Great War of the Two Gods, alongside the 8 heroes of Eld. Then he spoke, but she believed that she had fallen into a slumber as soon as she sealed the Voidbringer's tomb. She simply couldn't. Before he could finish speaking, Sisfanian said that even in sleep, her essence continued to live on. Was she dead simply because she allowed her will to be her embodiment? He should consider other, more pressing questions that needed answers. He said, well, in that case, the kingdom of Secretia once held an artifact known as the Time Axis. She noticed, and so it was. He shouted that he wanted to know why Ceres was trying to lay claim to it. She replied something unintelligible, and the protagonist gritted his teeth in irritation, thinking, again? Why wasn't he allowed to hear this? She said his impatience conflicted with Sorrenti's will. He looked at her in surprise, and she added that he was seeking answers to questions about what would happen after his death. If he learned of this too soon, the natural course of events could collapse. He said that such a powerful deity was withholding information from him. Did that mean something had happened that required his direct intervention? She replied that it was true. He thought, divine intervention. This was much more serious than he imagined. I wonder how exactly the time axis is connected to what's happening. He clenched his fist and then said he had one last question. There was something else he wanted to know. Sisfanian told him to speak, and he asked that his brother had decided to use the time axis to bring him back to life. She looked at him in surprise, then said, he was a king before his brother. Did he really think him a fool, willing to upset the order of things just for him? The protagonist thought, so Chase wasn't the one who used the time axis to interfere with the flow of time? Then he lowered his gaze and said, then. Sisfanian extended his hand forward and offered to show what he had there. He looked at her silently, then said in surprise, she means that stone? After that, he handed her the stone. She, looking at it, said, this. Afterwards, she turned her gaze to the protagonist and told him to keep this with him at all times. She then returned the stone to him, adding that today he might not have found all the answers he sought. However, this was only the beginning of the journey. Time would put everything in its place. He must come again when he felt ready. Then she disappeared, leaving him in a lonely cave. That day, countless carrier pigeons soared into the sky, carrying news to their masters. A pillar of light, so bright that its radiance could be seen even from the outer walls of Siegfried, shot up as Prince Kalyan entered the deserted Sisfanian lair. At that moment, Sleeman, looking at the pigeons, covered his face with his hand and said that he never thought he'd ever see so many birds in the air at once. And all this winged host, it turned out, was hiding on his land. At that moment, Demiria approached him and said that now was no time to be surprised, father. He sighed and, turning slightly, said, what an incredible sight. Surely he had no right to appreciate it. She said that great power always attracts the envious gaze. No matter who these birds fly to, their paths will cross sooner or later. They need to find out which houses dared to place their bloodhounds on their lands and never let their guard down. He sighed thoughtfully, then laughed loudly and shouted, he always knew he married the right woman. He gave her a thumbs up and added that she should thank her mother for the sharp mind she gave her and Ian. That certainly wasn't him. She looked at him and thought, seriously, what is he even thinking at a time like this? Then he added, and yet she missed one important point, Miria. Excessive caution can be used as an attempt to get involved in political games. Their family does not strive for power, and they do not carry the king's carriage. However, they remain their unshakable support. All the strength they accumulate only strengthens the shield they bear with honor. She must never forget that. She looked down and answered, "Of course, father." But she felt like maybe this time she'd have to act decisively. At that moment, they looked out the window, where MC was. After that, Sleeman put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and said that her concerns had not escaped his attention. If they needed to find out whose spies were hiding here, they would do so without delay. They wouldn't demonstratively increase security measures, but they would still accept it. She could be sure of that. Besides, her brother was keeping an eye on the prince. At that moment, Ian looked joyfully at the sky and asked, "Father, did he see that? So many birds." Sleeman cried out joyfully, "That's right. They filled the entire sky." Ian pointed at the sky with his finger and added, "Incredible. He must look. There's another one." He replied that he thinks he just saw a hawk, son. He was surprised. A hawk? Where? At that moment, Demiria sighed desperately and said, "Oh my god." Meanwhile, the protagonist was looking out the window and remembered the word Sisfanian. He wondered when he would be ready. He wondered what else she was going to tell him. After a while, Ian walked into his room, holding a tray, and said that he had been standing there for quite a while. Did he notice something curious? With these words, he handed the mug to the protagonist. He answered, "Not quite, although it seems there is something interesting in the garden." Ian went to the window and asked, "In the garden?" He looked down and said in surprise, "It's Hina, and Ian's puppy." At that moment, Hina was petting the poodle, the Siegfried family pet. Ian put his hands to the glass and said irritably that he still can't believe his father named the dog after him. MC smiled and said, "Well, there is definitely a resemblance, except that the puppy has better fur." He shouted indignantly, "Your Highness!" He replied, "It's just a joke." Then he added, "Hina spends quite a lot of time with him. Apparently she likes dogs more than birds. Do you think they'll let him keep a dog in the palace? She really seems to like him very much." At that moment, she picked up the puppy, and Ian asked, "Did he see that?" The gesture she made meant adorable. He'll need to teach the dog sign language if he's really planning on getting one. Then the protagonist added, "By the way, Ian, he never told him how he learned sign language. He replied that he had a brother, but he died of an illness." The protagonist said he was sorry, and Ian remarked that that was in the past. He smiled and added, "Besides, he has one now. Anyway, he's not serious about getting a dog, is he? His brothers won't be thrilled with the idea." MC folded his arms and asked, "Does he think so?" He then looked out the window and added, "Then he'll just move to Camelon." Ian leaned over the tray and said, "Camelon is the crown prince's residence, His Highness." The protagonist sighed and added, "He himself said that his brothers wouldn't allow him to keep a dog in the current residence. So what's left for him then?" He replied, "He's probably the only person on Earth who wants to become crown prince just to get a dog." The protagonist added, "The only one who's seen Sisfanian in her true form." He replied, "Yes, he's sure." Then he shouted in surprise, "Wait, Sisfanian's true form? What does he mean by that?" Meanwhile, the maid was adjusting Salice's hair, and the queen asked, "Any news?" Her subordinate bowed and said, "His queen. Her letter was delivered safe and sound. They just received a reply." She smiled and asked, "Really?" She couldn't wait. After a while, Alan said he'd been waiting for him for a while. The protagonist apologized for the delay and said he'd been looking for a place untouched by Sisfanian power. He asked if he'd found one. He replied, "Yes, in fact, he was standing on one." At that moment, he was standing near a tree in the Siegfried family cemetery. At that moment, Ian said, "Here, Your Highness, close to the castle, in unity, and out of Sisfanian's reach, just as he wanted." The protagonist then said that here they could talk privately and away from Sisfanian. After that, Alan asked if his roselight had gone well. He replied, "The mentor, of course. It's a long story, but in short, a secret conclave." Alan asked, "He's saying he witnessed Sisfanian in her true form, and he missed it?" He replied, "Yes. To be honest, he was surprised too. She told him to find her when he was ready. He hoped he would join him then. He said he was sorry he wasn't there. He had business here." MC said, "By the way, had the queen noticed Raynon's disappearance yet?" He replied that he hadn't heard from him for 10 days either. Otherwise, it would be strange. Evan had visited her that morning. The protagonist asked if he thought he'd told her about him. He replied that he couldn't. Everything said between them was sealed with an oath. The protagonist asked if it wasn't too risky. He smiled and told him not to worry about it. Did he see that one of his students had outdone him in this and served as an example? MC said it was his fault. He admitted it. He replied, "Same thing. In any case, he should rest easy, his prince." Renan was no longer their headache. The protagonist said there was one remaining concern. Renan was Celeste's agent outside the palace, doing all her dirty work. The queen would look for a replacement, no doubt about it. At that moment, Alan, holding the letter in his hand, said, "Speaking of which, he'd just come across a curious letter. Something his father wouldn't want to see." MC asked, "He assumes it's from the Count?" He replied, "Right. Meaning she wrote to him when she noticed Renan was missing." The protagonist thought, Gray, the eldest son of Marquis Evan, and a Lord Marshal with an estate on the outskirts of Tencel, and besides, one of the 6 swordmasters on the continent. Alan then added that he was looking for a temporary manager for his holdings, as he'd been wounded in a battle with a wild tribe, and planned to seek treatment in the capital. A convenient excuse for arriving in the capital. He and the king were trying to delay him, delaying the appointment of a manager. The protagonist replied, "That's very good." He was grateful. Another swordmaster is entering the game, something interesting is brewing. He can't wait for their meeting. After a while, Sleeman said, "Your Highness." He patted the log next to him and told him to join in. They should take a break. MC smiled, looking at him, and said that he would prefer a bench, but a log would do. After that, he sat down next to him and said that Sisfanian had granted him an audience today. Sleeman said, "Is that so? And how does it feel? To meet her will?" He replied that it was not a will. He looked at him in surprise and asked, "Have you seen her in the flesh?" The protagonist looked down and said, "It may be hard to believe, but..." Before he could finish speaking, Sleeman cried out joyfully. He knew it. He knew she was still alive. People are gossiping that the Siegfried family wasted 500 years guarding an empty meadow dragon that might not even exist. He clenched his fist joyfully and added, "But they were right after all. It wasn't all in vain." Then MC bowed and said he had yet to meet her, and he thought a teleportation portal between Ceres and Siegfried would be quite useful. Sleeman asked thoughtfully, "A portal?" Now it was clear why he needed one, but would the king allow it? Paving a new route to the capital would be like cutting a window for attack. The protagonist said, if it was safe, that is, he had land near the capital, once belonging to Witherin, perfect for a portal. The portal to Siegfried would be built a day's journey from the outer walls and would only be accessible by special permission. And of course, if his domain was threatened, he would have the right to destroy it. Sleeman thoughtfully said, if the king agreed, then so would he. MC sighed with relief and thanked him. He smiled and replied, "Come on. Who was he to refuse the prince?" He said he actually had another request. Sleeman approached him and, laughing, asked if he was finally ready for a sparring match. He recalled his highness asking him to be at the training grounds. Should they go? The protagonist held his hand out in front of him and said he wouldn't call it sparring. The next second, he concentrated streams of energy in his hand and said he had created it with his aura. Sleeman, looking at this, was surprised to think, no conductors. He had created a magical core from aura. MC then added that he was using it like a sword. At that moment, the energy in his hands transformed into a weapon in his hand, and then Sleeman, reaching for his weapon, asked, "So he wants to test the blade's strength?" He concentrated his energy into his weapon and commanded it to attack. On the entire continent, Sleeman was second only to one swordsman. At that moment, he delivered a powerful blow, and the protagonist stepped back slightly. In other words, among all who have chosen the path of the sword, there is hardly anyone who can match his skill. At that moment, MC gritted his teeth and thought, as expected, he truly is a formidable opponent. His blade can withstand the full force of its wielder, while maintaining incredible attack speed. At that moment, their battle continued. They struck each other again and again, and then Sleeman delivered a particularly powerful blow, forcing the protagonist to jump aside. He skidded to a stop on the ground, looking at Sleeman, who frowned and thought just for a moment, but even that wasn't enough to catch him off guard. The prince's slender frame noticeably affects the power of his blows, but at the same time makes him surprisingly agile. At that moment, the protagonist launched another attack, but Sleeman blocked it and thought, but maintaining the aura in the sword must require a considerable expenditure of mana. Perhaps this sparring match was designed to force him to fight to the limit, and yet he still holds his stance confidently, skillfully parrying and countering attacks. This guy is a real talent. How did this puny brat manage to get so strong? However, then he said, he is still no match for him, your highness. For a real test of strength, this looks like child's play. He smiled and added, it's time to move on to the next stage. MC said he agreed. He swung his weapon, smiling, adding that this is exactly what he was waiting for. Sleeman said, then without further ado, he must meet his blow. With these words, he delivered a powerful blow, but the protagonist held his sword out in front of him, blocking his attack, then deflected his weapon. He looked at his opponent, then swung his weapon forward, striking Sleeman on the neck, leaving a scratch. He thought, this is not good. Such a powerful release of aura is pure madness. At that moment, Sleeman prepared for the blow, and the protagonist thought there was no way he could dodge it. The next second, Sleeman delivered his blow. The protagonist's sword cracked and shattered. His sword also became covered in cracks, and one of the sword fragments pierced the protagonist's face. Then they stopped, and Sleeman said, your highness, just as he was delivering his final blow. The next second, from behind the suddenly opened door, Juran shouted, your highness, what was that noise? At that moment, Sleeman was holding the sword, which had cracked, and there was a fresh cut on his neck. Juran said in surprise, wait, he lost. A while later at the banquet, Sleeman was playing the violin, and MC applauded and said, excellent performance, your grace. I would have thought he wielded the bow as skillfully as he wielded the sword. He couldn't be the only one to hear such a magnificent performance. Sleeman bowed and said it was innate. Even if the sword isn't for everyone, the violin is always at home. He is honored to share this with his highness. He is always at his service should his highness wish to hear him play again. At this point, the protagonist awkwardly glanced at the bandage on his fresh wound and said he hoped it wouldn't interfere with his violin playing. He smiled in response and said he wouldn't be worthy of being called a master if he allowed such a minor scratch to affect his playing. Besides, a real blow struck him right in the heart. He remembered Ian's indignant screams, how he could disfigure his face. He swears if there's a scar. Then he replied, is this how he repays his father after everything he's done for him? In the present tense, Sleeman said his son disowned him. MC, holding the glasses in his hands, smiled and said that he was nevertheless sincerely grateful for their sparring. It had been a very valuable lesson. Sleeman smiled and said, "Such praise is music to the ears, especially when coming from a student." Then the protagonist looked at his hand and said that he now knew how much power his sword aura could withstand before it dissipated. Here it was, the missing piece of the puzzle. He realized it when he released that flash of aura. He still had a long way to go. It was good to know there was still something to strive for. At that moment, Sleeman said, "His prince, by the way, how's the cut on his face?" He replied that it was just a tiny scratch. He'll be fine. After that, Sleeman added, he must admit, he noticed something he hadn't expected and ended up overdoing it a bit. The speed of his blade is certainly impressive, but he tends to use his back to strengthen his blows, especially with side slashes or when stopping after a series of attacks. He asked, "Is that really so?" He replied, "Yes, barely perceptible, and it's a very common technique among the Knights of Secretia." At this point, MC froze in surprise, and Sleeman, still looking at him, said it was hard to imagine someone who trained in series developing such a habit. Series fencing is based on footwork. Their balance depends on the hips, which is especially effective for side strikes, but in his case, Your Highness, it is the arch of his back that provides him with the power of rotation. He leaned over and, smiling, added that he should simply try to be a little more vigilant in the future. People like Gray would certainly not miss such an opportunity. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he would even bother to ask who he really was. Sleeman looked at him and said that he was in the domain of Siegfried, Your Highness. They, the elephants, value strength. Whether he is a prince or a skilled pretender, what does it matter to him? He only cares about whether they'll have the chance to cross swords in battle again. MC smiled and thanked him. Afterwards, he clenched his fist and asked if he thought Gray would be able to sense him. He replied that Gray had long since settled in the borderlands, away from Brayson's influence. Rumor had it that his father, the Marquis, had disowned him, unable to come to terms with his son's decision to dedicate his life to the blade, although perhaps it was all down to astonished pride. After all, the heir turned out to be a more skilled fighter than he himself. Be that as it may, Gray is a master of the sword, and it won't be difficult for him to discern his essence. It's important to be prepared for any surprise, his prince. The protagonist replied, "Indeed. Perhaps he can't do without serious preparation." 10 days later, Alan contacted the protagonist and asked if he was enjoying the fresh air in the Siegfried lands. His Highness, doesn't he think someone's gotten a little too carried away with their wanderings? MC smiled and said he apologized, Master. He had some business to take care of. He'd be on his way as soon as he was done here. Had Gray been to the capital yet? He replied that wasn't the case yet. Speaking of which, he'd done everything in his power to delay her, but alas, he'd only managed to buy 2 weeks. He asked, 2 weeks, right? He understood. He appreciated it, Master. They'd see how much he could accomplish with the time they had. He was a wizard, a master swordsman, and that was a secret he didn't intend to reveal to the world just yet. If Gray, who knew nothing of his identity, detected the presence of his aura, it would inevitably raise suspicions. So, the morning after the banquet, he turned to Arsene to find out how best to conceal the traces of his mana. Then Arsene smiled and said there was a spell just right for this purpose. He was sure he could master it easily. With his magic, mastering a 4th circle spell would be no problem. Both the magic and the sword's aura stemmed from the same source, pure mana. Then Arsene asked if he could offer his assistance in this matter. The protagonist replied, of course, he must say what exactly he was supposed to do. Then he folded his arms and added, yes, but first. Thus, inspired by his mentor's advice, they began studying the teleportation circles. Alan asked if Rachel and Veronica had already arrived, hadn't they? Rachel, his fiancée, was an outstanding mage herself. She had devoted many years to studying teleportation magic, which had helped Duke Siegfried save considerable time while surveying his domains. He was confident that her knowledge would be of benefit to him. At that moment, MC stood up with a smile and said he'd invited them here together because he had a proposition concerning the vast Ceres lands. Arsene smiled and declared that he lived to serve him, His Highness. The two of them would focus on creating teleportation circles and, of course, teach him how to conceal his mana. The spell itself wasn't all that difficult to learn. Maintaining it, however, was far more difficult. Furthermore, Sleeman was the only one who could detect whether his aura was leaking, so he couldn't leave the castle until he completed his training. And so, after countless hours of research and training, the day had finally arrived. At that moment, Sleeman joyfully declared, perfect. He couldn't sense his aura at all. Looking at him now, it was hard to imagine he'd ever held a sword. The protagonist thought all preparations were complete. After some time, they saddled their horses, and Sleeman, approaching the protagonist, said that next time he would not be so lenient with him. The protagonist, smiling, looked at him and told him not to worry. He was not going to remain easy prey. He laughed and shouted that he would wait with impatience. And then the protagonist shouted that they were setting off. Ceres was waiting for them. Meanwhile, Gray, holding the letter in his hand, said, I see. So he is the messenger? So much time wasted in pointless waiting, and this is all he gets. The girls lay next to him, and he clutched the letter in his hand, looked at the subordinate bowed before him. The man thought, the sun has not yet risen, and he already has. Then, he said, Lord. Then Gray began to laugh loudly and shouted, this is hilarious. He rose from the bed, said, it seems that in his absence, the court has become much more cheerful. He approached his subordinate and, smiling, asked if he was mistaken, messenger. He believed it was time to return to the capital. After a while, Alan walked over to the closet, opened the door, and peering inside said, every time, it was as if it were the first time. Such a treasure trove they must have built up. Such riches, and all gathered from the Witherin estates, renowned for the most fertile wheat fields in all of Ceres. He remembered the man saying it would be impermissible for him to burden the prince with the expenses of the guild that bore his name. He asked that he share in their income as a sign of his highness's deep respect. After that, he stuffed several bags into the safe and said, and lo and behold, the guild that once served House Breezen now carefully fills his pockets. Then he left the room and said, how cleverly he'd latched onto it, some bottomless gold mine. At that moment, Merlin asked, was he finished yet, my lord? If there was nothing else needed, could she lock the doors? He waved his hand and replied, aha, she must be so kind. Then he walked forward and looked to the side in surprise, noticing plants climbing the stairs. He smiled and thought, what a coincidence. Then he said, they have not seen each other for a long time, your highness. Plants looked at him, then said, magician. He climbed the next step and said, he was curious, was it he who caused such a change in him, or was his new self that prompted him to turn to him? No one was giving him a straight answer. Maybe at least he knew something? Alan smiled again and said that he could ask him the same question if he gave up drinking. Was he now feeding himself wild speculations? Or that he quit drinking because he realized he could no longer keep his own mind in check? Plants smiled and asked, another soul that still yearned for him so? What a shame, isn't it? He replied that it wasn't so at all. They were all subject to change, whether it was time to climb out of the wine barrel or finally find the courage to stand up to their brothers and their reckless impulses. Change comes to them all sooner or later, and how and when doesn't really matter, that's all. Then he passed by and said, have a good day, your highness. He began to descend the stairs. Plants looked down and asked, reckless impulses, huh? Time flew by, and 20 days had already passed since Kalyan left the land of Siegfried. After a while, Kiri asked, is this Lake Reddington? How beautiful and peaceful. MC smiled and said, yes, indeed. He sat on the balcony and thought, Reddington. It was a shame he had to leave so soon. This small detour was perhaps the only thing that made up for the misfortune with Veronica. He hadn't expected Rachel's acceleration magic to be so effective. Perhaps it was too much for horses. Then Ian handed him a plate of desserts and said, it seems the city of the outer region doesn't even feel the charm of these places. Viscount Reddington had always been renowned for his calm and reserved demeanor. Perhaps that was just what he needed before they returned to the capital. He'd hardly have time to rest that way. The protagonist looked at him and, smiling, said he was right. He doubted he'd have the chance to undertake such a long journey again. Just 4 days and they'd reach Ceres, and upon their return, there would be real chaos. So, while they could, they should enjoy their rest. Before he could finish speaking, they were all distracted by the sound of an approaching carriage. MC smiled and said, this is it. This is what they need. The carriage stopped, and the protagonist told Ian that he must go and deliver a message for him. He must inform him that the prince wished to know whether his grace would be pleased to inform the arriving guest of his presence. After a while, Monosil closed his eyes and thought that he might be far removed from the royal court's social circles. But even he knew that the third prince and House Brisson were at each other's throats. He said he would send them away immediately. After all, the prince had arrived here first. Then, Ian said that his highness's request was indeed such, however. He asked, is it so? He said there was one exception. If Count Grey was in that carriage, his highness would be happy to invite him to tea. Then Manisil looked out the window and said that it looked like he would be able to see tomorrow after all. After a while, a subordinate said, His Majesty Prince Kalyan enters. Manisil looked at him and shouted, His Highness. Count Grey gladly accepted his invitation. Grey looked at him with irritation. Then Monosil looked at him and said, His Highness. Before he could finish speaking, Grey began massaging his shoulder and said that he was still recovering from his injury, so he would not be able to stand and bow properly. He hoped that you would show him leniency, your highness. With these words, he smiled, looking at the protagonist, and Monosil indignantly shouted, Sir, in Ceres, only one noble is allowed not to rise when the prince appears, and that man is Sleeman. Then the protagonist said, I understand. Grey waved his hand, thanking him for his understanding. As soon as he tried to rise, the pain became unbearable. The protagonist replied that he was comfortable. He thought, for someone like him, this is a privilege. He said, however, in that case, Count, he should bow his head. He thought that he was not supposed to. At that moment, Ian, listening to the sounds from the room, thought, Your Highness, why so directly to your face? He wouldn't be able to defend himself if this insolent man suddenly went berserk and attacked him. He needed to find Sir Arsene immediately. Anyone could do anything. At that moment, Arsene approached him and asked what he was doing there. He turned and noticed, just in time. He didn't know what had brought them here, but they couldn't do it without his help. Arsene said they had prepared several proposals for the prince regarding the portals. Anyway, what was the matter? He said His Highness was currently in the sitting room. Before he could finish speaking, he asked in surprise, Dina? He noticed her running down the hall, wiping tears from her face. Ian crouched down in front of her and shouted, What happened? She needed to take a deep breath and tell him what was wrong. She said, her brother, knights, horses. Ian looked at Arsene and said, perhaps something happened between Kyrie and the knights of House Breezen. He moved forward and said he'd check, and Ian added, the stables, they should be there. After that, he called him over and added that no matter what happened, he shouldn't act rashly. He turned around and told him not to worry. He knew what was at stake. Then he ran down the hallway and thought, somehow this all bodes ill. It's only a matter of time before the situation in the living room escalates. At that moment, Gray smiled sheepishly and, clenching his fist, asked, did he mean bow? Then MC put his hand to his chest and said, what impudence. He heard his prince, so he should get started. He didn't tell him to open his mouth. Gray blushed with irritation and shouted what he said. At that moment, the protagonist clenched his fist and asked, didn't he hear him? He should bow. With these words, he released a powerful aura, and MC remembered how not long before he had asked Ian if he had met Gray before. He had replied that he believed so. Your Highness, although that was before he entered his service. It had been so long ago, it was no wonder he had forgotten. He supposed that if they had ever crossed paths, he was probably extremely shocked by what they had just witnessed. And even if Celeste had warned him fairly, not long before, she had given him a letter in which she warned him not to judge Callian. He was no longer the defenseless boy he had once been. The protagonist thought he was sure he hadn't believed it for a second. So what would he do now? Gray? Would they clash in an aura battle? Or would he draw his sword, daring to attack the prince? Whatever he chose, it would end in the worst possible way for him. With these thoughts, the protagonist smiled. Gray looked at him and thought that he had thought Celeste had gone completely crazy with age. But now he saw that she had caused a stir for good reason. Could all these rumors about the third principal be true? He couldn't accept it, this brat. In this game, he was just a pawn, doomed to lose. The next second, Monocle shouted, Count Brayson. He must show respect to the prince and return to his place. At that moment, MC looked at his trembling hand and thought, what a puny viscount, who had the audacity to raise his voice at the lord who guards the borderlands. Alas, his courage was wasted on Gray. After all, this idiot doesn't even realize that he saved him from certain death. At that moment, Gray, still angry, thought, worthless idiot. It would be worthwhile to knock him down a peg or two where he stood. But first, we need to deal with this brat. Then he said that he had no idea the third prince was so eager for recognition. As he wishes, His Highness, he smiled haughtily and bowed. Then he turned his gaze to the protagonist and said that he expressed his deepest respects to the great Callian. After that, the protagonist closed his eyes and said, well, he is tired and wants to rest, so he will leave them first. Monocle replied, yes, His Highness. And Gray thought indignantly, did he have the nerve to ignore him as if nothing had happened? At that moment, MC approached the door and, opening it slightly, said that he must promise to provide the Count with due attention while he rested. He looked terribly unwell. Gray, enraged, shouted, who does he take him for? He dares. Before he could finish speaking, a powerful stream of flame appeared outside the window. He turned and shouted, what's that? The protagonist, looking out the window, thought it was Arsene's magic. He was skilled in ice magic. It was completely unusual for him to resort to such noisy spells as a fire blast, unless he was using it to signal him. Meanwhile, Arsene shouted, fire! One of the gathered knights shouted, what's that? The mage suddenly fired a fireball. Then a knight approached them and shouted, what's that noise? Arsene looked at him and said he didn't know what was going on, but he could tell him one thing. Prince Kiri wouldn't be pleased. He looked away and said he knew perfectly well. At that moment, the knight indignantly shouted, what has he done? Does he even know whose carriage he just burned? At that moment, Arsene approached him and asked, what about him? They provoked the young man, knowing whom he served. He indignantly asked, what? Was he also one of the third prince's lackeys? Arsene folded his arms and remarked that it was true. He really was one of the prince's lackeys. And who exactly were they? Gray's dogs? The knight, irritated, clenched his teeth and shouted, what? He pointed at him and screamed, enough! Does he even understand who he's talking to? Just then, MC approached them and said he heard him. The brainless mongrels. The knight cried out in fear, Prince Callian. At that moment, Arsene bowed, and the protagonist stepped forward and, looking into the fire, asked, will he have to compensate the Count for the damage? He replied that that wasn't true, His Highness. He would cover the expenses from his salary. Then MC smiled and said, then everything is fine. He would have been worried if he'd seen his servants gathered here, but it seemed nothing serious had happened. The only thing was, he couldn't see his maid. She was usually with her brother when he was in the stables, but where had she gone this time? Arsene said they'd tried to grab her and take her away. He put his hand to his chest and added that they thought they'd found a sweet, obedient girl for the Count's amusement. They hadn't even suspected she was part of his retinue. The protagonist then laughed and then said, wherever I go, worms like these will crawl everywhere. The next second, drops of blood flew in all directions, and Gray, who had approached the scene of the squabble, indignantly shouted, what's the meaning of all this? These are his knights. He has no right to cut out their tongues. But the protagonist looked at him emotionlessly and said that they were stripped of their knighthood for harassing the prince's maid and also attacking his servant. Gray clenched his teeth in irritation and thought, what brainless idiots. They dared to embarrass him in front of the Viscount and all these insignificant servants. Then MC walked past him and said that Lord Manasil would compensate him for the carriage as soon as he reached the capital. Gray clenched his fist and thought he would pay in full for this insolence. At that moment, the protagonist walked forward and, looking at Kyrie, asked, did he have nothing to say in his defense? He lowered his gaze and thought, what else is there to say? He had been through this more times than he could count. He remembered the people screaming. Who did he think he was? A damn half-breed? A mute with a pretty face is still a mute. He should be grateful they were giving her a chance to earn the Count's favor. He wasn't so tough anymore, was he? Where had his arrogance gone? He thought he should just wait it out, and it would all pass. It always had. Then the knight started beating him and shouting, come on, he must use his clever tongue. They will listen to the speech of heroes. There's nothing like a good thrashing to shut up a talkative idiot. He thought, this is hardly what the prince could care about. Then he said, no, your highness. The protagonist moved on and told him to do as he saw fit. After a while, MC smiled, holding a mug of drink in his hand and said, finally, peace and quiet. And tea. This is definitely what he needed. Manasil sat across from him and said he was glad he liked it. He should be allowed to ask if this is really wise. Your highness? He asked. What is he talking about? He replied, the Count furious. What if he decided to threaten his highness's safe return to Ceres? After all, Gray had the hallmarks of a master swordsman. The protagonist thought, Gray, he had easily recognized his aura the first time they met, meaning his skill was on par with his, if not less. He could smash his face into the dirt whenever he saw fit. Then he smiled and said there was no need to worry. A confrontation with him was bound to happen sooner or later. At that moment, Manasil thought in surprise. There wasn't the slightest sign of worry on his face. How interesting. Remarkable composure for a prince barely out of adolescence. Then he said, there's one more thing, his prince. MC asked, is there something bothering him? He replied, yes, indeed, that servant of his. He looked away and added, he's been pacing around the training grounds for hours now. Is he going to leave him there all night? The protagonist looked at him and answered decisively, yes, he should be taught a good lesson. Then Manasil asked if he thought that might be a bit much, your highness? He replied that he wouldn't trust someone who couldn't handle such a small matter to watch his back. Each of them must bear their own burden, and it was time he realized that. He answered, I understand. He thought it wasn't just about punishment. The mage responsible for setting the carriage on fire hadn't been held accountable, so the young man's fault lay not in his actions at all, but in his excessive caution. While the prince expects absolute trust in his servants, he almost envies the boy for having the honor of serving such a noble lord. Then MC spoke up. Incidentally, the Viscount had learned that Gray had requested a carriage from him to replace the one that had burned due to the fault of his servant. And here's the surprise. He couldn't provide him with a single one. They were all out of order. Had his carriage wheels really broken? He looked at him and thought, he already knew it was just an excuse. He seemed to understand that he himself hadn't wanted to welcome Gray into his estate, even if it cost him part of his property. He had known all along. Then he smiled and, placing his hand on his chest, said that as the owner of such a modest estate, he couldn't afford to carelessly give away priceless carriages. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to travel beyond these lands. The protagonist said he knew his family lived in Ceres, and while the place certainly had its own special charm, he wondered if he missed the warmth of his loved ones. Manasil said he wasn't sure he understood his highness. Then the protagonist handed him a letter and said, here, with this seal, he could request an audience with him whenever he wished. Manasil looked at him. The protagonist added, he must go with him to the royal capital. After this, Manasil, becoming nervous, said that he hoped the repairs to his carriage would be finished by the time his horses were ready to depart. With these words, he took the letter. After some time, Salisi said, they say Cullion will return soon. She took a sip of tea and added, it seems, wherever he goes, people's rumors follow him. She cannot wait to meet them. At that moment, Plant sat opposite her and thought, 5 months have passed, 5 long months since she last spoke to him. And after all these months, the first thing she decides to discuss is the matter of Cullion's brother. Then he asked, why is she here, if she misses his half-brother so much? She replied that Gray will arrive soon. He asked, what does this have to do with him? She said, her dear Plants, she finds it difficult to understand the reasons for his displeasure. He was destined to walk this path, and his whims would not change that fact. He had no other choice, so he should be kind and abandon this teenage stubbornness. He asked, there was no other choice, right? He adjusted his hair and said that was also annoying. Who exactly had planned this path for him? She asked when he would finally stop acting like a little child. If he thought his barbs would have any effect, he was sorely mistaken. Now, they would return to the matter at hand. Gray would soon arrive in the capital, and he, before she could finish speaking, Plant said that he should have kept his mouth shut that day. Funny, right? He barely recognized some people now, and yet some seemed completely incapable of change. He frowned, looking at her. She said, her beloved son, there was no need to strain yourself so much. He smiled and noticed that it was true. He could tell her the same thing. She should let him spare her further trouble and do nothing as she desired. She merely bit her lip in response. After a while, MC announced that Viscount Reddington would arrive no later than next week. Alan said that was somewhat reassuring. At least then, dear Poland wouldn't have to go to his ancestors. The protagonist asked if he had really suffered so much. He replied that it was hard for servants when their prince could only get into trouble. He asked if his antics were the talk of the court then. What did the king think about this? He replied that his majesty had decided to speed up the process of forming the Balkan. MC was surprised. What had happened at the Siegfried estate, Romain had said, had made him the center of everyone's attention. That alone would have infuriated Breezen. Now that Gray had publicly humiliated himself, there was even more reason to worry about Kalyan's future endeavors. Under such circumstances, he would have handed over the barracks and territory of the Knights of Pobble to the needs of the Balkan. Alan said in surprise, "Your Majesty, surely you realize that this is tantamount to declaring war on House Brayson." He replied, "If it helps divert their attention from Kalyan, then so be it." In the present tense, the protagonist said, "This will put His Majesty in a vulnerable position." Alan noted that he understood this. The Balkan will be officially announced upon His Highness's return. The necessary ceremonies will take place next week. The protagonist thought, "No, it's far from that simple. Even if the mentor is in the palace, that's still not enough. There isn't a single knight in Kyra who can match the Swordmaster's strength. If Gray reaches Ceres before him, Romain will be in real danger." Then he said, "Ian, is this the only path to the royal capital?" He replied that this was only true if he didn't go and didn't want to wander around in circles. Then MC said, "The mentor, it seemed to him that he would cause him some more trouble. He couldn't let Gray enter Ceres." Meanwhile, Gray shouted indignantly, "Damn it!" He held his hands on the ceiling and shouted, to think that he was forced to ride in a lady's carriage. Then he kicked the wall in front of him and shouted, "Hey him, he has to spur the horses. How come the other carriages were suddenly unusable? Who do they think he is to take away his lady's carriage?" At that moment, the coachman shouted, "His Grace, someone is following them." Gray looked out the window and asked what he was muttering there. He looked to the side and wondered what the heck. He noticed the protagonist approaching him, and he said, "There he is." Gray shouted, "What the hell is he doing here?" He thought, "That's it? How did he manage to close the distance so quickly? Surely some trick his mage mentor taught him. After all, he's just a worthless royal heir." Then the protagonist said, "Count Gray." He smiled and added, "He sees that he still hasn't gotten the hang of how to properly greet royalty." He looked at him in surprise, then laughed and, clenching his teeth in irritation, shouted, "He dares teach him manners?" The next second, he kicked down the carriage door and yelled at the coachman to stop the damn carriage. "Today, the royal family will be cleansed of this low-born fool." The next second, MC grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up in the air. Gray wondered in surprise, "What kind of power is this?" And the protagonist said, "Malicious intent, a fake insult. He started it all himself, and he's just here to defend his honor, don't you think?" He formed a weapon in his hand, and the next second he struck, saying it was for insulting the prince's lineage. Then he struck again, and Gray, lying on the ground, grabbed his leg and cried out, "Enough." He begs him. He was wrong. He must spare him. He begs for mercy. But the protagonist raised his leg and asked, "Haven't you ever wondered why his brother had disappeared so suddenly?" Gray cried out, "What was he saying?" He replied, Marquis Breezen had been paid a considerable sum to remove Renan from the scene, and then he disappeared. And then an idea occurred to him. Should he try to convince the Marquis to get rid of the firstborn who was seeking to take his place? Now he would ask him a question, and he had better answer wisely. What was the name of the one who had struck him down today? The next second he clenched his teeth and said, "Evan, Marquis Evan, his own father." Then the protagonist struck again, and placing his foot on his back, he asked, "How could a father be so merciless to his own son?" He supposes that's exactly what's going through their minds right now. Isn't that right, gentlemen? With these words, he looked at Gray's escort, and they looked at him with fear. He said that he was sure they knew what to say when they started asking about what had happened. The coachman smiled awkwardly and shouted, "Of course. The count will return to his estate at once." They carried him away and shouted as they left that it was just a minor disagreement between father and son. The next second, MC asked, he had been watching them, hadn't he? It was for him too, Kyrie. That moment, Carrie emerged from behind a tree and said, "Blood on his face, his prince." He handed him a handkerchief and said, regarding his behavior. He replied, "It's not worth it." Obviously he had changed his mind, otherwise he wouldn't be here now. Before he knew him even better than he knew himself. Kyrie asked in surprise, what did he mean? He looked at him and said that there was something he should know, Kyrie. It's a long story, beginning decades ago. However, this detour should give it enough time. After some time, the villagers shouted joyfully, Prince Kalyan had returned. His Highness, they say Sisvanian herself bestowed sacred light upon him at his coming-of-age ceremony. His brothers never received this blessing. He may be the youngest, but if anyone deserves to be crowned prince, it's Kalyan's principle. The great Sisvanian is on his side. He is confident that His Majesty Romain agrees with him. Prince Kalyan will inherit the throne. After some time, the protagonist approached the door and his subordinates shouted, His Royal Highness, Prince Kalyan, enters. He went into the dining room, and his brothers looked at him. Afterwards, he bowed to them and remarked that they hadn't seen each other recently, dear brothers. He asks them to forgive his tardiness. Then Plant said, Welcome back, Kalyan. He looked away in surprise, wondering, did he just greet him? What a surprise. What did he have in mind this time, Plants? The next second, a subordinate shouted, His Majesty King Romain enters. And after a while, the head of the family sitting at the table said, Randell. He heard that he was reading the treatises of Citrea. Has he finished it yet? He replied, Yes, father. He would be glad to hear his opinion on what he had read one day. Romain smiled and said, Wow, Plants. His efforts finally paid off because he definitely gained some muscle. They should hunt together. He replied, Aha. And Romain asked, Why not go even further? They will arrange a hunting trip. At that moment, MC smiled and thought that he couldn't remember the last time he felt so awkward. The king was completely different now than he used to be. It was hard to believe that he was indifferent to his children in the first place. A truly astonishing change. Then the subordinate approached the king and said that he begged his pardon, His Majesty, from outside. After that, he whispered the information. Romain asked, "Is that so? He should invite her in." Plants looked at him in surprise. The protagonist, looking at his brother, thought she didn't waste any time. It seemed she was starting to get nervous. Then the subordinate shouted, "Here comes Her Majesty, Queen Celise." MC looked at her and said he was glad to see her, Her Majesty. Celise walked next to him and replied, the feeling was mutual. She sat at the table and said, "He looks wonderful, Kalyan. Did he arrive in the capital safely?" He smiled and said, "Of course, everything went perfectly." Celise said, she was so worried that he might catch a cold again, just like last time. She hoped the journey hadn't taken too much of his strength. MC replied, on the contrary, the trip had been quite comfortable. Besides, his recent bout of cold had only done him good. He smiled and said, "And there are fewer worries outside the palace." Celeste smiled and said, "That's good to hear." All that impressive news from the Siegfried lands had made her quite worried about his safety. Doesn't he agree, His Majesty? The odes of praise for Kalyan could be heard even in her chambers. This is undoubtedly an incredible event. The only thing that bothers her are the persistent whispers circulating around her. She asked to be allowed to ask directly, does His Majesty really intend to make Kalyan heir to the throne? Everyone around them widened their eyes in surprise, and Celise smiled. MC barely held the glass in his hand and thought, Celise, is she no longer trying to hide her intentions? Is she really that desperate? Romain wiped his hands and said, not long ago he spoke with Lord Manisil, and he said one thing. Why doesn't he send the son he cares least about to Camulon? That way he will get rid of the problem child. He doesn't have a son for whom his soul wouldn't worry, but thanks to her efforts, he is tempted to think about it. He fixed his gaze on Plants, and Celise slammed her hand on the table and screamed, they will see how long his arrogance lasts. He will regret how he treated her today. He will regret this bitterly. With a loud clatter of heels, she left the room and slammed the door. Romain lightly slammed his fist on the table and asked Plants to forgive him. He asked him not to misunderstand him. He didn't mean him, and he holds no grudge against him. Plants replied that he knew. Romain put his hand to his head and said that they all knew perfectly well how their uncle was doing. He wouldn't wish such a fate on any of them. They cannot afford to make the same mistake. Upon reaching the age of 20, all princes except the heir to the throne are required to leave Ceres. Each of them is granted lands to hold, and their visits to the capital are limited to 5 days. They are also strictly forbidden to form their own troops. After a while, MC was walking down the road, and Ian was following him, saying that, in his opinion, these were quite reasonable restrictions. However, his uncle, Prince Asnon, disagreed. As far as he knows, he started a rebellion as soon as his father ascended the throne, but his plan failed, and now he is imprisoned in a tower in the most impregnable wilderness of the Varican Valley. Kalyan replied that this is precisely why His Majesty so desires for him and his brothers to forget their quarrels and finally get along, because then none of them will have to shed blood. Ian asked again, does he think this is possible? MC waved his hand and replied, who knows? Given the current state of affairs, it is difficult for him to imagine that such a thing will happen. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped and looked at the rose in surprise. Ian's eyes widened in fear and cried out, Your Highness. MC replied, Yes, Ian, he sees. Ian cried out, No, a flower. In his pocket. Kalyan looked at his pants, from the pocket of which a bright light was seeping. He took out a stone and asked, What? He looked at it and at the rose and thought, all the flowers were cut, and only this rose continues to bloom, as if nothing had happened. And what is this strange glow? Is the flower really reacting to the stone like this? Of all possible revenge in the royal palace, MC touched the rose petal, after which there was a crackling and crunching sound. The rose flew in different directions, and MC said in confusion, it withered. He thought as if time itself froze, holding its breath, and in an instant took off, rushing forward. Kalyan looked at the stone in his palm and thought, stone, rose, elf, axis of time, Sisphonian and Sorrenti. He remembered the words, his impatience contradicting Sorrenti's will. MC clenched his fist and asked, how can he remain patient when time is slipping through his fingers? After a while, Ian spoke. His prince, he has been skipping breakfast for 2 days. Is he planning to go tomorrow? MC was lying on the bed and saying no, he's still exhausted after the long journey. Ian replied, I understand. He'll tell the servants that. Good night, Your Highness. Kalyan looked at him and closed his eyes. After a while, he looked at the shadows from the window and asked, what did he need? The man was sitting on the balcony railing and said, so he really is a magician. He also jumps out of bed at every rustle. MC replied, it's late, and he came without an invitation. Why is he here, brother? He looked at Plants and thought, it's getting worse. He comes uninvited whenever he wants, just because he can. Mother and son are alike. Plants said, a rose has disappeared from the garden. Is this his doing? Killian's eyes widened in surprise, and he snapped his fingers. A barrier appeared above the guys. MC stood up and said, only one flower has disappeared, but there's so much noise. It must be really bothering him to show up like this. Plants looked around and said, dear brother, he couldn't help but notice that it wasn't just any flower. Isn't that why he'd been skipping breakfast? MC thought, he knows then. It was from Randall's garden. His mother was from Tencel, so he figured what he saw had something to do with the holy power in his blood. Plants exhaled and said, "He knows," he asked. He asked Randall if he knew anything about the never-fading rose in the garden, and every time he answered that he didn't know. MC asked again, "Every time? Well, what did they expect? That one day he would say, 'Yes, he knows'?" Plants said more easily, "Only someone with holy power can prolong the rose's fleeting life. One thing he can't understand is why Randall feels the need to hide his powers." MC's eyes widened in surprise and thought, "So, Randall can use holy powers?" Plants jumped off the balcony railing and said, "He just wanted to let you know." He told Randall that he burned the rose. He turned around and said, "So now he can pretend to be a fool as much as he wants. He thinks they'll see each other tomorrow." MC rushed after him and, blocking his path, asked what he was doing. The guy's glances crossed, and Plants chuckled. He said, "Well, he skipped breakfast to not let anyone notice how much it bothered him." MC said he understood perfectly what he meant. He asks why act differently than usual to shield him from the showdown with Randall. As far as he remembers, they were never close enough for such a favor. Plants chuckled and asked, "He remembers then?" Kalyan asked again. What? Plants said that no matter how much power he had, Randall could not be defeated, and neither could he. MC looked at him in surprise and asked again if he understood him correctly. It sounds like he decided to help him because he realized that Randall didn't stand a chance against his mother. Plants grinned and replied, "I think I understand." MC said he never wanted to become crown prince. After a while, he sat on the bed in his room and recalled the words, no matter how much power he possessed, Randall couldn't be defeated. Flowers, sustained by holy power, and a black stone that resonated with the blood reeking of them. Kalyan thought he was beginning to understand how Randall was connected to this. He needed to provoke him to take the first step, to make him open up and reveal his secrets. And the only way to do that is to take away Celeste's power. He walked to the window and thought, but time was running out. After a while, Celeste slammed her fist on the table and screamed, "What nonsense." She ordered to repeat, "What happened to Count Grey?" The maid replied in fear. She was told the Count was seriously injured. He then returned to his estate. Celeste thought fearfully, so that was the reason? It was worth guessing when right before his arrival in the capital, he stopped receiving reports. She asked again, "Is it true about the injury?" The girl answered, "Shortly before arriving in Ceres, he was attacked by Marquis Evan's men." Celeste asked in surprise, "What? Why would father do such a thing?" The girl said, "Well." Celeste ordered her to speak. The girl replied, "The Marquis warned him never to return to the capital. It seems Count Breezen was planning to obtain the title of Marquis." Celeste's eyes widened in surprise and wondered if her father could have found out about their agreement. She asked her brother to help Plants become the crown prince, and then her father's title would be his. She thought, no. She was sure no one could have found out about this. Besides, the timing was not right. At such a vulnerable moment, her father could not directly intervene. She said, "Grey is a master swordsman. Who could have wounded him if the attacker was not her father?" The maid replied, "Well, perhaps the Count had been coping well with his previous injuries, but they left him unable to properly defend himself during the attack." Celeste smirked and ordered the medicine sent, and let him find out how badly he was hurt, as well as the identity of the attacker. "Let her go and move." The girl bowed and said, "As she commands, your majesty." Celeste leaned her elbows on the table and began to laugh. She wondered if Gretz was injured. No, not really. Whoever he was, his little game was doomed to fail. He probably thought that involving her father in the attack was a brilliant idea. Too bad, after all. She was the one who told Grey to use the injury as an excuse. After a while, Celeste threw the bag on the table, and the knight asked, "Is the bag full? And how long is the list?" Celeste folded her arms across her chest and answered, "There's only one item." The knight asked again, "One? One is too generous, your majesty." She looked at his satisfied face and thought, Tail is the second in command of the Fable Knights. Behind the mask of charm, no one sees his true nature. The nature of a cold-blooded killer, taking life for a minimal price. Thale asked, "So how can he be of service?" Celeste replied, "A man was assigned to escort Prince Kalyan to his coming-of-age ceremony. He needs to find out if he crossed paths with her brother Grey, and if so, let him know what happened. And if he silences him, he gets another bag." Thale chuckled and asked again. "Another bag," she said. He frowned in anticipation and told her to name the man. Celeste reached for her cup and said, "His name." She wondered why she couldn't shake the feeling that Kalyan was behind all of this. She answered, "Arsene. Arsene Hertz, the mage." After a while, voices were heard in the room. "Quieter, they will hear. They are talking about the attack on his own son, right? They think it really happened? They say the Marquis is intensively searching for the source of the rumors. People can't say for sure, but he hasn't appeared at court for a long time, and he didn't show up at this meeting either. More importantly, why did the king summon all the nobility today?" After a while, Romain said, "Ladies and gentlemen, he has an important announcement to make. For generations, they have turned away from magic, relying on the power of their swords, and to correct this mistake, he decided to form their own troop of mages." People cried out in surprise. "What? A troop of mages? Here in Ceres? Doesn't His Majesty see how many places here are occupied by knightly families? And where is the Marquis of Breezen when this is happening here?" Romain said they will be called Vulcan. The ceremony to mark their formation will take place in a week. There are also agreements to transfer the barracks and training grounds of the Knights of Fable to Vulcan. He said that everyone is free. He needs time alone. The man bowed and answered, "As he says." Romain walked down the corridor, clutching his head. Suddenly MC's voice was heard. He supposes the nobles didn't receive his news with delight. Roman looked at him in surprise. Kalyan asked if everything would be alright. Roman exhaled and told him not to worry. He had thought of everything. Did he want to talk to him about something? MC answered, yes. He wanted to ask a question, if possible. He plans to visit the Knight families. Will there be any problems with that? Roman asked again. Knight families? He thought, so he's going to secure his allies, and he wonders if he considers them a threat to his rule. Bold, but he doesn't even mind. He smiled and wondered how he grew up so quickly. Roman told him to do as he wished. Kalyan smiled and said that he was very grateful, but if he was going to talk to the right people, he would have to avoid the Breezen family. If he doesn't mind, how would he feel about holding the joint hunt he promised plants? After a while, a loud cry was heard. Finally, his prince acquired his own power. Ian shouted joyfully, a squad of mages. MC said he wanted to point out that he had no official affiliation with Vulcan. Ian said that was no reason not to celebrate. The mages turned around and started whispering. It was the prince. Red eyes, just like the rumors. MC told Ian to just look at himself. He was glowing. Ian replied, on the contrary, he was too calm, His Highness. The mage approached them and said, Prince? He turned around and widened his eyes in surprise. Arsene shouted. He had finally found a solution to the problem of the teleportation circle. The principle itself was similar to how oath seals worked. This would allow contracts to be entered into for the use of the circle. Naturally, control over the circle would remain solely in his hands. Kalyan said in surprise, this was incredible. They would discuss all the details later. For now, he should rest. They would celebrate during the ceremony. Arsene said he was grateful for his concern, but he had to meet with Lord Manasil after dinner. It's scary to think what he'll say to him if he leaves without meeting him. MC said, calm down, he'll figure it out, and he should rest while he has the chance. Arsene turned around and said, thank him, Prince. In that case, he will listen to his advice. Kalyan waved after him and wished him luck. He told him not to fall asleep on the way. After a while, Arsene was riding in the carriage and began to doze off, when suddenly he heard MC's voice. He told him not to fall asleep. There was a cry. Mr. Hertz, ambush. They outnumber them. Arsene looked out of the carriage and looked around. The coachman screamed. There's a whole gang behind them. Arsene jumped out and ordered him to speed up and not look back. The man swung his sword and threw it towards Arsene, who quickly blocked the attack. He said, oh my god. He expected this outcome. He is the second in command of the Vulcan Mage Squad, and his name is Arsene Hertz. After a while, Alan said in the hall that the banquet was quieter than usual. Sir Hertz is absent, right? MC replied that he could assume he was busy right now. Early in the morning, news about Count Grey reached Celeste's ears. She would not sit idly by. Alan asked, so Sir Hertz was bait? He thought he was using Arsene to the fullest. Does he still harbor a grudge against him? Kalyan replied that he was sure the Queen was now doubting Count Grey's loyalty to her. She was well aware that his decision to help was not born out of family love. Grey can receive his father's title only after the Marcus's death. Therefore, the Queen certainly does not rule out the possibility that Marcus Evan could have learned of his son's plans and begun to act preemptively. Alan said therefore she would need time to collect her thoughts. MC replied, precisely. Besides, Celeste had never encountered Sir Hertz before, so she knew nothing of his magical power. She would likely only send a few skilled knights after him. Sir Hertz was perfectly capable of dealing with them himself. Alan spoke. Apparently his faith in him strengthened after successfully completing the initiation rite. MC responded naturally. His face was the last thing he saw before entering this time period. At that moment, Arsene was fighting the mercenaries, quickly attacking them. The knights begged for mercy, and some tried to escape. Thale turned around and thought, what's wrong with this mage? Don't spellcasters need time to select targets and cast spells? But he hurls spells non-stop. Arsene fought the knights, and Thal frowned and said, spellcasters are weak in close combat. He ordered the mercenaries to dismount and attack. We need to close the distance. Fear won't bring them any money. This mage is worth a fortune. He ordered them to think about the reward for his head. Arsene quickly turned around and saw guys swinging their swords. He released mana in their direction, and the mercenary said in fear, barrier, so fast. Arsene attacked the opponents, and Thale said, damn it. He thought he shouldn't have accepted this order at all. How can you defeat an enemy of this caliber with only a dozen people? He turned around and thought, he won't die here like a dog. A great opportunity to get rich, of course. They are no match for him. Arsene carefully looked at the fleeing Thale and moved right in front of him. He said, the last one remains. Thale fell to his knees and begged for mercy. He has information. He will tell the prince everything he knows. Arsene asked again, that's all? More specifics are needed. Thale handed him a pouch of money and said the queen had personally commissioned him to kill the prince. And what's more, he was also paid to kill Prince Kalyan's maid, whom the queen had sent to him. He can testify if needed. Arsene looked at the pouch and said he was afraid the prince would prefer to forget that incident forever. Thale screamed. And the disappearance of Renan Breezen. He can tell who's behind it, Arsene thought. Her Highness. Who else? Thale screamed. And behind the attack on Grey Breezen? Arsene thought the same thing. Thale asked him to stop. He knew exactly where the Marquise's money was coming from. Arsene stopped and looked at him in surprise, and he screamed, He owns a secret gambling house in Ceres. They bet on no-holds-barred fights there. He can run it. Arsene said, what a pity. He'd almost intrigued him, but the prince already had someone who knew the place like the back of his hand. Tail turned pale and said fearfully, but he can. He remembered the destroyed sword and said, the Marquis of Brizen hasn't touched a sword in years. He saw the shards of the sword, but his son Grey tried to hide it. Arsene looked at him thoughtfully, then put his hand on Tail's shoulder and said, this might pique his highness's curiosity. Tail screamed. That's not all. He saw Grey arguing fiercely with his father about receiving the title of Margrave. Arsene said, as he sees, he knows a lot. Tail answered, yes, he asked to be brought to the prince alive. He would tell him everything. Before he could finish speaking, Arsene killed him. He looked around and said, well, a chatterbox loses his value the moment he opens his mouth. How was he supposed to get back to the palace now? The carriage had left and the horses had scattered, and no one was driving along the road. He couldn't waste mana. At that moment, the clatter of hooves was heard behind him, and Arsene cried out in surprise. After a while, the bag was placed on the table in front of MC, and he examined it carefully. After a while, Evan shouted, What do you mean by that? Are they accusing him of kidnapping Arsene Hertz? The butler replied, well, the knights of the royal guard will arrive by noon, my lord. Evan grinned and said, how dare they so shamelessly invade his estate? The king must think he's in contact with Vulcan. How did that mage interfere with Thale? The butler replied, Thale was seen in the palace at noon that day. Perhaps the queen summoned him. Evan frowned and said, he should go to the palace right now. The butler asked, should he inform Her Majesty of his visit? Evan yelled, does he want him to kill that stupid woman as soon as she comes into sight? He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, he's not going to meet with Celise, but with her son. Sometime later, during dinner, Randall said he heard that the second-in-command of the mages had gone missing. He must be worried. MC replied, yes, he had grown accustomed to his company since his initiation, but it seemed to him that the king and Master Manisil were much more worried. Randall looked at him carefully and said, indeed. Plants said sharply, the date for the hunting competition has finally been confirmed. Will he join, brother? Randall replied, he didn't think so. Kallian's eyes widened in surprise and thought, Randall thinks the king planned the hunt especially for Plants. Of course, he won't participate. Plants said he should at least get some fresh air sometimes. Randall sipped tea from his mug and said, touched by his concern. MC thought about it. Besides, he wasn't the type to enjoy hunting. Even knowing this, Plants still called him to make sure he wouldn't come. Is this how he helps him? That's not like him at all. Suddenly, everything around him turned white, and he looked around in confusion. He thought, is this a feeling, master? What could make him so angry? He had heard a voice earlier, so it was him. He sees that the disappearance of his henchman hasn't upset him at all. This calm expression speaks volumes. Is Kallian his favorite now? Alan replied. He had heard. He himself had recently lost a dozen men, and he showed no signs of worry. Amazing composure. Apparently his grandson is definitely not his favorite. Evan clenched his fists in displeasure, and Alan grinned and said, his dear Marquise, isn't it the duty of a true leader? How should one honor the memory of one's fallen servants before appearing at the palace? Evan replied. He wasn't going to listen to moralizing from him. Is such insolence usual for him, being without rank or title? He remains here only by the grace of His Majesty. Alan said, it is not for him to judge His Majesty's generosity. Evan spoke up. Showing favor to someone like him must signal that the king's decisions are no longer trusted. As for Kallian, he's not much different from his teacher. He can already see his influence on him. Alan grinned and said, well, he believes His Majesty and the third prince are far more trustworthy than a so-called knightly house that lost 10 knights because of one mage. How much, I wonder, were his thugs paid this time? He's sure it's mere pennies compared to his fortune. He approached Evan and whispered, the proceeds from the sale of his own son. Evan's eyes widened in surprise and then screamed loudly. What did he say, a mage? Mana began to spread in all directions, and Alan said, it seems to me, as he already said, that he is far from weak. He suppressed Evan's mana with his own and said, but he has a strange tendency to forget about everything. How can he stand on the ground when he can't remember his place? Evan's eyes widened in fear, and he thought the flames were consuming him. He screamed, and Alan told him to learn to think before he acted, and he needed to consider who he was dealing with. Evan grabbed his neck and started coughing loudly, and then whispered, he may be strong, a mage, but he's alone. He won't last long on his own. Alan waved his hand and said, contrary to his opinion, he's not alone. But they say of him that he's strong even on his own. Had he ever wondered why Grey had headed to the capital? What was he hoping to get, and who was he relying on? Evan's eyes widened, and he thought Grey wouldn't have gone to the capital if he hadn't received an offer he couldn't refuse. For example, an offer to become a marquis. Come to think of it, Renan had turned his back on his family and bet on Randall, and now she, Celise? After a while, MC stood on the balcony and watched what was happening outside. The butler asked, Marquise, it's been a long time. Is he going to visit the prince's chambers? Evan frowned and thought. He was going to visit the Chermal Palace to find out how Plants and his mother were getting along, but now the situation had changed. Evan clenched his fist and said, they're coming back. He would meet Plants when he realized whose side he was on. MC looked out the window and said, the rain doesn't stop, so it won't be long before the hunt is cancelled. He turned around and asked, what do you think, brother? Plants was sitting on a chair, hugging his leg. He felt the mage drive away the knights this morning. MC asked in surprise, so he caught that surge of mana. Apparently, their father hadn't exaggerated his abilities in the art of the sword. Plants exhaled, and Kalyan asked if he often communicated with the Marquis. Plants looked away and said he'd never spoken to him alone. MC said, well, of course. They have such a strong family that even hugs would split it. He guesses that's why the Marquis decided to visit them. He wants to strip his mother of her title and make him take the place of Crown Prince. Kalyan looked at him with all seriousness, which surprised Plants. MC exhaled and said that if his goal is his mother's downfall, then there's no need to continue supporting him, and if he wants to become the next king of Ceres, then he should meet with Evan Brayson. Plants said, brother, he thinks he's already given his answer. The guys looked at each other, and then MC said, then they only have one thing left to discuss. It concerns Celise. This time, the worst outcome could await her, because that's exactly the fate he has in store for her. He has no intention of shielding her from the consequences. He extended his hand and told him not to take it unless he was ready for what came next. Plants replied, his mother had gone out of her way to carve her own path. If this was the outcome of her efforts, so be it. They shook hands, and after a while, Ian asked, so he had joined forces with Plants, not with Randall? MC answered, correct. Ian asked, so Plant had turned his back on Celise? He shouldn't have had a reason to. Kalyan replied, he hadn't turned his back on anyone. He had simply closed his heart to his mother. Unable to accept Celise's atrocities for the sake of his own ascension to the throne, Plants hid behind the guise of a rebellious son. His body was soaked with wine, but his breath never reeked of alcohol, and he only behaved badly towards Kalyan in front of witnesses. Most likely, he believed that the image of a problem child would make his mother abandon him or stop harming others. However, Plants eventually came to the realization that Celise had already passed the point of no return and that only death could stop her. Ian asked, but why had he behaved this way towards him for so long? MC cleared his throat and said, who knows? He didn't ask. Even if there was a reason, the only one who could understand and forgive Plants was already too late. After a while, the knight said he reports His Majesty. They did not find Sir Arsene at the Breezen estate. Searches were also conducted in the neighboring buildings, but no trace of him was found there either. However, he leaned towards Romain and whispered, they found a successor in the dungeon, who was most likely Renan Breeson. Romain frowned and said, I see, he can go. The knight replied, yes. At that moment a voice came from the side. Is it really for the best? Romain replied, this is not the time to be picky. He hasn't forgotten who he is, has he? Albeit temporarily. He is considered the commander of the Vulcan mages, Alan. He picked up a piece of paper and said, he wanted to tell you what power the new squad of mages in this palace possesses. Alan replied, that's why he raised the royal guard and intensified the search. Some time ago, Evan asked if he was accused of kidnapping and detaining a mage. He turned around, and the knight said, that's the king's order. Please, let him not resist. Alan spoke thoughtfully, despite the fact that until recently they had all been ordinary people. Romain replied that those who see only regalia and titles will consider him just another mage until they realize their mistake. Alan thought, so he was aware of how Evan perceived him. Romain said, which brings him to the question. He became a Viscount in Reborns, right? Alan answered, yes, that's true. But most know him as an archmage, Viscount in Reborns, Baron in Secretia. But he must admit that he liked the title of the prince's mentor best. Romain put on his glasses and said, in that case, fine. They will keep the role of the third prince's mentor, but they will also add the title of Count of Ceres. Alan looked at him in surprise, and Romain asked, what's wrong? Alan laughed and said it sounded so ordinary, as if they were talking about the weather. After a while, MC happily approached the window and said it had finally stopped raining. That meant the hunting competition wouldn't be cancelled. Ian said, good morning, Prince. He screamed in fear. Was he outside alone again? Kalyan smiled and said, good morning, Ian. He held out his jacket and said, it's a short walk. He needed to pass on something. Ian took the jacket and asked, to whom? Well, perhaps he should be grateful that the outing took place in the morning and not at night. By the way, His Highness, he needs to look at something. Gifts from Baron Paulin have arrived. After a while, MC looked at the horses and said, nice horses. It looks like Viscount Reddington has reached the capital safe and sound. Alan said they'll check. The gift list included horses of the same breed, Raven. He showed the basket and said, and also a cat. The cat meowed, and MC asked again, is that a cat? Ian replied, yes, a cat. Kalyan laughed and said, and he was wondering whether to buy a dog or a bird. How lucky. After a while, he came into the room and said, here, this is for her, Hina. He held out the kitten and said, cats are allowed in the Chermal Palace. He asked her to take good care of it. Hina took the kitten in her arms, after which it began to happily roll in her arms. She smiled and happily said, His Highness, he remembered. Thank you. Hina opened the door a crack and showed Kyrie the cat. Ian said, and one more thing, His Highness, he whispered. Last night the royal guards searched the Breezen house. However, Sir Arsene, MC pursed his lips and said, well, as his teacher would say, his subordinate is not so easy to defeat. He is sure he is fine, wherever he is now. Ian chuckled and Kalyan placed his hand on the window and said, no matter what, he wouldn't let this go. The disappearance of the deputy commander of the Vulcan mages is a serious matter, and it must be dealt with accordingly. He drew a smiley face on the window and said, they will repay House Breezen in kind. After a while, he mounted his horse and said, well, time to go hunting. After some time, voices were heard in the palace courtyard. He heard that this year's royal hunt was being held in honor of the second prince, but the culprit was nowhere to be seen. Was he really going to miss the hunt again? Plants looked in the direction of the sound and saw two men talking. They were talking, gossiping, about his health having deteriorated. This wasn't the first time they'd heard this excuse. Plants leaned on the balcony railing and asked again. Today, right? He remembered MC's words. No need to participate in the hunt. He will be lying in bed with a terrible cold. Plants asked again. What was he talking about? MC smiled at him in response, and Plants said, well, he really will be unwell on the day of the hunt. Kalyan said he was sad to hear that. There was no need to worry. He would talk to the king so that he would understand everything correctly. Currently, Plants looked down thoughtfully and thought, he did not know what he was planning there, but if he wanted him to remain in the shadows, so be it. He only hoped that nothing would happen. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the meowing of a cat, which he saw next to Hina. Plants thought it was Kalyan's servant. Just a minute. This road leads to the rose garden, and, if he is not mistaken, Randall is there around this time. Suddenly, the knight drew his sword from its sheath and pointed it at Hina, who staggered back. The knight asked who she was and how she ended up here. He ordered an answer, and Hina's tears welled up. She hugged the cat and thought, she must tell him that she is Kalyan's servant. But he won't understand sign language. Should she write on the notepad? The knight looked at her and ordered her not to move. One more move, and he would consider her a spy. Hina closed her eyes and thought, without the notepad, Suddenly, a voice was heard behind her. And who were those guards? Hina turned and looked in surprise at Plants, who appeared from behind the trees. He said he was unable to even recognize another prince's servant. Could it be that his eyesight or his mind was failing him? The knight cried out in fear. His Highness the Second Prince, he begs for his forgiveness. He didn't know that she was a servant working in the Chermal Palace. Plants looked closely at Hina and, pointing his finger at the cat, ordered him to be removed from sight. Hina hugged the cat and quickly stood up, bowing to the prince. She turned and started to leave, and Randall said, he invited him to the hunt and didn't go himself? Plants replied, he had no idea he would be here. Have a good day. Randon said, it seems there are improvements. Plants stopped, and Randall turned and said, in his relationship with Kalyan. At this point, Romain said he is not sure if this is best for his sons. Can he trust him? And yes, Monosil, archery requires more than just arm strength. Alan said, His Majesty, he needs to concentrate. Please let him not disturb him. He assures him it will help. The knights stood to the side and talked among themselves. Some kind of strange hunt this time. Yes, there have been strange things from the very beginning. Since when has hunting taken place in groups? And according to what principle were these groups formed? Yes, no matter how you look at it, their group includes families allied with House Breeson. And in the group of the third prince, Kalyan, Alan fired an arrow, which hit a branch and stuck in the ground. Romain laughed loudly and turned away, and Alan said he saw no reason to laugh. He was a mage, not an archer, and he had no equal in magic. The knight said, whatever His Majesty thought, a hunt cannot be successful with just one mage. They decided to just sit and enjoy, when suddenly the bird quickly fell to the ground. Everyone looked at this in surprise and cried out, what? They didn't see the arrows. Someone said, that doesn't count. There is no rule saying that magic can be used in hunting. Alan said, but there is no rule that it can't either. And what will the king say about this? Romain said, that won't do. Is he going to hunt everything that is in his field of vision? The knights widened their eyes in fear and thought, is this spell meant to be aimed at them? This is a warning, an ultimatum for those who side with the Marquis of Breeson. Alan turned and said, birds perched high in the branches are easy targets. Therefore, they were on the other side of the hunting grounds. MC said he would soon hunt his own prey. And it wouldn't be an eagle or a lion, but a beast he had never hunted before. Therefore, he needed their help. The knights looked at him in surprise, then exchanged glances. Kalyan said, so, they'll meet at the palace. Some time ago, Celeste slammed her fist on the table, and the girl asked in fear, Your Majesty, is there something terrible in the letter from the Margraviate? Celeste replied that she could go and not let anyone in. Margrave Grey didn't seem that injured from afar, but he was asked to leave because he needed absolute peace and quiet. He promised to write as soon as he recovered. Celeste clutched the piece of paper and thought, ask her to leave? What impudence. She looked at the bag of coins, clenching her fist even tighter. After a while, she asked what brought him to her so early. How rude it was to assume that she would want to spend time with him over a cup of tea. MC replied that this bag was found near the place where Sir Hertz went missing. It was quite a substantial sum. Celeste replied that she didn't know. MC interrupted her and asked what he was talking about. And would she say the same about the day she met Tail? Did she remember nothing at all? Celeste replied that no, nothing. Some mage disappeared, and then suddenly the prince bursts in on her as if a disaster had happened. He did something to Grey, didn't he? What did he promise him in exchange for help? Cullion asked if she really thought he would ask Grey Breeson for support. Such delusion was even insulting. He didn't need her sympathy. Celeste told him to watch his language. Had he really lost his fear? MC replied that she would soon deeply regret ever touching his man. After all, his efforts would be her end. Celeste laughed loudly, then grabbed the bag and tossed it aside. The coins scattered across the floor and she said, fine, if that's what he wants, they'll end this once and for all. Sometime later at night, a man in a robe entered Plant's room and extended his hand. Plant snapped. He has a lot of free time, since he cancelled the Sisfanian notification spell. MC smiled and said, his teacher did it. But there's no need to worry, he won't do it again. After tonight, he will not enter his chambers again, brother. Plants asked, and what brought him here? MC removed his hood and answered, he had 3 things to discuss. First of all, he would ask if Randall knew that they were working together. Plants looked at him in surprise and answered, yes. MC exhaled and spoke. and he hoped that this would remain a secret for longer. People around him understand everything too quickly. And what did he say? Plants remembered Randall's words. It seems there is an improvement in his relationship with Callion. Plants asked, did that bother him? Randall looked at him carefully and said, of course not. For the time being, Plants said, well, nothing special. Callion thought, whoever of them gave up the throne, Randall would not lose anything from it. The only reason for him to be wary was the unification of their factions. He said, be that as it may, from now on they need to be more careful. Further, he froze, as if deciding on something, and this raised questions in Plants. MC pulled himself together and said he'd like to thank him. Plants chuckled and said, I really need it. He asked to let him guess. Someone said he got his maid out of trouble, right? He doesn't need his gratitude, because she's already beaten him to it. Some time ago, Hina was standing near the green hedge with a notepad in her hands. She saw Plants and happily unfolded the notepad, where it was written, thank you for saving me. Currently, MC happily said, I see. Then there's only one thing left. Tomorrow there will be a ceremony to celebrate the creation of Vulcan. Does he mind lying sick for another day? Plants frowned and ordered him not to cross the line. MC folded his arms and said, I understand, but this time he can't interfere, no matter what happens. After a while, the maid was combing Celessy's hair and thinking, she wondered if her mood had improved. She's been completely out of sorts lately. How tiring it is to tiptoe around her. Maybe Dad was right. It would be better to marry some man than to live in this nightmare. Suddenly, Celessy's hair caught on a comb and was pulled hard, and the girl, frightened, asked her to forgive her generously. Celessy swung her hand and hit her in the face. The maid fell to her knees and asked for forgiveness, Your Majesty. She was careless. She humbly asks for forgiveness. She begs forgiveness. The maid bowed and said, It is her fault, madam. She should have trained her better. She will choose a punishment for her right now. Celeste interrupted her and ordered her to leave. She approached the girl and said, she thinks she knows where she can be useful. After a while, Alan stood at the podium and said, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gathering today to witness the birth of Vulcan. It is a great honor for him to announce the creation of a detachment of mages in the very heart of Ceres. By the grace of His Majesty the King, and with the support of many at court, Vulcan will usher in a new era in their history. May the wonders of magic bless these lands with prosperity and harmony, he declares. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a loud and bright explosion. People screamed in fear. What's going on? Is that an explosion? In the Queen's chambers, the butler screamed. An explosion occurred in the Queen's chambers. It was Arson Hertz. He caused the explosion. MC frowned in confusion and rose from his chair, asking, What? People started asking, Arsene Hertz? Isn't he? Yes, he is Prince Callion. MC clenched his fists and thought, Celeste, so she decided to make her move by blaming the assassination attempt on her. Excellent. They'll see who emerges victorious. Ruman ordered calm. Perhaps the criminal is seeking chaos and confusion. He put his hand on MC's shoulder and said they needed to pull themselves together. Panicking would only hurt them all. They couldn't be sure of anything until they found the cause of the explosion. A voice suddenly rang out. What if she had personally seen the culprit? Celeste said she had seen him, with her own eyes, the culprit who had blown up her chambers. Plant's eyes widened in confusion, and he began to shake slightly. MC said we all heard the explosion. What a relief she wasn't hurt. Celeste covered her face with her fan and said it was shameless of him to speak as if he himself was surprised. After all, he was the one behind everything. Callion smirked and suggested she not jump to conclusions. His Majesty would find out the cause of what happened. She smiled and said that before the attack, that mage had claimed that she had organized the attack on him. And according to him, he had told him this. There were no witnesses or evidence, however. Some time ago, Celeste put her hand to the girl's face and asked, she was too cruel to her, right? But she's not without sin either. She certainly owed her a favor. Let her take this and put it in the box at the entrance to the living room. She can handle it, right? The maid said, Yes, Your Majesty. She left the room, went to the box and put a small sphere there. After that, there was an explosion, and Celeste said, if he was so sure that it wasn't him who set fire to her estate, then let him bring him here. She thought that if she pointed to Arson Hertz, he would have no choice but to track down his mage to prove his innocence. MC said, Sir Hertz is currently missing. The truth doesn't matter. Celeste said, then he'll have to find him. She saw him cause that explosion. If the mage is missing, he won't be able to justify himself. This is a trap he can't escape from. Suddenly, someone asked, did she mean him when she spoke of the mage? Celeste looked fearfully towards where Arsene stood. He smiled and greeted the queen. His name is Arson Hertz. He is the mage she was talking about. Celeste thought fearfully, what was this man doing here, especially in her father's company? How so? MC stood behind her, clenching his fists. She turned around and he asked, does she see this? Her end, Arson Hertz, never disappeared. Some time ago, Arsene turned around in surprise and said, Kyrie was sitting on his horse and looking at him. He was only given a 5-day leave for fending off the attack on himself. However, Arsene's disappearance sowed a seed of doubt regarding Grey Breezen in one person, one who could neither ignore false accusations against him, nor let the instigator go unpunished. Arsene said, Prince Callion warned that the queen could use his disappearance to her advantage. He was ordered to remain in his estate until the day of the ceremony. He asked for assistance from the prince, Marquise, and he would no longer have to bear the burden of false accusations against him. MC simply took advantage of this. Callion said, His Majesty, An investigation must be conducted here and now. The queen demanded the presence of a mage, and here he was before them. Romain frowned and said, yes, fine. MC passed by Celise and said, that's why he kept telling her not to act recklessly. She watched him go and thought, her father, that foolish king, the knights, all of them. She laughed loudly and said, she remembers his mother had that cheeky grin too until the very end. He really is her son. MC's eyes widened in surprise, seeing the blade in front of him. Romain rushed towards them, after which drops of blood sprinkled the ground. A cry rang out, His Highness.